ever WREC Finals Day. The teams have been playing for months to make it here, and only one team can be crowned WREC champion live in Barcelona.
Parla Esports have one last shot to make it.
One last shot for both teams and one last thing to do, and that's to get the WREC Finals Day underway. The show starts right now.
There's nothing in the way. Keep pushing proof into the pitch of fire until you see a Come on, you know we're gonna break through.
Welcome everyone, welcome he's, cheese, theys, thems to the WREC Finals here from Barcelona. I'm very excited, I hope you can taste it in the water. So, I'm Stress, joined by Darkbreaker, Carmeline and Ryu for our Finals Day. We've got two series coming to you, best of 5 between Gamelord and Parla, who thought we would be saying that, and then our grand finals later today between Team Queso and Rix, a tale as old as time, if time is only 1 year old here in Wildrift. So, DB, I'm excited. How excited are you today?
I am absolutely excited because we have some banger matches ahead of us. First of all, Parla versus Gamelord. No one kinda expected Parla to be so good, and at the same time, Gamelord has been looking shaky. They were the #1 seed coming into this tournament. And let's see how that matchup is gonna play out. I think it's gonna be a close one. And obviously, Rix versus Team Queso. This match will blow everything out of proportion.
I mean, I hope it's as much of a banger as yesterday's game.
Yeah.
So first of all, we started, as you mentioned, with the kind of unfortunate demise of Parla in their series against Rix. Rix looking very strong with their 3-0 performance. Then our second series really turned the pressure up. We had Queso going up against Gamelord. It looked like Gamelord, they were the favorites coming into the split, but Carmeline, Queso, I know you're happy that Queso were able to pull off the 3-1.
Oh wow, I mean, I think the capacity for Queso to be able to come back from a situation, get a proper mentality of like, we need to do this, we need to win this, doing it in such an important situation against a team that they've got so much history with, and to be able to come back from that, for me, it's absolutely amazing, and that just makes me want to support them even more.
Yeah, we have a ton of things to talk about as we head into our first and second series of the day. 2 series, potential 12 games. Ryu, do you have enough energy in you for 12 games if we go all the distance?
The more Wildrift, the better. We love casting Wildrift, but we love watching the best players clash it out. So, I mean, I hope we get as many games as possible. These players have only shown us good games so far, and I think a lot of these teams were maybe a little bit shaky in the beginning, but they've only improved from game to game, and right now they're probably peaking, and that's the best time to do so.
It's absolutely the best time to peak. I mean, we have 4 teams remaining. Those of you that haven't joined us for the WREC so far, of course, we have teams representing different regions. 3 of our teams today representing Europe from the regular split, myself and the broadcast team here on the English streamcast, and then Parla representing Turkey from their WREC qualifiers. So, lots on the line, and I think Turkey may very well be looking at an Icons spot. There is so much to play for today, and we are all very, very excited. We've had a lot of team fight meta. We've had a lot of crazy differences for how the teams have played, with Queso playing their team fight style. There's a lot to break down in an analytical way, and we know who's the one person we want to hear from for that. That's Smart Stewart to kick off the day.
Thank you very much, Stress. Yes, it's the WREC Finals. I am here with another segment of Smart Stewart, and the main focus in this section of Smart Stewart is about grouping as a team and team fighting with your teammates. As we roll this clip, this is Parla against Gamelord in the group stage. This is going to be a rematch of that last spot for Icons. You can see how Parla, they love grouping as a team, and they realize that the jungler, Zefta, is completely split from the entire team. Parla, and I want you to focus on guys on the Galio. As soon as he finds opportunity, he goes straight in. The E-flash into 4 members with that taunt as well. He's able to execute the entire team, and then the Corki package afterwards as well. Cyrex's explosive cast is absolutely huge, and I really feel like Parla is the best team fight team in this entire tournament. You have to make sure that you just basically shut them down. We're going to see another clip as well. This is also from Gamelord against Parla as well. And this is really where I feel like Parla can take the advantage. Again, it's guys going in. And you can see that Redemption on an immobile carry away from the rest of his team. Heste and Zefta are at the bottom of the map. And you can see that Redemption gets caught out and he gets completely one-shot by the package and the Galio taunts. You need to make sure if you're Gamelord, you need to stay grouped together and you need to play as a team. So that's a quick solo queue tip for all of you out there as well. As we go on to the next clip, you'll be able to see that it again is all about the engagement from Parla. You need to make sure that Parla, if they stay as a team, they'll be able to do it. This is their victory against Formulation Gaming. This is how they got to where they are today to try and get that last spot for Icons. Again, guys going in, 5 members of Formulation Gaming. Absolutely huge taunt, and followed up by Nacrez, who's been absolutely insane this tournament. One of the surprise factors that no one expected coming into it as well. The huge Diana Ultima going into the entire team of Formulation Gaming, which is really kind of the surprise of the whole entire tournament. And then the last clip as well, this is the main one for me. 4 Drakes, the Elemental Infernal Drake as well. You can see that the Elder Drake, even though they're 4 dragons down, Parla still feel confident. They still want to group up, and you can see that the team has been playing so well together, and you can see Cyrex on this Renekton going in with Kamau as well, getting completely caught out. And you can see at the top of your screen, Cloud Dragon, Ocean Dragon, Mountain Dragon, and the Elder Infernal. And what do? They still win the entire team fight. It doesn't even matter. Zawa gets caught out as well. And you can see by the health bars, all of Parla are really, really low on health, but you can see that they are still able to take this victory. So there's one last thing I wanted to mention. Kirks, I know you're watching this. I know you're watching this stream. I know you're at home, Kirks. Ban that Galio. Back to you, Stress.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I think some people will be like, wow, he's giving him tips. But if every single analyst for the last, 3 days has been saying ban Galio, and I mean, I think if we know it, I'm pretty sure they know it. But, Formulation refused to. Formulation just didn't want to go for that, and it ended up being their demise in that series. So I think Gamelord will have come in prepared. I think it's a little too late for any more advice. I'm sure that's already built into their mentality. And as we look at Gamelord coming into this whole event, actually, I was going to say, Carmeline, we casted the finals. Gamelord went 3-0 over Rix. It was, a crushing victory. But now they're only competing for a 3rd spot. We thought they might be competing for that 1st spot at Icons.
Absolutely. I think it has to do a lot with the meta they're playing in, but not only that, the changes in the roster have also affected them, and the change in Gamelord from then to now, for me, from my point of view, will be essentially the way they haven't been able to adapt to what new teams are bringing to the table. You look at Parla and you think, oh, these refs actually make sense, they adjust to what they are used to play, but you look at Gamelord and some things are they are a little bit out of their element, which definitely affects them.
I would say certainly that, and yesterday we saw that, DB, when the drafts came through. Gamelord started drafting like queso. It was a bit of a weird situation.
Exactly. I feel like Gamelord, after they lost the game against the Yumi Lulu Shen composition, they didn't know what to do anymore. They tried their best to react to it and try to copy the team composition from Team Queso, but I feel like they need to focus on their own playstyle, need to pick for themselves and not try to reactionary.
I think that's a very fair point. As we take a look at our predictions for today, I feel like there's probably quite a lot of agreement. I actually think if there's Queso predictions here, I think they're kind of legitimate. I nearly put Queso. I was nearly with you.
Yeah.
But honestly, Snitch, I think, would kill me if I don't, predict towards Rix. Ryu, you're predicting Game Lord for this first series. Your boys on Viv that you subbed in for and you're coaching during the split nearly eliminated Game Lord from the playoffs before they won. It was Game 5. The Game Lord prediction coming through for you as well today?
I think Game Lord is a fantastic team, but even during the qualifiers against my own team there, I mean, they've been looking a bit shaky, losing a few games here and there to different teams. So we also saw that yesterday, Game Lord both losing to Parla and FMG in the group, a single match on each point. So Game Lord obviously has to step it up. And one of the most exciting stories about this Game Lord Parla matchup is Heste coming into this tournament as the #1 support. And maybe Guys right now is actually even outshining him on the picks that Heste has shown to be really good at. The Galio, I hope to see more Leona and, Heste on Lulu and those enchanters. I don't want to see that today. It didn't work out for them so far. And Guys have also been showing that he can maybe even out-rotate Heste today.
Yeah, we will have time to delve deeper into our matchups lane by lane a little bit later on as we get closer. Let's take a look. As we said already, Game Lord competing for that third spot. They're a little bit out of where we expected Game Lord to be. And for me, I think part of that has been because of those drafts. Part of that is because they've not been able to play their playstyle. But, I mean, I never like putting things on one player. I think Ruiz has looked a little bit shaky. And Ryu, I know this is something you've had a lot of thoughts about over the last couple of days.
Yeah, Ruiz has been showing that some of the picks he's been amazing on, Gragas in the first game, for example, but he's been falling back to Ari and Garen and not really playing the same amount of carry champions as the other mid laners have. We've seen Narcos popping off on Aurelia, for example, and also the Riven. So I think part of Game Lord's issue is that they don't really know what to play around. They played also Kaiser Redemption yesterday and had a really weird engage at some point, just rushing into the entire team, just dying. So we know Game Lord is a fantastic team. That is also why I'm predicting them to win, but they need to step up. It's a team that's probably shown us during the qualifiers the highest heights, but probably maybe also the lowest lows.
Yeah, I think that's true. DB, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely think that Game Lord used to be such an absolute powerhouse that didn't do any mistakes, and coming into this tournament, into this live event, in an offline event, I feel like they have been kind of lackluster. There are a lot of problems right now draft-wise. They are not on top of the game because their coach is missing, for example. That could be a reason. But at the same time, there are mistakes here and there. But the decision-making, a lot of decision-making mistakes coming from the entire team. And obviously, the performance of some players isn't up to the standard. Heste, for example, is really inconsistent. He used to be every single game, he would just smurf and play. I don't know, he was just too amazing back then. And now on that Rakan, sometimes he's popping off, he's so crazy, and other times he's just very inconsistent.
His Rakan was insane, and it's one of the reasons that why we thought Game Lord were going to be kind of breezing their way through to a finals matchup today. And when we look at one last Icons spot on the line with these two teams, I'm going to go ahead and say it. These are two teams that should not be in this matchup, but they are, because Game Lord underperformed and Parla have performed exceptionally well. I thought, looking at the bracket, it would be Formulation beating Unicorns, Formulation would come out of the group and advance, but the Turkish representatives have done their region proud so far, and I honestly think there's a chance they can win this series. Carmeline, I know you believe it. I know Hells is also voting towards it as well. You have another supporter there for Parla, but what do you think is the actual likelihood they're going to take the series?
Well, I mean, I think Parla in this series, they're going in with a full stabilized mentality of like, we are gonna win. We've won the last one's qualifier in Turkey. Now we have come here. We've been able to take one game away from Game Lord. We've been able to take several games away from Formulation Gaming, leaving them out of the competition. Essentially, they're coming here with such passion for what they're doing, that I'm pretty sure, I'm convinced 100% that they're going to take this series away.
Interesting. I can feel it. I can feel the rumbling of something about to happen today. And part of that, I think, has been the clash of different meta styles. In Europe, we had a very defined meta. We were playing one specific way, other than Team Queso. We'll get to that later for our finals. We'll talk about them. But that, I think, is always one of the fascinating things. And the WREC combining the CIS region, Europe, and Turkey, we've actually now seen teams come out and say, well, if you don't play a team fight meta, Parla are going to crush you in the late game. They just kind of wait for the dragons and let you fall over yourself, and you get Elder, but you lose the game. It's just insane. And quickly before we get into our last series, we've had our first series, I should say. We've had our predictions. We've talked about a lot of the topics overall coming into it. Ryu, is there one player you think is all on the line for today that has to perform better than we've seen so far this tournament?
Can he perform better than he'd often done? I think if Parla is to win this match, it's going to be all on Nacres. He was popping off yesterday. He played amazing. And I actually think, even though he's probably the best player of the whole yesterday, he has to step up even one more time if they are to beat Game Lord.
Yeah, I think yesterday that matchup against Snitch made it quite difficult to beat for Rix. We're going to step away for a few minutes as a video for a preview of our two teams. But that only means we're getting closer to our game. We're going to introduce the teams and get closer to our first best of 5 of the day.
You just said, Team Queso against Rix in that final. That means that Game Lord are going to be against Parla.
That's going to be one hell of a series because on the stake is going to be the last pot to Icons.
Right now I just lose, so I'm a little bit stressed, I'm a little bit sad. I think they just played better than us. I'm not mad, I'm not tilted, I'm just sad because we're really hard working for this.
We are not so sad to lose because we don't have time to think about this. We have to think about next game to win and do our best. It feels good because we were underestimated by everyone.
And this is why I tweeted, I am a massive fan of Parla Gaming right now. I knew this is what...
They are like a solid group now. They play as a family. We need to do the same and use 5 versus 5, family versus family.
If we go to Icons, I don't know if we can, but we will try, of course. And if we go, we will try to smash other regions.
I think if we just fix and we play as a game lore, as we play direct competition, we should really win them, and we will go with everything because it's all or nothing. Let's try to qualify for the Icons and show to the people what we can do there.
I don't want to be in dramas, but I think NA and EU are fighting. I don't really care of this. I'm not gonna fight with NA. If I have to fight with a region, I will fight with Korea or something like this. Let's beat Korea together, guys. No, don't fight.
This match is an Icons Global Championships qualifier match. Introducing first, Parla Esports. Guys, Katza, Nacres, Bambi, Cyrex, and their coach, Toolcats. Their opponents, representing Europe, it's Game Lord, Hester, Redemption, Ruiz, Zefta, Lonely Kid, and their manager Cuckoo. as we get this best of 5 underway. Ryu, what do you think? Parla, can they do it again?
I really hope we're gonna get an amazing series today. Parla is gonna definitely have to step up to beat this amazing team that is Game Lord. I really hope we're gonna get them all 5 games, and here we see Game Lord getting their shouts out to get that energy and adrenaline rushing through their oars. I hope we're gonna get an amazing series today, and I hope Parla's gonna get us to 5 games, but we will never know. Darkbreaker, who do you think is gonna take it?
Yeah, like I said, it's gonna be a very close series. We can't know how Parla's gonna perform because they, what do we call it? The Turkish aggressiveness in the early game. If they get going in the early game, they always have a shot at winning the game. And especially what I like to mention is that the bot lane of Game Lord has been looking shaky. Redemption and has the I feel like cutscene guys have been performing exceptionally well, especially guys on the Galio. So I want to see how the bot lane matchup is going to play out, because that's going to be the deciding factor of who is going to win the game. And obviously we have Nakris.
Yeah, Nakris, but I actually want to touch on that bottom lane. I think it's really interesting. We've got time to talk about the teams as they settle down into their playing positions. I actually think over the last day, bot lane carries showing up is what took teams to finals. Like, Rix played really well, but Doom like demolished everybody. The whole team was playing well, but it was kind of Joey on Queso outperforming in that bottom lane. And I think you're right, like Redemption, he showed us the Kai'Sa with an older build, wasn't really doing much outside of comfort. And DB, you know, that situation with the bot lane carry not showing up, like, it really is painful.
That's very important, because I feel like Redemption, when he's on the APC, that's his comfort right now. And I feel like this is kind of one-dimensional coming in from Game Lord. They need Redemption to step up. They need him to be like Joey, who also wasn't as performing as well on those ADCs, minus yesterday when he was on the Kai'Sa. Suddenly he was performing exceptionally well, and I want Redemption to do that as well, because it's very important for Game Lord's draft that they have Redemption as the backbone when they need him to be on hyper carry as well. And obviously we have the support difference, or the support matchup, Heste versus Guys. Guys and Heste are both exceptionally well on hard carry or playmaking supports, and I think that's going to be important. Who is going to get which champion, and how well are they going to perform on those type of champions?
And Riven is also another champion we've seen a lot, because Riven, we saw Nakris on it, we saw Bambi could even play it, we saw Inceptor on it, we've seen Lonely Kid with an amazing performance also. So I think Riven will be one of the main champions today we are gonna be seeing. I hope it's gonna be banned, but there's gonna be so many champions to ban. All these teams will be accepted. We talked about Cassia just before on that Corgi pick. It's something Parla's been prioritizing on their 3rd pick every single game, apart from one where they pick 6. So this draft is gonna be super exciting to watch, because all these players, we know that champion pool is an ocean, but I think of all the teams so far, Parla and Game Lord probably has the smallest champion pool.
Really important topics to bring up throughout this. Our last key point, I think, you know, it builds off the Riven, and we've been building for the entire split. Ruiz in a finals matchup, we were expecting it to be, you know, Ruiz and Snitch. Okay, those are the 2 players we're going to be talking about, but I think this is a very interesting story in its own right. Ruiz and Nakris. Carmeline, Ruiz has a storied position, you know, coming from Queso, now being on Game Lord, up against a young blood player like Nakris. What's your thoughts on that matchup?
It's really cool in Ruiz, you know, like the veteran in this case, but he is. Despite being 21, he's gone to the Horizon Cup. There's always new upcoming talent, and this is what Nakris represents. Like, everything Ruiz has built up to now has been put to test here in this series, because Nakris, once again, he's an ex-promise, I'm gonna say here, not only in Turkey, in the entire region. And I think this is a test for both of them to show, hey, I'm here, I exist, can I keep my legacy, or will I have to give it away to someone who is younger and newer?
And I think that's the funny thing, right, is we're only 1 year in, basically. I mean, this is the first official season of competitive play. A lot of people refer to last year as season 0, but Ruiz has already made a name for himself. He has a little bit, you know, of story from elsewhere previously. So for a player like that to walk in, and now he'd expect to walk onto this stage in his home country and be like, I am in control. I am the player that will take over everything. And now he's facing up against a player who just got a pentakill on Graves and basically, like, in certain games hard carried his team. DB, do you think as a player yourself, you've had that experience? Can he settle himself for this matchup?
I think it's going to be very interesting because Nacruz is obviously so young and talented, but at the same time, Ruiz has so much experience, so it's going to be interesting to see how those two are going to play it out.
Very interesting. Let's hear a little bit from our teams before we jump into our first game. Only a couple of minutes to go until we're there. Stuart, who have you got beside you?
This is probably the biggest game in the organization's history. You know, Wildrift, first year coming in, you're one best of 5 away from Icons. How does that feel?
I'm really excited. That's the first thing I can say, but we are prepared for this because we come to here to be exactly in this place. Now we're in the top 4 team in Europe, and I'm totally respecting GameLord. They're an amazing team. In the group stage, we played with them. It was a hard game, but I think it was the first game we showed them how Parla is strong. And the next game, we dominated against Formulation. I think we deserve to be here, and we also deserve to be in the Icons. So we will do best.
For sure, definitely. I think it's definitely been the surprise of the entire tournament. Now, coming into this, does your team feel any pressure at all? Obviously, coming in as the Turkish second seed as well, you're facing off against Europeans first seed. Haven't had the best of performance, but does your team feel pressure? Do you feel any pressure going into this series?
I think every team has like strengths, strong points, and they can do like mechanically maybe they're strong. There's one thing that we are really good at. Mentally, we are a really good team. I never seen any of my players, all this road to Barcelona, I never seen them getting excited or anything. That's why we are here. And this is the only thing that I'm not worried about. They're mentally ready and they will do their best.
For sure, and you mentioned briefly the group stage as well. Obviously, this is a Group B rematch. Last time you lost 2-1 to GameLord. Do you feel like your team has learned from the mistakes and learned from that best of 3 series?
Yeah, definitely. We made analysis. We know what are the weak points of us and what we have done wrong. To be honest, like they were the better side in the last map and they won the game. They well deserved from them. But we know our mistake, and today we will show that we can do the opposite side, and today we will be the winners, hopefully, and I'm just wishing the best to both teams. Good ones just wins the game.
For sure. It's going to be an exciting best of 5 series, Jaman. Thank you very much for joining me on this interview. There's also 2 other people that are going to be really excited for the series, and that is our casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yes, we are super excited to head into this series because before we head into the finals, into the best of 7, we have to decide which is going to be the 3rd team going to Icons.
And this is the more important game in my opinion, because this game decides whether or not you go to Icons. Well, like in the finals, it decides the seed, but here you go to Icons if you win, and you don't go to Icons if you lose.
I'm going to take some words from the interview. This is the only team we're not worried about. That is harsh. That is harsh. I mean, these guys come with some good mentality into this game.
Yeah, it's crazy to hear, but you can see it clearly, right? Like you can see when they're playing, they're like fully focused on the game. And as he said, like they're used to this live event, live stage already. I asked them as well, right? Like, are you guys feeling nervous? No, we're not.
No.
We're focused. We know our strengths, and you can clearly see it. That's the beauty, right? It's not just talk. You can clearly see it. They come in as the 2nd seed of Turkey, it was actually a weaker region than Europe on the online event. But here they're showing it. They beat out GameLord. They beat a game from GameLord, and they beat out Formulation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they took away 1 game from GameLord in the first day because this is a rematch of that best of 3 that went into the 3rd map, and this is going to be so interesting because I really want to see how these 2 teams have adapted. Have they done their homework? Because there's a lot to be done. I mean, GameLord yesterday felt so shaky when it came to the best of 5 versus Team Gesso, but I felt that Parla were just surpassed individually.
Yeah, definitely. The thing about GameLord is that I feel they're just lacking homework. These players individually are the best. These players individually are so damn good. And I even said like 3 of them, in my opinion, are the best in Europe. And then like having them lose to teams that are supposedly weaker really shows how important the draft is, how important the macro game is, how important preparation is, Noah.
And I want to talk about the draft. Now we head into the actual draft because I want to talk about one champion, and that champion is Karma. Yesterday we saw Parla biting the bait that Rixig threw away for them, taking the Karma, and they got counted by Rix's composition. But GameLord banned this champion from the blue side, which means I don't really think these guys feel so comfortable playing the Karma.
And I honestly, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I was gonna say I don't think there's gonna be Karma parity. I still gotta say it, but they did still ban it out. And the reason that I was gonna say that is because both GameLord and Parla have some incredibly good aggressive support players. Put them on the Leonas, put them on the Alistars, put them on the Set support team, put them on the Thresh. All these are the types of supports. And guys on the Galio, of course, GameLord bans out the Galio.
Yeah, they had such a bad time dealing with Guys' Gallia, because that was the series where he found 2 awesome engages onto 4 people in the river. Now, GameLord have done the homework, ban away the Galio, also the Olaf, and I want to talk about the Riven because this is going to be one high priority pick coming into this series. The Karma not so priority, but the Riven, not for such an amazing play with this champion. Lonely Kid took away the Riven in that 3rd game and won the series for GameLord.
And what I also want to be talking about is a few champions that are being left open: Yuumi, Lulu, and Jax. We know this is a power comp, and I love this Graves pick from Parla because it allows them to flex their composition. Do we just put Graves in the mid lane, or do we put him in the jungle and pick the Lulu and the Yuumi around it, or do we put him in the Baron lane? Like, you don't know where the Graves is gonna go, and GameLord is picking out the Corki. Redemption, it's a comfort pick, right? He loves to pick those champions like the Corki, like the Ziggs, like the Orianna. He just performs okay on them. And then we have the Jace as well. And we know GameLord can pull off Jace in a lot of different roles as well.
Yeah, definitely. You can put it in the top lane, you can put it in the jungle, you can put it in the mid lane, and that's gonna be the Morgana. This is interesting because, in my opinion, the Morgana was a key factor in the Rixig versus Paula series. We saw that out jungle from Rixig, and it was because Morgana, now you have the Yuumi as well, and that's a lot of protection for the Graves. I have to say, this is a page from Team Kess's book that you took away.
They just ripped the book from Team Kesa and be like, okay, we're gonna take it and we're gonna apply it ourselves. Lulu is still open as well, so now Parla has so many different things to do, and I love this Gragas pick. Gragas is such a powerful champion, and I'm sure Ruiz is gonna be playing it in the mid lane. He showed us what he's made of on that Gragas, and wow, I feel Parla is up against a dangerous composition right here.
Yeah, absolutely agree, because you have a lot of disengage with the explosive cast, you have long range with the Jason. No, you have to fight the fire with fire. They are running with the Shen, because GameLord faced some sort of the same composition yesterday, and it was Acolyte playing this Shen, who was such a big problem for GameLord.
And Parla bans out the Alistar, because yesterday's game we saw that Heste on the Alistar was able to deal the most damage from anyone on
that was crazy.
Yes, he dealt the most damage from anyone, so Parla doesn't want to deal with that, of course.
Yeah.
And this is the fear that you have when you're up against a support player like Heste. So what do you ban out as Parla right now? Do you ban another engaged support so Heste cannot pick it? I'm curious to see what they have.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they have. It's going to be the Jinzao to finish the bounce, the second bounce phase for GameLord, and now Parla. Are they going to keep focusing on Heste? Because there's a guy that I'm missing here. The Lulu is going to be on the way, but right now you can put Heste onto Rakan, for example.
But I don't quite get the Lulu ban, however, because Lulu doesn't work with Corki. It doesn't work that well. It's really not. It doesn't really synergize with any of the picks that GameLord has picked. I guess the only thing that GameLord could have done is pick the Lulu Jax combo. We know they can pull that off very, very well as well. But I feel like Lulu on Parla's side would have even been better. And right here we say GameLord pick the Renekton. Lonely Kid on the Renekton. That is a dangerous guy. And now what is Parla gonna pick to answer that Renekton?
I honestly think that you could have saved the Baron lane peak to the final, because right now you have the counter pick for Heste, and you already know what they are gonna pick in the support role. It's gonna be Nasus, probably Nasus Jimmy in the dual lane for Parla. Esports, and they need to round, and do the flex picks concretely. This Graves, where it's gonna be? It's gonna be for Bombi, it's gonna be for Cyrax, where is gonna be?
I have no idea where it's going to be. They picked the Garen, so Garen is in the Baron lane.
Yeah.
We have Graves likely in the mid lane, Nasus Yuumi in the bot lane, and then Morgana jungle. Now, I'm personally really not a fan of the Nasus Yuumi combo.
Ooh, no.
We see Nami. Heste is incredibly good on this Nami. He played it a lot as well, and we've seen what he can do. He's there for the disengages. When Graves tries to go in, he stops them all. I find it a bit of a weird Parla draft, but we can just see and find out what's going to happen in the game.
Well, what I don't like about the Parla composition is that it's made out of champions who just run forward. You don't have got closest besides, I don't know, Graves dash or anything. You're going to have the Garen spinning, Nasus running forward, and you have the Yuumi, but is that going to be enough? Because you're facing slows from Nami, you're facing Renekton. Those are champions that can't really counter your strategy.
Now, what they do have is a lot of support for the Graves. First of all, you
is true.
You have the Garen Garen with the Black Cleaver, who shreds all of the armors with the third ability. Secondly, and this is a thing that not many people see and talk about, is the Nasus third ability. It also reduces armor, so you throw that on top of the enemy. You go in with the Garen, you put Yuumi on the Graves, and Morgana shields him as well. He can go ham on the enemy. He could even run a full crit build and just absolutely two-shot the enemy.
That's gonna be the key, you know? We yesterday got to see an immortal Graves. He had Lulu, he had Jimmy, he had everything, and it was enough to take the game for Team Cass back then. Now, guys, we're heading on to the break for the first Paula and Game Lord game is going to be, I think this is not going to be a short series. Honestly, I really expect 5 games from this, considering what happened during the group phase.
Yeah, definitely. And this indeed really feels like a page out of the book of Team Queso. And as we head into this game, to confirm, indeed, as I said, it's the Morgana jungle, it's the Garen in the Baron lane, Graves in the mid lane, and then Katse on the Nasus, and then Guys on the Yuumi.
Yeah, and they took a page from the Team Cass's book, and they took a page from the Rick's GG book with that Morgana for Bambi. That is going to clear so fast the jungle. Yeah. The question is, can Zefta follow the rhythm?
And this is the beauty of Parla as well. We know that they like to be aggressive, and Morgana is the champion to be aggressive. Absolutely. Clear your jungle, be a level ahead of the enemy. As you can see, this is what Morgana can do. She can do this, she can put the pull down, clear out both of them, and clear out her jungle the fastest from any other jungler. Clear it out, invade. This is what I'm expecting from Parla.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this is what happened to Parla yesterday in the Rixig versus Parla, and then I remember Morgana invading and taking away both your Gurm and your blue buff as well, and that was a hell of an advantage. But people is expecting Game Lord to take out this series. So far, it's going to be a long one. Lonely Kid also pushing, and you know, we were talking about head-to-head matchups here, but I am really excited about what can Necris and Lonely Kid pull up, because in my opinion, these are the star players from this team.
Yeah, and it's funny that we're mentioning Nakras and Lonely Kid, because we saw in prior games that Parla actually likes to switch out Nakras to the Baron lane and then put Cyrex in the mid lane and then build that whole breaker on the Graves. Although I don't think they'll do it this game because of that particular composition. They have the team fighting composition. So in this game, I don't think they're going to put it off, but definitely, if I could call star players in both team, Lonely Kid for sure, and then Nakras on Parla's side as well.
I mean, the last game of the Game Lord versus Parla was all Lonely Kid with amazing plays with the Riven, you know. They took away the Riven from Nakras and it paid off in the end. But it's being such a, you know, staple the early game. We're watching, Game Lord Katse is in some trouble, but it is okay. You have a lot of sustain in this dual lane. You have the Yuumi, you have also Nasus is gonna heal up. But Zefta is in here and they are hard pushing this lane.
Zefta's gonna be falling behind a lot right here. He actually skipped out his entire blue jungle while Bambi took everything but one jungle cap, and he's going to be clearing out the Rift Scuttler as well. He's going to be reaching level 5 very, very soon. Yeah, and he's already super ahead of Zefta. Not gold-wise, but experience-wise.
I really think that teams are not, you know, abusing of this Morgana as they should, because she's the fastest Lonely Kid and they be in trouble. And you're not going to find the mining in here. Bambi is just helping out Iris to push the Baron lane as well. Riz is level 5 right now, and this is really, really, really important because you want to have that Gragas online. Has to make its way towards the top side. This guy never stops, even with the Nami. This is a 2 versus 1. This team came through by Lonely Kid. The bubble dodge by Cyrex using the flash, and that was a key flash.
And this is the Heste we know, just forcing the flash from Cyrex before the Dragon and before the Rift Herald. So during the next Dragon and the Rift Herald, if they catch Cyrex, a champion, which is Garen without mobility, he's just dead. So what a beautiful gank from Heste. Even though he wasn't able to get that kill, he was able to force out a very, very important summoner spell right before the first objective.
And this is what we were discussing back in the draft, because right now Cyrex only can go forward, and you have to face Gragas with explosive cast, the body slam, Heste's ultimate, and also the first ability, and all the kids with the stuns. You have to face exhaust. Even if you get there to the back lane, you're gonna be in such a huge trouble. You're not ready to deal with the first neutral objective, and that was an issue for Parla so far in this tournament, the neutral objectives.
And what I find very interesting is the fact that Bambi wasn't able to farm as well as Zefta, because as you can see, Bambi's sitting on 2.6k gold. Oh, okay.
We had a solo kill in the Parla versus Game Lord. Cyrex solo killed Lonely Kid. I think it was in the first game, and that was absolutely unexpected, and it almost happened again.
I want to talk about the builds right now because Gamelord has a massive, massive advantage during the first objective. They have Corki with the package, they have Ruiz with the Luden's Echo, and they have Zefta with the finished item as well, as opposed to only Katse having a Fimbo Winter right now. There is absolutely no way Parla should be taking this fight right now. So all Parla has to do right now, try to potentially kill Lonely Kid, sneak away that Rift Herald, and just give away the dragon.
Yeah, definitely. You have to play the crossmatch. You have to focus into the first Rift Herald because you can't win that fight right now with the tools that you have. Even though we have the first item for Graves in the middle and the first item for Natus in the dual lane, but that is simply not enough. You can deal with Redemption with the package, and Redemption, we saw that he abused a lot of the Corki, and he had some amazing packages so far in this tournament.
I love this from Parla. Yes. I absolutely love this from Parla. They do not take the fight, even though it's a very important dragon. Yes. We've seen Cloud Dragon be an absolute game-changing dragon, but Parla understands we cannot fight against this composition of Gamelord. Corki still has his package and did not use it whatsoever. They didn't have the item advantage, and funnily enough, Nakres is indeed taking the full crit path. So I believe that I've called out their composition, which is the Garen goes in, spins around, applies the Black Cleaver, and then you reduce the armor as well with the Nasus, and then Nakres just goes for full crit and one-shots them.
You know, what I really love about Parla is that they seem to understand really well how their compositions work and when to fight and when to avoid the fighting. You know, they were just, you know, surpassing visually, and as Timber, Vixie, they seem to be just a better team, but these guys have a lot of potential coming to this tournament. Gamelord needs to take this game so seriously, and they had a lot of issues yesterday dealing with Team K. So they had a lot of issues the first day dealing with Parla as well. Beware Nakres that you may be in trouble. The ball's line came out from Ruiz. The last chapter, Nakres is still alive. The explosive car.
He's alive!
Here, Nakres somehow still alive. Oh! For another house. 2 kills for Gamelord so far in this fight. Katse was a bit late, and I really thought that Nakres was gonna make it out alive.
It was the Nami ultimate from Heste that barely killed him. It was so close, but Bambi is in trouble.
Bobby, the Soul Shackle's coming in. Proto buff for Lonely Kid, and that's gonna be another kill for Gamelord. That's Marsh's spot in the early game.
And Gamelord is ahead by 3,000 gold, and although Parla was able to get the turret, they get 2 turrets actually, which I would say is good. They were able to get 2 turrets. They gave away the bot lane turret, but they did give away 3 kills. And when giving away kills, actually it's Heste that got the 2 kills, which I find very interesting, because normally you don't really want to be giving gold to your support, but we know Heste can carry the game himself.
I mean, he did the most damage with the Alistar. What can he do with the Nami? I'm really wondering about what can he do. But the fact that Nakres with just 1 item and a cat, because the cat counts as well, could have made it alive 2 versus 3 or 4. It's really a thing that Gamelord needs to keep in mind to deal with them. I really want those Grievous Wounds, those anti-heal items popping off in Gamelord's inventories.
And essentially what this game is about is you either catch Nakres and kill him, or you lose the fight.
Yeah,
but Gamelord has the tools for
this. Look at this. Oh guys, so wise, but the bubble has been really, really amazing. Katse about to die. The last chapter coming from Yumi, but Katse
again his ultimate.
Dummies.
It's again the Heste ultimate with the Nami. How does he do it? He just snipes him out and he kills him yet again.
Absolutely, yes, and now it's going to be so difficult for Parla is to defend this tower from Gamelord's siege. They are retreating in order to, you know, to help Zefta to push towards the Baron lane side. And Parla Esports, you know, they are getting so behind in this first game.
And this is the Heste we know about. And as I continue talking about the win condition of Gamelord, it's killing Nakres, right?
Definitely.
There is a few ways that they can do it, and they have really good ways. The first one is Ruiz engaging on him, right? We know the Gragas has it in him. He's gonna go for full AP Gragas. He engages, he knocks him back with the explosive casket, and he gets killed. That's the best way. But the second way is Heste on Nami. If he's able to hit the bubble, the Aqua Prison, or his ultimate, they can also get a kill. Here we can see an example on Katse. Boom! Bubble gets hit and he's just dead. And it's a Nasus, who is a tankier champion than Graves. So Nakres has to be incredibly careful in the late game to not get hit by those skill shots from the Nami, and then also to be able to avoid Ruiz on the Gragas.
I really think what makes her such a, and I'm quoting, tanky sort of champion is not about the resistances. It's about if he can keep dealing damage, he's gonna heal out himself. And it's like tanky but not tanky. It's cheating tanky. You know, if I'm explaining myself. If he can keep his pathing, dealing damage in the team fight. He's gonna be alive with the Yumi onto him, but otherwise, if you get burst, there's no way that Graves is gonna make it alive. Ruiz trying to, avoid that Drake for Paula Esports, but they took the neutral objective. While, Gamelord, he was playing the cross, but they are summoning right now here the Rift Herald, and that's gonna be bye-bye for the mid tower.
And the Mountain Dragon is a pretty decent dragon for Parla. Ooh, the Rift Herald did not even charge yet, Noah.
It's gonna be second tower. Yeah, it is gonna be second tower. But okay, Gamelord is not
they're gonna get it.
With the Hyper Prison once again. Amazing. Bambi may be in trouble right now, and they are trying to defend their Rift Herald.
Oh
it's
no,
so
the Herald!
It's so low, it's so low. They defended it and they killed the Rift Herald. That was a misplay from Gamelord.
And this is great from Parla, because the Mountain Dragon is a very, very good dragon for them, as they have Garen. Mountain Dragon is going to make him tankier. They have the Graves. As we said, he needs to get one shot, but now he has more HP. And as we look into this Coca-Cola pop-off, it is going to be the first Rift Herald that pushed in, but Bambi unfortunately got caught out by Lonely Kid. And here you can see the power of Renekton. He goes in and he just destroys him. And Heste is right there in case he doesn't get the kill. Heste gets the kill. I mean, look at these guys. They were happy to get those first kills. And we could hear them behind them as well, Noah.
Absolutely understandable. I mean, Lonely Kid damage with the Protocol was absolutely insane. And he, I was talking about Lonely Kid and Nagras, and those are the guys that had the capability of popping off in this game and this series and carrying out for their teams. Here comes a binding by Bambi, but Bambi, you're in 1v2. Explosive gun to safety. Lonely Kid was not even in trouble. He doesn't even care.
He doesn't even care. Heste is there to save him anyways. This is the Heste we know, Noah. This is the Heste that we keep talking about. I'm trying to convince you how good this guy is, because this guy is, in my opinion, an unrivaled support. Such an incredible player. And I feel now he's coming online now. I mean, look at him. He's 2,000 gold ahead of guys. This is a thing that is unheard of. We're 11 minutes into the game, and he's 2,000 gold ahead. 7k compared to 5k gold.
He has the most kills in his team.
Yes.
3-0-1. I mean, this Nami is another carry. You have to respect that right now, because he's finding some really beautiful aggro prison. The Tsunamis are on point as well, and he's healing up his team all over and over and over again. Even though, which team would you say that skills better right now?
Which team skills better? Now, that's the question of the century we have right now, right? In my opinion, both. It depends. Can you one-shot Graves? Then you win as Gamelord. If you can't, then Parla wins for sure. That is how it works.
Okay, Bambi going in. The Aqua Prison was not that good this time, and here comes the last chapter of the story that Jimmy is telling to you. The damage Bambi may be in trouble now. Going into the Sazes, Scepter joining the Aqua Prison, dodged it, but right now they took down Morgana. It's a 1-1 as Ruiz was taken down by Paula Esports, and this was their first kill. But one huge problem for Paula is they almost lost this team fight being 4v5.
It was a 4v5, but there you could see it, right? They did not kill Nakras, they lost the fight. And even though it was a 4 versus 5, we can clearly see this is how it works for Parla. And I'm sure Gamelord has already figured this out. Because here we can see Parla was actually able to cut. Oh, what a beautiful Morgana first ability right there. They rooted Redemption, but Redemption stasis out of it. There was a beautiful stasis, but here we can see it, right? Like, Ruiz tried to engage, but they didn't kill Nakras. And after that, you don't win the team fight anymore. So this is the danger that Gamelord has in this game. If you're unable to kill Nakras, and this is only the early mid game, right? Like right now, Nakras only has 2 items, but once he gets 3, 4, and 5 items, you have to one-shot him.
And now he's gathering some major resistance in here. Has enchantment, the Q's is enchantment, you have Bloodthirster, you have Sunbracer. I mean, he's becoming the carry that we expect from Paula. And he's been the carry for Paula all through this tournament so far. Here we have it, the Nakras versus Lonely Kid. Expected that we had it in the silent, but now Lonely Kid looks super scary. 2 items and a half, almost seen 3 items on the verse of the 3rd item as well. That Renekton is a massive destruction machine.
Yeah, and Lonely Kid actually opted for the Death Stance instead of a Blade of the Rune King's 2nd item, which means he's a stronger team-fighting tank, but he's not as strong in a 1v1 yet. Once he finishes that Blade of the Rune King, he's gonna be able to easily 1 versus 1 Nakras on that Graves.
There's gonna be a huge fight over this. This Drake, Hats is here as well. Nakras and guys are all 10 players that gathered all around this Ocean Drake, but it looks like it's going to be so easily for Gamelord. The binding was short on range, and Cyrax, you are all alone in here. You better run. He had to flash away. Here comes the tidal wave from Nami Ruiz with a beautiful explosive cast, but Cyrax is still alive. Disengaged from Paula Esports, but they lost the neutral objective once again.
And Cyrax did get caught out, but Bambi with a beautiful black shield saved him from Heste's ultimate. And this is what they have to do. This is their one way to win this game. Block something with the black shield. Block Ruiz's engage. Block Heste's Aqua Prison. Block something that can stop Nakras, and you'll be fine. Because they have Katse on the Nasus with the Stoneblade enchant. They have Cyrex on the Garen with the Black Cleaver and the Stoneblade enchant. As I said, you don't die. You keep fighting. You have those tanks. You shred their armors, and you save Nakras. He also has a Bloodthirster. And he's going for magic resist. So it's just, if you can keep that momentum going, and Bambi.
Okay, Bambi, stasis coming through by Redemption. He's okay with this. You force the stasis, and right now for the next team fight, Corki is gonna be so exposed. He have flash, yeah, and he have exhaust, but without that stasis, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for Redemption.
And Lonely Kid on that Renekton sitting on 3 items right now, just as well as Zefta sitting on 3 items as well. GameLord is looking so powerful. They're 6k ahead, and we can see it with these items. So Parla is gonna have such a hard time dealing with it. Ruiz also just picked up a Rabadon's Death Cap, so this is just a massive power spike for GameLord right now.
I really understand why Nakras went into the Malphal Mortis as a 3rd item, but Lonely Kid just never stops. It feels like Parla wants to fight 5v5, but they have to deal with Lonely Kid somehow, and I feel like they don't have the resources to do so. And step by step, we're here because Cyrus is facing Lonely Kid, silencing him, but I really feel like Parla are running out of ideas to deal with GameLord in this game.
Yeah, and as we can see right here, GameLord is even taking away the blue buff. It's the gold lead. They're nearly 10k ahead. They're like 8,000 gold ahead right now. You know, this kind of felt like a game that Parla was doing okay in, but GameLord is just winning the map game. They're winning the map game. They're denying farm from Parla, and even though they didn't win every single fight convincingly, Lonely Kid has been able to push 2 turrets in the bot lane. They were able to get the majority of the objectives, and they're just winning this game right now.
Yeah, they are just winning this game. So much gold advantage for GameLord in this first map. We have Lonely Kid in an amazing state right now. Even though, I mean, Hesse is being the main carry. You know, 3-0 for the Nami. It just never stops. The damage is being, overwhelming for support in the early stages of the game. But right now, what can Parla do there? Just holding back, trying to defend the inner towers, which is being such a hard job for them. They couldn't defend the second tower in the bottom lane. Lonely Kid are taking those step by step, and opening them up for them is being such a hard task.
And as we look into the gold counts of everyone, like just look at it one by one. Lonely Kid 1.5k ahead. Zefta 3,000 gold ahead. Mid lane is behind, but then if you look at the Dragon lane, Redemption and Heste, each of them is also 2,000 gold ahead. Yes. This is such a huge problem for Parla because they're just falling so behind. And Katse actually decided to go for the Deadman's Blade on Nasus. He's not taking the damaging approach, which is going for a Liandry's and Rylai's Scepter. He's going for the actual full tank approach. And Cyrex and Katse are going to be 2 tanks, but I still feel it's a bit dangerous because Nakras still can get one shot.
Yeah, I guess it still can be one shot. They're trying to siege this in the tower in the Baron lanes for all 5 members of GameLord here. But yeah, it feels like Parla has enough wave clear to deal with this. Cyrus goes in. If he gets a bit chained down, it doesn't matter because you have the Yuumi and Garen Yuumi. It's such a beautiful pairing. I know what I'm talking about. I come from League of Legends and we had this a long time ago. It was really disgusting. And now he's just so tanky, He's a tank, sitting on 3 items. You have the Black Cleaver. I had this feeling back in the GameLord versus Parla series, and it was all about this moment. The 4th Drake, the Inferno Drake, the other one, and Parla made its way into the Riven, the first ones.
And Parla has a huge disadvantage right now because Redemption on the Cork is sitting on 3 items and on the package. So Parla just needs to wait it out. You never want to be dealing with this package, but GameLord could decide to start off this Dragon to kind of force a fight on Parla. So Parla knows it, right? Parla knows Redemption as a package, we don't want to fight. So I'm interested to see how GameLord decides to apply enough pressure to force a fight, Noah.
Yeah, definitely, because right now I think they want to fight around that Drake. I know they did it the first day, and it wasn't good for them. The Aqua Prison that came through.
The damage.
That damage is respectable. Bambi wants to go in as he pulled out the black shield on himself. But tense moment in here as Parla was able to defend once again the middle. And look at this, GameLord are just taking over the Drake.
And GameLord has the Ocean Dragon as well, right? Like, we know Parla has the Yuumi to heal, but Yuumi is going to be running out of mana. As we can see, Yuumi is already sitting on 30% mana, so it's very dangerous. Gamelord is just going to heal up passively by hitting the enemy with the Ocean Dragon, while Parla has to use a lot of mana on guys on that Yuumi to be healing up.
And yeah, right now they are resetting. You know, we're watching Graves, Morgana, also Garen going back to base, and Gamelord just left that Inferno Drake alive. I think they're going for it right now, but they are, you know, I feel like they are a bit scared of what Kampala composition do in that river, just from the experience, because you watch the gold and it feels like Parla can do nothing.
And the further we get into this game, the better it is for Parla, because the gold difference is not going to be as big as there is a fight.
Yeah, definitely. Bambi maybe in trial protocol going in. Bambi about to die. He went into the sauces on the soul shackles. He's exhausted. Connecting Bam Morgana is down. Another beautiful Aqua Prison, and the cat is dead. This fight is gonna be full game load. Exhausted Garen had to flash away. This is a fight versus still flash from Hesse. Beautiful Aqua Prison. This guy is carrying out the game for his team. 4 men down from Parla Esports. Only Nacris is alive, and the Drake is gonna be so easily free for Gamelord.
And that is it for Parla. Unfortunately, Bamba on that Morgana got caught out by Lonely Kid, and then Guys as well. Just as he headed out of one of his teammates, he got destroyed by Ruiz. He just got CC'd, which means he cannot go back into his teammate. And right here we can see it, Gamelord securing the Elder Infernal Dragon with 2 other dragons. And even though we saw Parla win,
you don't want to 1v1 this right now. You don't want to 1v1 this right now, because Renekton is gonna smash you down. And he did it. 1 in 10 in the kill counting for Gamelord, and it looks like Hell's Devil, they're gonna take over this game.
yeah, and now as Parla's composition, which is built around all of these tanks, you have to deal with the true damage from the Elder Infernal Dragon, and this is just horrible. This is horrible for Parla. There is just absolutely no way they should be able to win team fights unless they get a very lucky Morgana catch. But then Gamelord has the stasis and chance for it, and here we can see it in the replays. The team fight was already over when Morgana just got killed for free.
Welcome, Paula. Now they're heading on to the Baron Nash that Gamelord is trying, you know, to rush down. It feels like they can do nothing. Here comes biting from Morgana.
Wow.
You're just being obliterated. The tidal wave. Okay, that was a huge tsunami, and Zyrax is the only one alive because he was downside. He was in the bottom lane, otherwise he would be done as well.
Yeah, Parla is just trying to desperately steal the Baron. This is the only way to possibly win a game like this. You know, it's a best of 5 series. They're gonna be down 0-1, but it's okay. Learn from this game and draft next game. Gamelord showing a much better performance, by the way, than we saw earlier from them. This was a much more consistent game. All of them played it very, very well. And even though Parla fully focused everything on Nacres, Gamelord is ending the game right now.
Yeah, right now, full focus on to the Nexus. Game 1 is Gamelord's game. They put the 1-0 so far, this best of 5 series. They looked shaky yesterday, but not anymore.
Yeah, that was an amazing victory, and this is very important to get the momentum going for Gamelord, because they were indeed looking shaky, but now they got it right back. They're 1-0 ahead in this best of 5 series. They need 2 more games to win the series, and they just showed Parla what they're made of, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they avoided, you know, the 5-5 situations until they were so ahead in terms of goal. The Lonely Kid was such a killing machine that they knew they were gonna win no matter what, and it was all about that peak on Morgana in the last time. You know, you take down Morgana, you take down Jimmy, you're gonna be 5 versus 3. You're gonna win that. You're gonna be Inferno, Elder Drake, and the game is absolutely done. You can do nothing.
Yeah, and this draft could have worked for Parla, but it's just Heste. My God, this player is just way too good. He played this game so well. Bubble after bubble, indeed. He hit everything. He was everywhere on the map. And as I said, this is the Heste we know. This is normal Heste, Noah. This is normal Heste. This is how Gamelord should have been earlier in.
Yeah, we missed it. We missed it yesterday. Definitely, guys. But this has been everything from the first game, guys. We're gonna be on to the second one after a small break.
till you see a breakthrough. That's right. Come on. Why? You know we're gonna break through.
Welcome back to the WREC third place match. We're determining our last seed for Icons, and with Gamelord taking on Parla, we were kind of expecting, would it be, well, we were asking, I should say, would it be the Parla that we saw from the rest of the group stage, or would it be Gamelord pulling out their playoffs run from the online portion? Of course, Hellsbreaker joining us here as we're swapping up the caster desk throughout the day to make sure that you see your favorite casters on all of these positions. Ryu, I know you are very, 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 very enthusiastic about the draft for this series. So for the game one, what were your thoughts?
My thoughts are, I mean, it's all over the place because I actually really like what Gamelord is doing here. They're going back to what is working for them. Coming into the WREC qualifiers, they were dominating the entire region with these picks. Redemption on the Corgi, put Guris on something he likes to play on, and Zephyr on the Jace, which is also a really good pick for them overall. So they're sticking to what they know works for them. On the other hand, Parla is going away from their comfort, which I don't really like at all. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of high priority on the Corgi for Katze. We've also seen them really like this team fight-oriented team conversations, and now they're doing what Team Kesselv did. We're kind of seeing at this offline event a meta shaping up where teams are going in two different directions, and I think, you know, Parla is trying to see what Team Kesselv did to see if they can do the same with Nacris, who's an amazing player, can maybe pull it off, and Gamelord going back to what they know. So, so far, I mean, it's working better for Gamelord.
Yeah, it didn't look quite so convincing for Parla in today's series, and I know that the Nami was a focus from Gamelord DB that you wanted to talk about. It's Hester picking up a pick we've seen before.
Like Rio already said it, Gamelord is going back to their roots, and we have seen Hester also play Nami, and his Nami was actually crazy, because Nami is typically an enchanter that is there for peeling, but he used it very well to actually make plays happen, looking like him being on a playmaking aggressive support that's just going in, but he just makes it look like that, and his Nami was crazy, hitting those bubbles and those ultimates in combination with the Gragas. Him and Ruiz did such an amazing job.
It was so disgusting we had to hide it at first by the camera, so now you get to see 509.
And now you get to see how disgusting it truly was. Hester was nearly 4,000 gold ahead, and Hester is back, guys. Hester is back. This is it. This is what we expect from this player. He just hard carries the game. He's everywhere. He even had the most kills in the early game, and you can clearly see Gamelord falls apart if Hester doesn't play well. But if Hester plays well, you can see it. Just a clean victory.
This graph is what European Wildrift fans came to expect from Gamelord. Almost every single game they won looked like this, where they just smothered teams out. There were very few teams that could actually compete against them, and we have seen them struggle a little bit. I would say one other position that looked a lot better in this game specifically, Ruiz. He got the Gragas DB. You know, we've talked about the flexibility of Gragas can be played in top lane, but for Ruiz, I think it's such a good pick for starting fights.
Yeah, I think his ultimates were so amazing at picking off people. Like both him and Hester, their synergy was absolutely amazing. They just kept picking off people one by one by one, and obviously the ultimate is so good at disengaging and at the same time at catching people off guard.
And at the same time, you cannot talk about a Gamelord victory without Lonely Kid being highlighted. This guy on carry champions always delivers. It's amazing to see him yesterday a little bit on the weak side, but when he's strong sided and get those carry champions, he absolutely pops off. So, I mean, this is the Gamelord we were expecting coming in. This is a Gamelord we are expecting to play like this the rest of the games, and if they continue like this, it's going to be a really hard team to stop.
It is, and as we check out our play of the game, I think it's one of the things, we saved all of like the best adjectives, like amazing, insane, you know, for this Gamelord that we were expecting to see, but like, this is the first time we're really able to say.
Just look at the Renekton damage doing so much work there, and then the Nami ultimate hitting them all in combination with the Corki package, just doing so much damage, and now they're just chasing them down, and obviously, look at Hester, he's gonna flash and hit that bubble again, catching someone off.
Some lessons learned as well, I think, in the draft. Like, Galio not being there for Parla is a big factor in their team fighting.
Yeah, clearly. And I feel Gamelord has done their research this time, right? Like, they saw what worked for Rix, which is essentially ban out the Galio. Ban out the Galio and do your thing, pick your good picks, and you'll be fine. And I was talking to the manager from Parla, and I tried to get some juice. I didn't get anything, unfortunately. But he said we have some other stuff prepared as well.
Okay, interesting. Well, we'll see whether they give us any more information as we head to an interview. I believe this time it'll be from Gamelord with Carmeline.
everyone, I'm Carmeline here with Kuki from Game Lord, and well, of course, we need to talk this first victory for you, very important one to start the series. This past few games for you have been complicated. People are talking about how Game Lord was a favorite, now not so much, but this is your time to prove that you can be kings again. So, are you feeling any pressure about it, and how the players taking it?
We don't have really pressure. We know what we have to do today to make it to Singapore. I think the first match was very well, and we will continue to play like this.
Okay, there's something that I also want to talk about. Last time you faced Paula, they took the second game away from you. So how do you plan to avoid this from happening again?
So the first day we played them, I think we were not already in the competition. You know, it was the first day. I think today we know that it's our last chance to go in Singapore, and we will give everything to make it. You know.
Okay, and last question here, Lonely Kid. You said that he had loads of potential within the entire roster of Game Lord. Are you feeling proud of his performance in this game?
Yeah, I'm proud of him, and it's his first time in the stage, so he has probably a lot of pressure. But I'm here to help him to be confident and not stress too much.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Merci, Vicky. We're going back with the casters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. Yeah, I really can tell that Lonely Kid felt confident. I mean, the place spoke for him.
For sure, on that Renekton going in for that play of the game as well, onto the Morgana as well, following up with Redemption on Corki, as they mentioned on the analyst test, one of them comfort picks that he is comfortable on and has been comfortable on throughout the whole of the WREC. And this is the Game Lord that we kind of expected coming into this tournament. I feel like after the first day they were very, very shaky.
Yes.
But now they're coming into it. This is their last chance to get to Icons. They know they've got the pressure, but they also have to stay calm and have to make sure that they get their spot.
Yeah, definitely. They want to take the last ticket to Singapore. Oh, the fact is that it feels like Game Lord have done the homework, you know. It was what we expected for him after yesterday, also after the first day. I'm really, really happy to see that Balugana. By the way, you were asking for it.
Yep.
In the small SOA section. You were asking for it, and you got it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's obvious now. I think Formulation made the mistake by not banning Galio. Obviously, they lost that series against Parla. I think Rick's learned from that. They just banned out Galio every game, and now Game Lord are doing the same thing. As long as you ban out like Galio, guys has not looked as confident on other champions as the Galio. Maybe they might leave it open for some of the games this series, because it is a best of 5 as well. So you do have a lot of leeway as well. You know, maybe some time to practice and not practice some new things, but try out some new things as well. I think that's what Parla did in the first game. I think they tried out some new things. You know, Bambi on the Morgana instead of Katsei, who normally takes the Morgana instead. So they're trying new things, but it didn't really work out for them. So now I'm expecting them to go back to what they're comfortable with.
Back to the roots, no?
Yeah, for sure.
It's all about it, guys. We're gonna head on to the second peaks and bans of this best of 5 series. On the stake is the last ticket to Singapore, to Icons, to represent the EMEA region. And now Paula is going to the red side. We were discussing in the first game about the karma, because, you know, Game Lord brought her away from the blue side yesterday. Paula didn't have such a good time playing her. So what do you expect around this pick?
I think it's always going to be banned away. I mean, it's very, very unlikely that Parla will leave it open. Even though we saw that Game Lord are probably not going to play it as well, because they banned it on the blue side, like you said. So maybe they can leave it open, and maybe Game Lord will prioritize something else different. And we'll have to see about that. But no surprises that Parla has picked the red side. They want to try and get that that last pick, that counter pick, whether they decide to take it. They want 2 power picks instead of 1 as well. Interestingly enough, Game Lord ban out the core key. No, so instead of actually thinking about first picking the core key, they're actually going to ban it away, because Parla probably will take it in that second rotation on the red side.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, because I mean, you're gonna have to power pick from the blue side to from the red side, and we do Katsu is really comfortable when it comes to this core key. The Olaf has been taken away from Bambi as well. I think Olaf, it's been banned all Parla games so far in this tournament. I mean, Bambi couldn't even ever get to play this champion.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf, I think in general is just a really, really strong champion right now. When you combo it with them Enchanter support, you know, like the Karma, like the Yumi, the Lulu, and everything as well. Riven first pick now instead, so not focusing on that Graves that Parla did in that first game. So now it'll be interesting to see if Parla are gonna pick up that Graves for Nakrez again. I feel like Parla have they tried a similar sort of style, but the Irelia is open. So we saw that Game Lord on day number 1, they were prioritizing that Irelia every single game. Zefta was picking the Irelia, but now they go for Riven instead. Bit of a different pick for them, and now they're going to go for Irelia and also the Ziggs as well. So interesting. I would expect that to go over to Katsei in the duo lane, but we have seen it in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, you have to consider Ziggs as a flex pick so far. But it is interesting because both the Irelia and the Riven were by the way in the first game, but now things have changed a lot, and the Riven had a lot of priority between these two teams. More concretely speaking, right now it's going to be the Renekton. Once again, a lot of flex picks coming in because where is going to be Renekton? Where is going to be the Riven? Is Riven going to be for Zefta and Renekton for Lonely Kid once again?
Yeah, I think the Lonely Kid on the Renekton looked really, really strong game number
really
1.
Solid.
I don't think Cyrix could really do anything as the
But
Garen.
also with the Riven, he did look
Oh yeah,
strong,
for sure, 100%. Yeah, I mean, they also going Garen as well.
That's a solid front lane.
Yeah, that is a really, really big front line. 3 bruisers in that front line as well. I think it will probably be, now that Garen's been picked, Ruiz in mid lane with Garen. We've seen him play it before. He is quite comfortable with the Garen mid lane. Then you're going to go Zefta in the jungle with Riven, and then I think it's going to be that Renekton top lane.
Yeah, let's see if it goes that well right now. Oh, this is interesting. And the question is who's going to be playing this Vayne, because we have the 6 right now. I don't know if it's going to be Fukatse, and the Vayne is going to be on his solo lane, maybe the mid lane, maybe the Baron lane, but I'm really loving the Vayne because she gets rid so easily from all those front lane champions.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vayne is a very, very smart pick, but now I'm expecting Game Lord to actually ban away some Enchanter supports.
You better shoot.
Because I think with Vayne, you need that Enchanter support with, you know, Lulu, Yumi, maybe potentially Nami as well. One of them Enchanter supports, because Vayne normally does better when you have them shields and have them heals to help her out.
Yes.
But as you mentioned, you know, Vayne is a really good pick against Garen, against Renekton, against Riven, because they're going to be big, beefy front lines. So Lulu's been banned away, probably going to be maybe the Yumi next. We'll have to see. But normally with Vayne, with an aggressive bot lane duo with that support role, doesn't really do too well because Vayne needs that protection. But like you said, you know, the Vayne could potentially be in the mid lane and also the Baron lane as well.
Okay, this is interesting because Braum does a really good job as well with all those front lane champions, you know, spreading the passive away, and you can stack it so easily with the Irelia, also the Vayne in your team, because you have 2 auto-attacker champions. So the fact is that now you have Yumi on the loose, and it synergizes well with the Vayne, but also with Irelia, because Irelia can dive in if she has the cat on top of her. It's gonna be a really easy ult for Yumi.
Looks like to me Xin Zhao. I mean, the graphic behind's changed, but the graphic... There we go. Changed on one part, but not on the other part. But yeah, Xin Zhao, I think it's a really good disengaged champion as well for Bambi. I think, like you said, with all these engaged champions, with Garen that wants to go in, Renekton wants to go in, Riven wants to go in as well, I think that Xin Zhao ultimate will push them all away.
Yes.
The same with potentially Irelia as well, with the crowd control, and also you got the Vayne condemn. But at the moment, I feel like you still need more protection from Parla, because you can have Ziggs and Vayne in the backline, but you really only have Xin Zhao as kind of there as to kind of protect them, because Irelia just wants to go in and get the stacks as much as possible.
You know, in other contexts, I've think about Nami as an enchanted support that is gonna buff the champions and also good for disengage and stuff, but in Hess's hands it's just another engager, and you have the Seraphine. Okay, I'm really loving this from Game Lord. I really think they've done their homework. You have a lot of engage, and also Seraphine synergizes so well with Riven, Renekton and Garen, 3 of them going forward, you know, helping Seraphine to find a really, really, really long encore. That's gonna be some problem for Paula Esports in here.
I did not expect Redemption to play Seraphine, I'll be totally honest. I mean, he likes the mages. He normally plays Ori. Yeah, he played Orianna before. He has played Ziggs before as well. I think he played it probably in the regular season. I think I think when Seraphine was really, really popular with Sona before, that was a combo. It's Thresh in the duo lane as a support role, but it's quite nice for disengage, to be fair, with the Lantern.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it gives us that extra mobility to champions such as Ziggs. Also, the Vayne is going to be Crayfield for that Lantern. And yeah, guys, guys knows very well how this champion works. He played it in the past, and I think it is the first Thresh so far that we've seen this tournament.
I think you're right. I think it is the first Thresh.
I really miss the Thresh coming.
I think Thresh is always that playmaking champion, you know, with the hooks, with the flays, with the box as well. But like you said, it also offers that disengage with the lantern, because Ziggs is going to be struggling because you're going to have 3 bruisers diving on top of you. The same with the Vayne as well. Even though she does have a little bit of mobility, you still have that lantern there to protect her, to pull her back on away from the rest of the team. I feel like Ziggs and Vayne are going to have a very difficult time this game, even with the Thresh as well, because you don't have that enchanter support to protect them. You don't have anyone really to protect her at all, really. So it's going to be interesting because like you said, you have the Seraphine ultimate, and if you've got Gownd, Renekton and Riven in front of you, that Seraphine ultimate is going to extend, and it'll probably extend all the way into the backline onto Ziggs and Vayne.
And so easily, I have to say, because you know you have the 3 frontliners that are gonna do the job of spreading your ult. So far, I really think what I really love about the game mode composition, you know, is the simplicity, the easy execution. You know what you want to do. You want to go forward. You're gonna use the Seraphine core to, you know, to enable your team to engage or to disengage if it's necessary. And Paula's composition on the other side is a bit more difficult to execute.
It's Nakrez, Vayne, mid lane.
I expected it.
Wow. Vayne mid is a really, really good pick against Ruiz on the Garen as well, because even though it's going to be really, really difficult to kill him because he's quite tanky in the early game, but I feel like he's going to have that early game priority. But both supports rotating to the mid lane. I think we saw this in the first game as well. They were just like both sitting mid lane. They're just like, okay, I'm just going to go down as well, but that's a lot of damage. But Vayne does have that range advantage in the early game, even though Vayne doesn't really have a lot of range. But I feel like Nakrez on this champion can be that main carry source as well, because I feel like that's where Parla kind of plays towards Nakrez. Last game with the Graves and the Yuumi, this game now with Vayne as well. I think Ziggs has a lot better time against Seraphine in the duo lane as well, because I think if you put Vayne in the duo lane, then Seraphine can just poke her out and she's going to have a really, really difficult time.
I think it was in the RixGG versus Gamelord, the first or the second game, that we got the very same matchup in the mid lane, the Garen versus Vayne. I'm really thinking about it, but I really don't remember who was the one filling it out. I think it was Stitch in the end. I'm not that pretty sure. The fact is that Raze is no stranger to this matchup. I think in the beginning, if Garen can make all the way to Vayne is going to have a really hard time, but you have the exhaust. And not only one exhaust, you have all 3 exhausts on Parla's side. And that's a lot. You're going to have 1 exhaust for each carry from Gamelord. That is potentially losing the team fight every time.
I think the communication is key though there, because you can obviously exhaust the same champion at the exact same time, and it can be a situation where all 3 of them could exhaust the same target. So I think the communication with that and trying to exhaust the right target at the right time is definitely key. And it's actually Cyrix in the top lane on the Irelia as well, which I believe we haven't seen him play at this tournament so far. I feel like Cyrix has played quite a few unique champions, to be fair, so we're going to be seeing him now on the Irelia. But yeah, you know, with the dive of Lonely Kid, Zefto and Ruiz, them triple exhaust is no surprise, especially on the Vayne and the Ziggs if they get isolated as well. You got Ignite on guys, so maybe looking to try play a bit aggressive, but you can see there's a lot of early rotations.
Okay,
the guys
here comes the play. Guys may be in trouble, but it's okay. Extra shield with the Lantern so far. And fact is that Gamelord never slows down. You know, they are conquering the bottom side of the Riven, trying to take that Scuttle Crab, and I think it was in the end. It's Cat. No. It's Gamelord. But I really could feel like it was for 6. just by a little amount of damage, it wasn't for 6.
It was really, really close. I actually thought that Ziggs took it myself, but you can't really tell because the gold pops up, but you don't really know where the gold's really going to, so it is quite difficult. You can see that Guys is putting a lot of pressure in this mid lane, though.
Absolutely.
Not really doing anything in terms of trying to kill Ruiz, because I think it's really, really hard to kill the Garen, but it's just giving Nakrez a bit of space. I felt like in the first game, the Gamelord really tried to focus Nakrez and really tried to shut him down. There was that kill in that duo lane where Nakrez was all by himself, and then the tower dive came in and Nami wave on Heste was a really, really big factor in that last game. But now you can see that Guys is now focusing on Nakrez, because on Katsei, on the Ziggs, you can be by yourself in a duo lane. You know, you've got the bombs, you've got the range as well. You can just clear minion waves as much as possible, and it allows Guys to roam around the map. And I honestly think that Thresh as a champion is one of the best roaming supports.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, you can be so impactful in all the lanes, and every Gamelord member but Seraphine are here in the top side of the map. We are gonna have the first neutral objective in less than 30 seconds. They are spawning in the map, and the fact you were talking about cards on the 6, you know, being able to be alone, but it works the same way for Redemption, and we saw Heste never stopping in the first game. He was everywhere as well, and that Nami was another carry for Gamelord in the first game.
You can even see both of the supports now in the Baron lane. I think they've been everywhere but the duo lane this game so far.
Absolutely, yes. They've been mid lane, they've been Baron lane, they've been all around the river, but never in the Dragon Lane. They are busy. They have to do a lot of stuff. You can understand, Stuart.
So support life's hard. I mean, support lives matter. It's very hard to be a support.
Hard. Yeah, definitely, because you have to take care of your laners, you know. They are just like kids. You have to take care of them. Be aware if they are getting ganked or anything. Kill them up, shield them up. It's like such a busy.
And then if you're playing solo queue as well, and then you're a support and you're trying to roam and make plays, and your duo lane dies, and you just get flamed.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. It's just like support lives matter.
I'm that AD carry, you know, that all the time when my super leaves the lane. That is me. That is all the time. I'm sorry to all my supports in solo queue. That is gonna happen. Never leave me alone, because I'm gonna try, you know, to make the cheesy plays. I'm alone in the 1v1. I'm like, yeah, I'm taking this kill, and absolutely not, because you know.
You realize there's 3 people in the bush behind you, and then you're just like, okay, I'm
I'm saying, you know, I can take this wave. I feel like I can do this wave. I'm so close to the next item, but yeah, I got ganked every single time. I make those mistakes, and you can't afford to make those mistakes. And talking about mistakes, Paulo did a few of them in the previous game. It was all about the last pick, and to Bambi was playing the Morgana, and I feel the Xingtao fits really well into this composition, not only because you have a lot of disengage to spread the teamfight, but we're here, guys, maybe in trouble. He had to flash away Lantern to make him save. All the explosive gun by Lonely Kid, but the Flay comes in, but Ignite. It's gonna be the first blood in the end for Lonely Kid from the other side of the red pit.
The flash over the wall, the Ignite as well, securing that kill. Guys didn't have flash in the end, unfortunately, as well. And it was actually really clever by Lonely Kid. He flashed over the wall to stop guys from hitting that plant, hitting the red plant, because that would have been allowed him to escape. But instead, Lonely Kid was like, oh, I'm going to take the plant instead, even though I'm going to jump over the other side of the wall. I'm going to allow the rest of my team to carry and go in, but Ruiz is going in.
Yeah, Ruin goes whole ball 1v2. It's going to be a kill for this guy, and Bambi had to flash away. He's exhausted. The landing, he takes it. While Lonely Kid going forward. The hook from this stretcher stops the aggressiveness from Lonely Kid, but they are pushing all through the mid lane with the Rift Herald. It's going to be the first tower for Gamelord. These guys just have done their homework.
The rotations by Gamelord are really, really smart. They went towards the Rift Herald. They caught guys in the river. Lonely Kid used the flash to get over the wall, as I mentioned, and then they got the Rift held, and then they rotated straight down for the Dragon. They tried to steal the Dragon. They weren't able to steal the Dragon, but they were able to do enough damage to allow Zefta to get that Rift held in the mid lane, to make sure that they can get that mid lane pressure. The rest of Parla were like zoned off of the mid lane tower, and that means they were able to get that free mid lane tower. First tower of the game, 2 kills ahead already, and already a 3,000 gold lead.
And you know, it feels like Gamelord's composition can really afford going all bold in the first stages of the game, but Parla's company need a bit more of time for the main to scale, for cards to clear the waves, you know, for Irela to become a monster, and Gamelord is not letting that happen. They're just going all straight further onto the aggressiveness in the first game. Also, the fact that Parla was forced to take their first Drake instead of the first Rift Herald is so good for Gamelord, because otherwise, you know, it's 6. He just destroys the towers.
Yeah, for sure. I think that breaking that mid lane tower is huge. Like you said, you know, the wave clear of Katsei most of the time makes it really, really difficult for the other team. But look, they're trying to catch them out, but Gamelord, no. Gamelord, no. I mean, you know what's so great about Gamelord this time is that I feel like you said, they've done their homework.
Yes.
There was a similar situation when they played against each other in the group stage, and it was actually Gamelord being so over-aggressive, and Parla,
like
the ones that
right
caught.
Now, you just stumbled into the tsunami. It was some mistake. The Aqua Prism follows, and that's going to be another kill for Lonely Kid. That for sure, this guy is never alone. Not Lonely Kid.
He's never alone, and neither is Irelia.
In the top lane, we have a lot of action coming in. Xingtao forced to use the ultimate that they took down the Riven. That's a kill for Irelia. Reeds may be in trouble. The second ability coming through. Bambi chasing down by redemption. The help from that Seraphine was pivotal, crucial to take down the kill. And 5-1 right now for Gamelord. Lantern from the side of guys. The Flay coming in. Lonely Kid. And who is here? Katze. But you don't want to go melee. You don't want to go melee. That's another kill for the Renekton. She just saved it on a silver plate. Another tower for Gamelord. 6-1, 5k gold ahead. This looks like a 2-0.
Heste played that so well. Heste actually took the tower aggro in the duo lane. He stayed under the tower range as well, took a couple of tower shots, and that allowed Lonely Kid to just kill Thresh really, really easily. And now I feel like Gamelord, you know, as I mentioned, I feel like they've learned from their mistakes, playing a little bit over-aggressive.
Definitely.
They're focusing on Nacrez as well. Always when he's alone, you got Heste there helping out, and then Redemption with the save as well. The flash ultimate to save Ruiz in the end with the turnaround. and it's just looking really, really dominant so far.
You didn't respect it that the Seraphim was not on the map, and they make you buy the fate once again. What a beautiful rotation from Redemption, and it's been all about rotation so far in this game. You know, the supports being everywhere, and this was a play that started with the lantern, but Katsu took the lantern just to be in front of Renekton. I mean, poor Ziggs. You never want to be that.
Yeah, you don't want to be that close to a Renekton. Renekton's going to hit you, going to smack you, and probably going to do a lot of damage. I mean, Ziggs, you want to be as far away as possible.
That's for a Yordle versus a Crocodile, 2-meter Crocodile. It's not going to be...
Yeah, Yordle's like really, really small.
Yeah, they have a huge head, but you know, they are little. They're supposed to be little.
Next is probably like triple the size of a Yordle. Kind of scary.
That's when you get Gnar into the game. That's a big Yordle. That's a very, very big Yordle. At 6-1 game, looking really solid. This is what we expected from Gamelord coming into this tournament, and it feels like they needed to be in such a hot spot to become the great team they are once again. But Bambi going in, beautiful ultimate.
Redemption's caught!
Nacris coming in, yeah, Redemption is caught and he's down. Bambi may be in trouble once again. The exhaust on the back of stage. Irelia diving in, but he's taken down by this Garen that is unstoppable. It was a 2-1, and it was a great trade for Gamelord so far, because not only 2 kills for them, but also the next Drake.
Yep, for sure. The next Drake is going to go over to Gamelord. It is going to be the Cloud Dragon as well. Gives movement speed to all these bruisers. That's what they want as well. You know, movement speed for Lonely Kid, for Zefta, for Ruiz as well. But Redemption, again, is the one that gets caught out. I feel like it's happened a few times as well. I said it in, you know, a little bit in my Stuart segment as well.
It's tactical death. You know, it helped his team to engage. It's tactical death. You don't understand.
Tactical end. Yeah.
Yeah, tactical death. Yeah, absolutely, yes. Let's see the Coca-Cola pop off, because this moment felt good. You know, for Pala Esports, it was a bit of overestimating themselves from the side of Gamelord. But here comes Bambi chasing down, and you didn't respect the fact that Redemption was rotating. Beautiful flash, beautiful anchor. He saved his teammate, and Reese is just so strong. He feels so strong into this game.
Yeah, I think that the over-aggression was there, like you said, from Gamelord. But the most important thing was actually Zefta dying. You talk about tactical but Zefta dying actually allowed Zefta dying actually allowed Garen to get the hull breaker. Yeah, that means that Bambi wasn't able to do that much damage. Zefta!
Oh! After using the ultimate, the damage is just absolutely amazing, and the tsunami is not good, but it is okay because Pala are all trapped down and in the second tower in the top lane. Gamelord just never stops. They are keeping their aggression on in the middle lane, summoning their Reef Herald. That's going to be another tower in the middle, and potentially they need to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I love Seraphine. Seraphine with the ultimate, you can use the ultimate, and for those who don't know at home, you can actually butter the ultimate as well with the flash on top. You can see how much damage Redemption's doing now. Has a Luna's Echo, has a Tear of the Goddess. It's going to go for the Death Cap as well now. Just going to do so much damage in these team fights. And like you said, during the draft, you have all these bruiser frontliners that just want to go forward. Extends the ultimate range as well, and it's absolutely huge for Gamelord. They're 9-2 now. They're nearly 10,000 gold ahead after 12 minutes into the game, but really, really well played. That Zefta engage, we're going to see it again here. The Zefta engage, look at him. Flash Q, perfect. And then the ultimate flash afterwards. The Parler can't do anything at all. Just the chain CC was really, really well played. And you can see that with Seraphine, you know, might not be able to do too much, but I think that ultimate is just so, so crucial, especially because you can use the flash to surprise Parler as well, because most people don't really know how far you can actually use that Seraphine ultimate, so most people get surprised by it.
Probably.
Yeah. And because most of the time, I mean, obviously you coming from PC League of Legends, is that most of the time you can buy QSS and use that money to buy the Quicksilver, but in this game it's a boots upgrade, so you have to actually decide whether you go for Stasis, whether you go for Quicksilver. It looks like Nacros this game has gone for the Quicksilver, so if he does get caught out by the Seraphine route, by the Seraphine ultimate, he can quickly click that QSS, but then he doesn't have Stasis now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to put a lot of resources to get rid of that Encore from Seraphine, but not only that. Being Vayne, you know, such a short range, AD carry is so hard to deal with all those CC abilities. Seraphine's Encore, also it's Tsunami, Euron's hot spot, because, yeah, maybe you can QSS, you know, Seraphine's Encore, but then it's the Tsunami and a lot of CC coming through. But Lonely Kid, bit Zefta, even the silence from Ruiz, you have to take you have to be aware of it. It's been such a hard game from from Nagras, and I really loved the Vayne pick when it was all about the Bruisers, but suddenly Nami and Seraphine just disrupted Parler's intentions.
I think, honestly, the last two picks from Game Lord for their duo lane was very, very smart. You know,
Absolutely, yes.
The range of the Nami wave, the range of the Redemption ultimate as well, because normally in the backline you can see that Katsei just wants to stay as far back as possible. The same with the Nami, stay as far away from the Bruce as possible. But you can't stay away from the Nami wave. You know, you can't try and escape the Seraphine ultimate as well. And like you said, you can't QSS everything.
I mean, you only have one QSS, but here comes another fight. The Vanguard says, Cyrex, you died in here once, and it looks like you're gonna die in here twice this game so far. Bambi running away, but Sefta chasing them down. Only kill the student of slice and dice. This guy is just a monster. And I'm not talking about Renekton. I'm talking about Lonely Kid that is smashing this series.
Lonely Kid is popping off on this Renekton pick in the first game as well. Now in the second game, and Zefta as well on this Riven has been absolutely huge. That was their draft priority as well. They first picked the Riven for Zefta, and he's honestly been completely popping off. The flashes, the amount of mobility you have as well, the shielding, and then you have the Seraphine ultimate on top of that as well. Honestly, a really, really great performance by Game. We're going to go back here. Cyrex jumping in to try and kill Heste, but you're all by yourself. You've got no one there. You even have the Thresh Lantern there as well. You can use the Thresh Lantern to get away to safety. But look at Lonely Kid. I think he uses the first part of his E, and then uses the Protobell, uses the second part of his E. Done that combo so well. For those who don't know, if you use Renekton's third ability on like a minion or a champion, you can then use the second part of the ability, which allows you to get the second dash. So you use the first dash, the flash, the Protobell, and then use the second dash. That means that even if Katsei tries to flash away, Renekton has way too many dashes, and he can just easily get onto him.
Definitely. I mean, the gold is in Game Lord. They are 10k ahead. This game looks so beautiful for them. And I feel like, I mean, Cyrex was so impatient in that play. He went all alone into the backline, into 4 people. It wasn't good for him, but the fact is that I really feel like Paula's composition could have let Game Lord go to them. They have the 3 exhausts, but they're not using it, I think, in the right way.
Yeah, I feel like as well that Parler just got way too far behind in the early game as well. I feel like you said before, you know, with this composition, you want to wait until Ziggs has a few items, you want to wait until Nacros has a few items, and Cyrex is just, yeah, you're dead again, buddy. I don't think there's anything to do. Unstoppable, 5-0-2 for Lonely Kid. He already has 3 items. Has the BF sword as well, probably going for maybe Guardian Angel or even Hullbreaker as well. I feel like at this point of the game, there's no one that can really deal with Lonely Kid. Yeah, there's no one that can deal with Lonely Kid, and Game Lord are grouping up together. They don't realize that someone's in the bush, but the Seraphine ultimate.
Ooh, the anger was not good this time, guys, with the lantern as well. And Nacris pulled out the good crossbow, the one used in important occasions. He was forced to ultimate away, and still with Flash, still with exhaust, but look at this. I mean, it's all about Lonely Kid. We highlighted that all during the analyst days. We highlighted that be into the first game of the series, but the guy has 5-0-2. He's 5k gold ahead of Cyrex. 5k gold ahead. I mean, look at the items. He's sitting on 3 items on a half, having Executioner's Call and the big sword as well. This is an absolute massive destruction machine.
He's got the Hullbreaker now as well.
Yeah,
so now at this point, I don't think anyone can do it. There's no Hullbreakers on the side of Parler. You got double Hullbreakers for Game Lord now. One on Ruiz, one on Lonely Kid. They can honestly just both sit in the side lane, and there's nothing that Parler can do about it. Like at this point of the game, you know. But coming into the finals, this was a Lonely Kid that everyone was hyping up about. People were saying that Lonely Kid could be as good as Random, or if not better than Random. But obviously after the first day and obviously the second day as well yesterday, we didn't really see that from Lonely Kid. We noticed this was his first LAN event, so he's probably feeling nerves as well. But now he's finally getting into his comfort zone, and we can see that Game Lord goes after him.
Guys, this may be the moment. Here comes Tsunami, but the ball has been
Nacros in backline.
Nacros trying to take down this Seraphine, looking onto Heste, and Zefta goes in with the exhaust. The team fight has been split. The Seraphine is still alive, and now Nacros and Bambi are in some trouble. What can you do? They're jumping onto you, and this Renekton just takes another and another and another and another and another one.
Renekton can end the game.
Yeah, Lonely Kid just wants to finish the game.
Lonely.
He's lonely. This time he's absolutely alone, finishing the game, full focus in the Nexus. That's going to be the 2-0 for Game Lord in the series.
Beautiful, beautiful play, and that's kind of the point of the game that we got up to be honest with you. You know, Lonely Kid with the Hullbreaker, Ruiz with the Hullbreaker as well. You can't do anything. Lonely Kid's on the side lane. Who can deal with Lonely Kid at that point of the game? You know, 5 kills, 4 items. There's no one. They tried to catch out Game Lord in a 4 versus 5 fight. They weren't able to. Lonely Kid just split pushes and end the game. Brilliant performance by Game Lord.
Brilliant performance. And I really feel like Paula could have played this with a little bit more of patience, you know,
Yeah.
letting your Caesar scale a bit, letting your Vayne scale a bit, not going on to the team phase that poorly, because I really felt like Paula was a team that excelled at identifying the win conditions, but they felt, you know, like so rushy in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the side of Paula that's playing a little bit passive, more focusing towards the team fights and more playing towards the mid and the late game. But you just felt like they didn't really play. They didn't really feel that passive in this game. You know, they were trying to go for these plays, but when you've got a Vayne, when you've got a Ziggs, you need to wait until you get to the team fights. And I mentioned about Paula's team fights. I honestly think they have one of the best team fighting teams in the entire tournament, but they're not getting to that stage of the game and they're falling too far behind.
Absolutely agree with you guys. 2-0 so far in this series. Let's see what happens in the third game after a small break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC third place match, and I'm losing my words just a little bit because breaking to us, at least during the break, we heard from the referees and the players that there's actually going to be a roster swap heading into our third game. I believe that Parla are swapping in Tulkas, who is the coach, into the Dragon Lane role in place, of course, of Katsa. So, Stu, you just came off the caster desk. Katsa on that Ziggs. Like, what's your immediate take on this change?
It's really interesting. You know, this is kind of the last chance as well. I think that's the main point of this topic, is that they're on the last chance. They need to win this game to be able to stay in a contention, to be able to get to Icons. Katsa hasn't had the best performance, but I feel like that's just Parla in general right now. I feel like Parla have definitely been slacking. They kind of not playing around their play style, what they were used to, you know, with the team fights and everything as well. But it's going to be interesting because now they got the coach in. Have they been practicing with the coach? I think that's the main thing. They have to maybe try something different as well going into this next game.
I've been backstage with teams when you're hearing coaching staff, you know, make that decision. Is this the moment where we swap? Is it too little, too late? And there's always pressure now, right? Because you want to try everything. You want to throw everything out there for Parla. So they are going to make that change, I believe, and we'll see how that tracks through the rest of the series because it's one game remaining. And I feel like Game Lord, they've kind of started figuring things out a little bit. They put more focus on Lonely Kid, who's showing up at DB as a top laner. I know he's the guy you're looking at.
I mean, Lonely Kid is basically the young superstar Baron laner right now. And I love that Game Lord is focusing back on the roots, on focusing on bringing Lonely Kid ahead, while Parla is kinda, they're indecisive, they don't know what to do. They are switching out last minute right now, the roster, and I love that Game Lord is more focusing on the star player who's been performing in the group stage as well. And Lonely Kid has been doing such an amazing work on that Renekton. He is doing so much damage, tanking so much, and Game Lord, Zefton has to up playing around him, trying to get him ahead, and that's how it worked out in the regular season as well.
I think Lonely Kid as well, he's been in that side lane against Nakrez, and you could, as Darkbreaker said, because of, you know, Heste roaming down, also Zefta roaming down as well with Heste, they're really focusing Nakrez in this series. They realize, I feel, that they know that Nakrez is the main carry in this competition and for Parla. So for Game Lord, they have to try and shut him down, and they've done very well so far. You know, in the Graves in the first game and also the Vayne as well in the second game. Nakrez can't really do anything in this series, and that's really affecting Parla.
I feel like it's not the only player that can't really do too much in the series. The way that Parla have been drafting is we've seen so much focus on the support role for Hester, and when you turn that on its head, you always have to look at how does your support play with that. And Guy is, I mean, Hells, we've talked about how good he is on the Galio, but I think with so many bans, Guys is kind of floundering.
And the problem that I'm seeing right here especially is because when you ban out Heste, you're also banning out yourself. Because Guys is, you know, Guys is the guy that wants to be playing those aggressive engage supports to go in and just destroy everyone. But when you're banning out the Rakans, when you're banning out the Galios, these types of champions, he's also the champions that he excels at.
Right, exactly. We saw like Braum bans, Lulu bans. We've seen, you know, the Nami that has been played now by Hester. We've seen it. We joked about it and kind of like half memed about it throughout the split. DB, this is your first event of seeing them live in person, so we're a little bit more used to it. But yeah, support is being problematic.
Yeah, I love that Hester is showing that he is not the one-dimensional playmaking, like on the tanky, aggressive supports, that he can also go for those enchanters like Nami, and he's been popping off both games on that Nami pick right now, doing such an amazing work and showing that even on enchanters you can make plays happen. You can hit those bubbles to catch people off. You can hit the ultimate to disengage and to also engage, since the ultimate is so valuable in those team fights.
You know, the interesting thing about this whole series as well is that Rakan has no pressure at all.
Right.
We've had no Rakan at all in both these games. No bans, no picks. But I feel like that's kind of Game Lord, because Parla, I don't feel like they play the Rakan. I think Heste is comfortable with playing the Rakan, but he doesn't really need to in this series because he's going for the more aggressive supports, even like with Nami, because he has been playing aggressive with the Nami waves as well, with the flashing and the bubbles. But I think Rakan's the big one, because you really thought that with Guys, because he likes the Galio, he could also like the Rakan at the same time, but it hasn't been picked and it hasn't been banned in both these games so far.
And I mean, look at this graph. Yet again, it's the exact same, it's the exact same graph. This is what we expect from Game Lord. We expect it to go like this. Just a pretty easy win. You know, it goes up and up and up. No mistakes whatsoever, really. It's just no bumps, no nothing. They just win the game. And that's why I feel like Parla is trying to do the switch, because clearly this is not working, right? Like clearly Game Lord is just far, far superior to Parla right now.
Yeah, and Lonely Kid, we just saw his stats from that game. He's come online. It's back to what we were kind of expecting from this lineup. Of course, there's the storyline there about Lonely Kid playing against his former region. So, you know, there's interest and intrigue there. But I think one thing also that has been good for Gamelord in this situation and has really shown the difference between the two is we built up Nacres as this rising star. We built up the mid lane matchup, and a lot of that was because we thought Ruiz was underperforming, but I think Ruiz on Garen, on Gragas, on these picks, where he doesn't need to be the primary carry, I think has been doing well.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Ruiz, right? The comfort pick guy. You put him on the comfort picks, he just hard carries the game. He does so incredibly well. You know, while it is a weakness, we can clearly see that it's also a strength, because he's so incredibly good at those champions. But you put him on the Gragas in that first game, he did such a phenomenal job with those explosive caskets, with those engages. You put him now on the Garen, he singles out the perfect targets. He just knows how to play those champions.
And
I think the draft as well has also been a lot better by Gamelord in this series.
Yeah.
I think the last two picks in the previous game as well, going for the Seraphine and the Nami, especially when you got Ziggs and Vayne in the backline as well. We've seen Seraphine being played by Redemption, I think once or twice during the regular season, not that much compared to other mages that he normally plays in the dual lane. But that Seraphine pick, I mean, I love Seraphine. You know, I want to see more Seraphine as well. And yeah, he did a great performance.
We'll do it. We'll see if you get another game of Seraphine. We're ready to get towards our game, so let's head over to the casters for game 3.
Thank you, Stress. Thank you, guys, in the analyst desk. Yeah, we're heading in short time onto the third draft of this series. But Rio, I want to know your thoughts about this series for heading onto the third game.
It's really interesting that they mentioned Tulkas actually coming in, because
that is true.
Yeah, because I think one of the key issues for Parla this series is that they've been banning out the Katsa simply. He had the most success on Corgi, which is also one of the champions he played when they beat Gamelord on the very first day of WRC. So picking up Tulkas instead, maybe it's going to give them more draft flexibility.
Yeah, that is going to be definitely some interesting movements from Paula. Let's see how Tulkas can disrupt the series in favor of their team, because right now two defeats behind, they need to reverse sweep the series, and that is a really hard task to do.
It's definitely a hard task, and I don't think if that Paula can do it, but I mean they really have to step up one more time. They have been showing a little bit of excellence today, but I think the draft today has not been it. It's not been working out for them, and I really hope they go back to some of these things they did on day one. Give Assassin to Nacres. He has been popping off on Riven, on Akali, on the Graves, and we are looking at him. Yes, he played the Graves in the first game, but it was everything on towards him, and he was kind of like playing in a 1v5 situation, so the Vayne didn't really work out. It's been nerfed a lot in the last 3 patches as well, so I hope they're going to switch it up for this last game, and yeah, I mean, tie up the series, because 3-0 stomp would be quite boring.
And as I said, the last game, Ruiz was no stranger to this matchup, as he played the same one versus Richter G in the finals. Now we're heading on to the third draft. Gamelord panning away the Galio once again, and the fact is that the Galio was a huge problem for them in the first day of the tournament, the finals, due to guys' amazing engages. The Karma has been removed away, taken off the board by Paula Esports. That was some key factor that Hell's Devil was talking about in the analysis desk. The fact is that you are trying to deny Hesse, but you are also taking down your champion pool as well.
You definitely are, and Karma is also interesting, because we saw Gamelord yesterday against Team Kesso actually started banning Karma on blue side.
Yes.
So they actually did not look very comfortable on that pick, but it's still enough for Parla to feel like they have to ban it out. The Gragas ban, also something I really like. Ruiz was fantastic on that in the first game.
He was.
Gamelord sticking to their 3 bans on Galio for Guys, Olaf for Bambi, and Corgi was supposed to be for Katsu, but probably they think that Tulkas can play it as well.
They changed some things from the side of Paula, because right now is the Garen the one being denied and not the Camille. That's gonna be big. That's the first pick for Gamelord. They really know how strong is this champion, and they never adopted to take it. Right now you have potentially to Paula picks. You have the Irelia and the Riven open for Paula Esports.
And it's interesting, because yesterday when Random was playing Camille into Cyrax actually solo him. He picked up the Akali, and he popped off really strongly. He goes for the Riven, obviously. The pick that has been really strong for Nacres this entire WRC.
Okay, right now here comes the Riven coming through for Paula, but we know that they can flex it. It could be for Cyrax, it could be for Bami, and it could be even for Nacres. We're expecting it to be for Nacres. You were demanding that Nacres playing these kind of, Bruiser Assassin champions. He was playing the Vayne the last game. It wasn't enough. They are taking away also their Renekton, and this is interesting.
It's really interesting, because Lonely Kid did though play Renekton in the first 2 games and was really good at it, but I'm expecting the Camille to go to Lonely Kid anyways, because Lonely Kid has been really good in this champion in the entire qualifier, and well, with the Riven being picked up, you're kind of really going for a really aggressive team composition over from the Parla side. I'm actually expecting Braum to be picked up right now, because it's a good counter towards both Riven and Rennington.
Yeah, we saw the Braum actually pound away in the second bomb phase from Galo, but they are taking right now. The Jays are also flexible to 3 different positions here. Yeah, it could be round right now for Galo, but Hesse is looking amazing on Nami. Maybe you want to stick to that. It's gonna be Ari for Reese.
Ruiz is going back to the Ari. We see both Garen and Gragas being banned out, and we've been talking about Ruiz's champion pool. Those are his 3 key champions. Okay. And here's the Kali for Cyrex.
Okay.
I love this pick. That means that the Riven probably goes into the jungle, with Rennington being in the mid lane, and then Cyrex on this Akali in the top lane. I actually don't know what's going where, because I believe that all these 3 players can play all these 3 champions.
Yeah, I want to highlight that, but because Nakras played in the Pazzi Akali as well. So right now, it's all a question mark, but we're heading on to the second bound phase. Lulu is being taken away. You really don't want to see that Lulu pet, you know, with the Camille. It could be a massive destruction potential machine, and you know, punishing the support champion pool. Maybe we can get to see the Nami on the way as well.
Maybe we're gonna see one more Nami. I don't like the Lulu ban because, well, first of all, Hester didn't really look good on it yesterday, and he's also been looking really good on other champions such as Rakan and Lulu. So, I mean, there's Nami, so I'm not really quite sure why he's banning like this. I mean, Alistar was also... Alistar's pretty good into this team, so I understand this ban. But, yeah, I mean, Kaiser being banned away from Tulkas, I think Gamelord is really switching it up. I mean, maybe this 80 carry swap is working out for Parla, because maybe Gamelord doesn't know what to ban.
Also, the virus has been taken away, and you have to switch your priorities a lot, considering that is Tulkas the one coming in onto this 3rd March Parla. Sub Tulkas for Katze, and the fact is that I really love the Kaiser ban away, because you really want to dive in, and Kaiser has easy follow.
And the interesting part is that Lonely Kid used to be teammates with Tulkas back in the day.
That's true.
There was a team called Supermaster Blade. Supermaster Blaze was a team with Bambi, Nakras, Tulkas, Guys, and Lonely Kid on top. So I'm pretty sure that's why Gamelord is banning those 80 carries, because Lonely Kid absolutely knows Tulkas well.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And here comes the Nami. Parla is taking away the Nami from Hesse after 2 magnificent games onto this champion. But Hesse, he's gonna pulling out the Leona, and I'm really loving this, because you can roam a lot with the Leona. You can be so impactful on other lanes, and you know, you have these hard claps that is gonna be also amazing for Gamelord composition. And also, you know, you have the combo with Ariana, of course.
And Orianna has been a really strong pick for Gamelord ever since the beginning, and a lot of teams have been going for more and more 80 carries, but Redemption has showed that he is best on the mages. It's something that works very well for the way that Gamelord likes to play the game. So I like that they're going back. We talked about this in the analyst, that's going back to the roots, going back to what they know works for them, and not being, you know, they don't have to adapt to this meta, because, well, you can try to do something that other teams... Wait.
No, I mean, that's not...
This has to be a 6. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 6.
No, it's going to be a Caitlyn. It's going to be a Caitlyn, and this is interesting, even though I have my thoughts when it comes to Caitlyn, because it's just so fragile. If Caitlyn falls behind in the early game, it's going to be game over for Parla Esports. There's no way that Caitlyn recovers. Well, if you get 3 kills or so, yeah, but it's such a fragile champion.
And it's something we saw from Formulation Gaming in one of the past days. They picked Janna and the Caitlyn trying to get that early. But do you remember who they played it against? That was against Gamelord, and Hester was on this Leona in that exact game. And what did he do? He killed them 2v2 level 1.
I mean, Leona is definitely a champion. I mean, you have the Orianna to follow you, also with the shields. You deliver her ball to the back lane. Also, yeah, you have some decent amount of peel for the Caitlyn, considering that you have the Tsunami, and also a good bubble could work as well. But Tulkas has a very hard task in front of him. This is the 3rd game so far in the series, and is the last opportunity for Parla Esports. They are 0-2 behind. This is the last chance you have to head into Icons.
And I think the main part about this 3rd game we have to think a little bit about is that they have shown over the past few days that Parla is a very one-dimensional team. They can play 6, and they can play Corki in the bot lane. And they tried one game of Senna and didn't really work out for them.
Yes.
So them changing up the 80 carries is actually going to be huge, because that opens up a new composition that they can play. They can play a Caitlyn and a Bully in the bot lane, and I think even though it's kind of the last hope, I think it's a little bit too late that they're trying this out because, well, they have been... Katz has been showing he's been kind of a weak link for this team, and I'm excited to see what Tulkas can do.
You know, during the draft, we were talking about how Akali, Riven, and also Renekton, maybe Flexit, and Zyrax, Bambi, and Nacre can switch, were able to switch between these champions. It's going to be the Akali for Zyrax. As we saw in the past, it's going to be Bambi on the Riven, Nacre onto the Renekton. And we saw the destructive potential that Renekton has in the hands of Lonely Kid. Nacre, I would say, is the star player of this Paula Esports so far. But eyes on the bot lane, you know, Caitlyn may be your angel, but also your demon. So let's see how it works for Tulkas. And guys, and also I'm worried about the synergy because Tulkas just swooped in. I don't know how much they work together. Well,
yeah, it's going to be interesting, but some more importantly is that Sefta is usually going into that mid lane after 2 camps, and they really prioritize these scuttle crabs super high. It's something that's been a theme for Game Lord so far.
Oof, that was a really dangerous trade for Zyrax, but Bambi is really close to him, so he's in trouble. He can just go up for help, and Bambi just logging onto the top side, looking for the stun. It's been beautiful. It follows with more stuns. Lonely Kid had to hook under the tower to get safe, but okay, interesting gang, but Lonely Kid using the flash right now, following Lonely Kid may be in trouble. Another stun starts flashing in. Lonely Kid about to die. The damage is enough, and it's going to be first blood for Riven.
And that's going to be huge for Parla because Lonely Kid has been...
Zefta is dead as well.
That's an amazing start for Parla. Lonely Kid has been a really big trouble for Parla in the first 2 games, and now we see Jace showed up in the mid lane, walked down the path to get that bot lane Scuttle Crab, and they knew he was there because Bambi was on the top side Scuttle Crab. So they knew Lonely Kid was going to be completely lonely, as we know, and therefore Zyrax was able to get that first blood onto him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, now you have Zyrax with that first blood. Sorry, Bambi with that first blood. You have Nacris with 1 kill as well, and that's a lot of power for Riven. Also Renekton. And you know, the last composition, maybe they were too aggressive in the early game when you had, you know, a Bane and also a Ziggs, but you can afford being that aggressive with this kind of composition. You can go all straight forward. I was worried that, okay, we missed this, and Zefta was trying to take away the blue buff. That was bold.
But it was really smart from Nacris. I'm pretty sure he saw something was happening. He took the long way around inside of his own jungle to catch Zefta off guard. Yeah, really good vision play from Parla, and overall we are seeing a team that is really good, but it has to
flash
strong in.
And also the Zenith Blade, but the rogue comes in from the side. There's way that even Exhausted takes the kill. Exhausted as well. Another kill. This one for Oriana. 2 kills for Gamelor. 2 and 2 in the kill counting.
And Hester really showing his owner once again just how amazing he is on this champion. Shows how an insane engage that was in Redemption with the instant follow-up, and then I think he had a 2 or 3 man shockwave. That was just a really good play, and this was the same thing that happened last time Game Lord played against the Caitlyn in the Caitlyn duo lane. They just know how to shut this down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Zyrax going into the aggressive trading here, and we were talking about how, you know, fragile is Caitlyn now. You have taken her down once, and look at the goal difference between Redemption and Turkas. It's just absolutely massive. It's almost 1k gold diff in the dual lane, and that's the general gold diff in fact.
And it's really difficult for Parla to do something now because that Caitlyn has to get a lead to
somehow.
Caitlyn wants to snowball the game from having this insanely long range, push down the minions, hit those turrets, get a lot of turret plates, control the game, but that's difficult to do if you're behind, and Game Lord knows how to shut this down, which is really interesting. And Ruiz once again showing how good he is on those comfort champions, just roaming down there. Even though Seft was top, he knew he had to help his bot lane to pull that off, and he did.
They're trying right now from Paula. They're trying to take down this Drake, the first one from the game so far. Interesting trade from Ruiz. Nacris quite shutting down what's going to be the first Drake, the first neutral objective for Paula Esports here in the bottom side of the map. As Game Lord is trying to play the cross map. That was really close. Ruiz tried to steal that dragon, but he missed. And Game Lord is the one taking, you know, the first Reef Herald of the game. Lonely Kid making the job in the top side, the split push job. The tower is about to fall, and it's going to be quite a huge herald for Game Lord.
And this Coca-Cola pop-off is just exactly what I talk about. The synergy between these Game Lord players on champions they know how to play. Falling back. Oh,
it's always Ruiz. You know,
I love watching Ruiz. Ruiz is so passionate about this game, and so are we. I mean, this guy is just, how can you not love him? And it's just great to see. And
yeah, absolutely passionate.
And yeah, I like what Game Lord actually did right there. They saw that Parla was going for that Infernal Dragon in the end, and they knew Lonely Kid is one of our strongest players. He's kind of behind after that first gank. What can we do? I mean, if Parla is going to group down bot, let's just let him go top lane, get those turret plates, and get back into the game. And now the goal between Cyrex and Lonely Kid is even again.
It's even, once again, absolutely, yes. You have your win condition. I have to say that even the killing has fallen a bit behind, quite behind. Parla still has some win conditions with the Kali, the Riven, and Renekton in such a good state in the map. There's a bit of more goal between Dries and Nacris, but I think Renekton looks beautiful. He had this black cleaver sitting, looking for the second item, one item and a half, looking for the Syrinx Gate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we've seen mostly on Renekton they've been either going Death Dance second or Blade of the Ring King. I think this is one of the first time we're actually going to see a Syrinx Gate, if that is what he ends up picking up. I think it's okay. I don't really like it because Nacris has been such a good carry for Parla overall, and if you go for the Syrinx Gate, you're going to become more of a frontline tanky champion. But I mean, he has a lot of damage in this team with his Caitlyn, Riven, and Akali, so I mean, it's pretty smart by Nacris knowing that maybe this is not his game to shine.
Okay, Game Lord were trying to trap down, Parla Esports, they are respecting a lot. They knew that they had the Rift Herald and they had to defend this first tower in the middle and trying desperately to do so. So after Hester rotating towards the bottom lane as Nacris is all alone. They're, going with Reese onto the push, and it's gonna be probably another tower. The Tsunami comes in, Nacris dashing forward, looking for the stun. The jump has been beautiful. So after jumping in, and yeah, Nacris was about to die. The teamfight splits, Bambi is still low in HP, and Hester survive somehow. That's another kill for Game Lord after going in once again. But Parla Esports know that they can no longer fight them.
And now Parla is falling even further behind on this bottom side of the map.
Yes.
It's really bad for them. The win condition is down there, and I mean, Game Lord is really showing why they're one of these elite teams. They understand how to shut down its position and Sift, and now putting down the Rift Herald because they know they have the tempo to do so. Bottom lane turret has fallen, top lane turret has fallen, and now they're going to lose the middle one as well. It's looking really good for Game Lord.
Absolutely, yes. The Rift Herald smashes onto the mid tower and takes it down. Now you have taken all three outer towers. You can go deep into the jungle, place the vision, look for traps, and this is where the Game Lord composition excels. One stun from Hester, one hot from the race, one stun from Lonely Kid, and you're absolutely done.
And I'm really excited to see Game Lord playing like this. We know how amazing of a team they are. They've just been underperforming in this past few days, and it's really great to see, them getting back on their level and how this meta is evolving over this offline tournament. If I'm Parla right now, I'll be pretty shaking. I'm trying to look at the map to see what they could potentially do to get back into the game, but every single time they're rotating to one side of the map, Hester and Lonely Kid, Hester and Redemption and Ruiz is just constantly responding, and now we see, Parla tried to do something on the top side, they spotted it instantly, and Hester is just rotating.
Absolutely, yes. What can Parla do? That's a question. How can they retake the control of the map? Because Ribbon looked great, but now she's wanting to not even onto items yet. Nacris may be, the hope, but the trades, we saw Renekton struggling so much in that last team fight. Okay, Bambi, okay, flash through, and also Bambi is a game that they took the blue buff away from Parla Esports, and they are taking the Drake as well. Game Lord, they don't allow you to make any mistakes. They are punishing constantly.
And I think Parla's actually setting up a death brush here, so it's going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of traps into that bush. Here comes the Tsunami, and the Sass is coming through. Leona still alive. Jesus, she's so absolutely so tanky. Ace in the hole, not even necessary. And the Rift Herald is watching everything from distance. This was the team fight for Parla Esports. This may be the chance they needed to retake the game. Stasis from the side of Orianna. Sarah's about to take the kill, but Sefta played it amazingly, knocking him back. That ball was so close. The sidestep was amazing, and maybe this was part of
And Parla once again shows what their strengths are. It's the team fights, grouping up 5v5. They know how good they are at these. And even though they were 8,000 gold behind, now they're only 3,000 gold behind because they won that team fight with such a huge deficit. Parla really knows how to play to their strength, and now we see the death brush once again. This Caitlyn traps are really good.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, but I have to say, the Game Lord face checked that flash so boldly, so aggressively, and they were punished first. So even though it was really close, because if you realize that the HP bars are really low from the side of Parla.
I mean, this team fight is just really showing their prowess. And
Redemption.
Redemption and Sefta does get away with their HP, but Parla picks up the Rift Herald. They win the fight, and now their Nacres is back being strong. He got 2 of those kills in that fight, and it's going to be interesting. He actually picked up the Hullbreaker. We talked about the Sterix gauge probably coming through, but he went for the Hullbreaker, and I like this because Nacres is a really strong mechanical player. We've seen that over the past few days. Lonely Kid has shown that as well, so it's going to be probably we're going to see some Turkish versus Turkish action in the side lanes.
But what I want to see again in this tournament is building, Hullbreaker and going
in.
Okay, here comes Bomb and Nugget from Bomb. This doesn't have a beautiful to touch Riven's ultimate right now. But right now, Nacres going in all boldly into 1v3. Ruiz about to die. The damage is not enough. Ruiz survives, and Nacres is down. 4 kills for Gamelord, 5 kills for Parla Esports. But right now, the push and the pressure in the map is Gamelord's.
And Ignite was not enough to kill down Ruiz, and Nacres goes away with that without any trade in the back. That is really unfortunate for Nacres. What an insane play anyways. I think, even though Nacres ended up dying, you have to give him the respect. He is trying to find some advantages. That was such a close situation for him to get a 1v3 kill, and it just shows how good of a player he is. And I actually think you can't really blame him for that, because that was, a really honorable try.
It was a fair try. Yeah. I agree with you. I have to respect that try. But it was a bold move, though. Ruiz was about to die in Madrid right now on the verge of the second item. And I have considering that you have Obel of Oblivion in the inventory, Void Staff for Oriana as well. And now Gamelord's composition looks even more scary with all those items. 2 items for everyone. Rapid and Step Cap coming through as well for Ruiz.
And there's just leads all everywhere on the map. The only lane where they're not really far ahead is the under the top lane against
Okay, Bambi, Dennis Play going in, engaging, and Ruiz follows in with the Spirit Rush! Another big another kill for Gamelord. I told you, you can't afford even to get stunned once. Cyrax going in for Lonely Kid, guys is there as well, going invisible into the smoke, but guys may be in trouble. Estasis into Lonely Kid's ultimate as well, Nacres rotating, the Tsunami that stops Lonely Kid, but guy has to flash away, 3 versus 1, and Lonely Kid, I don't know, he's still so dangerous, but that's a huge kill for Parla Esports.
But Gamelord is pushing down the middle lane. They got the middle inner turret. Now they're going for the bottom lane as well. That's not even a win trade for Parla. Gamelord is just playing the map so much better, and they're getting so much out of it every single time. We see now that Parla actually pinged that dragon. I think they're going to try to maybe fight for that one. It's going to be hard for them because now they're actually 6,500 gold behind with Baron spawning in 10 seconds. I'm nervous if I'm Parla right now. They're just fighting so hard. They have this Rift Herald they can probably maybe try to use around the map to see if they can get some kind of advantage for a trade later. But it's looking dull. Come on, Parla. I mean, this is the last hope they have right now.
Yeah, beware with the heart, but from Parla you have Zyrex to 0-3 is so strong, so powerful. The Rift Herald is not making it once again. The second Rift Herald that doesn't make it.
But Parla's going up for a team fight.
They are all together. Yeah, they are ready for the next team fight. Beware with the wall, but here comes the stun, double stun, the Tsunami that raises the stars is coming through from the side of both teams. Chulka's making its way. Driven is absolutely down. Nacres all alone in the bot lane, and this is not a good team fight for Parla Esports. You really don't have the damage right now, but Cyrex going back into
Cyrex!
Cyrex! Jesus Christ, the Stasis King can take another kill. He flashes back after jumping onto him and taking Data Kali down. That's safe. Actually, the team fight for his team.
Parla keeps on being even in those team fights. They're 5, 6, 7,000 goals behind, and they still trade even in those team fights.
Same feeling done in groups. What
an incredible team. I'm losing my voice here because it's just so incredible how Parla is keep on showing. Yes, they're not that good at playing around the map. Yes, they cannot win in those 1v1s in the laning phases, but when the team fights happens, they show up.
I really would love to see Parla, more coordinated because they follow up a little bit late. Bambi was in a really bad spot, and then Renekton went all alone into the bargain. It was a 4v1, not even winnable for Renekton. But look at this, Cyrex popping off in this situation, taking 2 kills with the perfect execution. It was absolutely amazing. Akali is the kind of champion that can do that.
I mean, he's just showing mechanical prowess every single time he's on this champion.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Baron is going to be coming up quite soon, and we are seeing Lonely Kid pressuring down Nacres in the side lane. I mean, it's incredible how Parla keeps on pulling those.
Yeah, definitely. Oof, another pick. Ruiz was forced to use the Spirit Rush, backwards and also the heart. You know, it looks scary once again because GameLord, they have been in this very same situation, a heading goal, but somehow losing some teammates, and that is really, really dangerous for GameLord. They can't afford, I don't know, one defeat. Oh, Lonely Kid, 1v2, beware with the sun. The stars is coming through from Lonely Kid, had to flash away. Also, that's Camille. That's disgusting.
And Heste is also pulling the team away on the top side of the map. I mean, GameLord is just playing this map really, really safely. They are actually 1 kill behind, but 7,000 goals ahead. I mean, it really just goes to show how good of a team GameLord really is, you know. Even though they keep on losing those team fights, they know how to find the leads on the other side of the map anyways. And this just shows, you know, elite teams can do this.
Lonely Kid 1v2 once again. Hextech ultimate onto Nagres. That is sticking with the ignite, and he died 1v2, but Cyrex takes another huge kill. Cyrex is just so damn fed at this point of the game. Can he really 1v9?
Cyrex is actually maybe doing it. I mean, this last team fight, he got a triple kill going back into the backline all by himself.
Crazy.
But I mean, I'm amazed by this team. I mean, if Pala is to go down, they're down right 2-0 in this series. I mean, they have not gone out without a fight, and it's not over yet. They still have the chance to come back into this game, because if there's any team in Europe right now that can come back from a deficit, it's definitely Pala.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Right now, Cyrex is sitting on 3 items. That's scary, Akali, and yeah, maybe Bambi has fallen behind a little bit, but he's, you know, engaging for his team, finding some beautiful stuns, finding some beautiful knockups, and that's what they need. Somehow enabling the composition you have to engage from, guys. Tokus is somehow scaling. I mean, Kaylee had a rough game start, but right now 3 items for her. That's Caitlin's moment.
That really is Caitlin's moment. We saw Fekko on the Caitlyn earlier in the tournament. When he had that 3 items, he was really scary. Unfortunately, they didn't win the game back then, but maybe this one is different. And I actually want to point out this scuttle crab that Pala just got. I mean, imagine them being 7,000 gold behind, and they still win these small skirmishes for the objectives, like the scuttle crab, like the Rift Herald earlier. So, I mean, just a miraculous place, being able to find some advantages somewhere, even though it looks so hard.
I mean, I've seen a lot of, you know, impossible comebacks in my career. Yeah, it can happen too in Wildrift. Like, let's see how Pala wants to focus onto this, because you have your 2 full items for this Akali. He built a whole breaker right now. She's a 1v1 machine, and GameLord is trying to trap Bambi, but he's respecting. You're trying to siege right now the top lane tower. Beautiful. Bambi has been taken down by the bait once again. Using the solar flare, Tsunami was forced out, trade for ultimate, and GameLord without Bambi in the map, they look stronger. They can even threaten with the Baronash.
And there is 40 seconds back onto Bambi. He survives. You can see GameLord is actually running down to that Elder Dragon, and I think they're actually setting up a death brush here. It's really interesting to see, because they have no vision.
Yeah, absolutely is going in once again. Nagres all alone. Nagres is gonna be taken down. He had to flash away because the Orb of Oblivion was so dangerous. Cyrus in this round had to flash away as well. Lonely Kid looking for him, but guys is taking good care of this Akali. Right now with Nagres out of the table, Bambi out of the table, and Cyrus solo and HP, they are gonna take the 4th Drake.
And no one actually died from that death spot, which is really huge, but the teamers are coming in.
Double knock-up, Nagres going in once again, but the Drake is the objective for GameLord, and they have it. Teleports coming through. Hesse going in with the Tiny Play, taking 1 kill. And look at this, Raven all alone in the back lane. He got exhausted. Hesse still alive somehow. This is Tsunami taking the kill onto the support, and Cyrex had to 1v9 going in for the back lane. The perfect execution. Cyrex is the 1v9 man, but it's not being enough. Nagres about to die, after reviving after the Guardian Angel. This is an ace for GameLord. Can they finish the game pushing through mid?
And GameLord is on this last stretch to final clutch their spot in the Icon series. This is now the moment. GameLord has probably gotten themselves the spot to Icon series.
And yes, they are pushing all through the middle, and it was a really, really close game. It was a really close team fight for Pala Esports, but they are all focusing the Nexus. This is going to be a 3-0, and yes, GameLord is heading to Icons.
What a performance. This is the GameLord we expected coming into this tournament. We expect them to go through as maybe the 1st seed. They clinch onto the 3rd seed, but what a huge performance for them. They had a rough start of the tournament, but they show here in the end that they can show up when it matters.
And GameLord they've done their homework. This is what we wanted from him, adapting onto, maybe not onto the new meta, but also adapting to their rivals, and they did, and they succeeded. This game was really, really, really close, but in the end, it was all game alerts. I feel sad for Paula because they felt so strong at some points.
Parla was definitely one of the strongest underdog stories of this tournament. They have shown such amazing performances. They picked off one game off of Game Lord in the very first series in the group stage, and even though they lost 3-0 here, they definitely showed us that what they're capable of, pulling off some of the craziest team fights of the entire WRC.
Yes.
We're gonna remember this team for sure for being the team fight kings.
I think this team is gonna come back stronger for the next season. That Cyrex plays, the last team fights were absolutely crazy, were absolutely insane. I'm absolutely sure we'll be hearing again from these players.
And it's nice to see smiles from Parla even though they lost. I mean, you see the hugs coming through, the respect between these teams. It's always great to see, when the teams are smiling towards each other after the games, congratulating the other team for winning, and, stay respectful, and which is games is all about, having fun in the end, and it seems, obviously Parla has lost this game, but at least Game Lord is showing them a lot of respect.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I'm loving that, The fact is that we have our 3 teams for Icons. We have our 3 teams heading to Singapore. We are gonna have the Game Lord, RixGG, and Team Kaiser representing the EMEA region. What do you think? How are they gonna perform?
I think this is the three teams we expected going into Icon Series from the very beginning. Those have been the strongest team from the very beginning of WRC qualifiers. I think they're going to be doing great. Game Lord has found their specific style, TQ has found their style, and Rix even has theirs. So it's actually 3 very different teams who sent into Icon Series with each of their own strength, and I think that's really good for Europe that we don't have a developed style that works for us right here. We have 3 teams that all have their different strengths, and I'm excited to see what Europe can show.
And I'm excited to see what our analyst desk think about this series so far. So back to you guys in the analyst desk.
Well, we think that, they weren't the winners of the last chance qualifier, but they win through to Icons on their last chance for Game Lord. Definitely a tougher tournament as a whole than we were expecting out of Game Lord.
Yep.
And Game 3, they were pushed still just a little bit to the limit, mostly by Parla denying some of Game Lord's key picks. Stuart, I know those were some of the talking points that you wanted to touch on coming out of that Game 3.
Yeah, for sure. We had the substitute. We had Tolkas coming in with that Caitlyn build and everything, though, wasn't really what I was expecting. As a passionate AD carry player myself, the Caitlyn going for Infinity Edge with the Zeal, with the Rapid Fire Cannon, Mortal Reminder, not going for the Storm Razor. Not really something that I was really expecting coming into this game. I think this was just their last chance, though. They tried something new. I feel like that they knew that they were probably going to lose the 3rd game, so they had to switch up something. They had to try something new. They tried the substitute, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work out.
And I think that's the thing, is like when you look at a team like Parla, they performed very well across the entire tournament, and I think in a way, it's a shame that unfortunately they aren't going to be representing Turkey on the stage for Icons. Game Lord showing up on the day in exactly how we expected them to do. Lonely Kid looking like a monster throughout this entire series, and Hells, we've had a lot of games where Lonely Kid's got Camille. This one, maybe a little shaky. There was a few solo kills in there from Cyrex.
Well, you can call it shaky, but what I like to say is that Parla just hard-focused Lonely Kid. Every single time they kept ganking him and ganking him and ganking him, but he still did fine, right? He was 0-3 at some point, but he was still fine, considering that he constantly got ganked. But I want to say something to Parla fans out there. I want to say that. You guys can be super proud of Parla. Such an incredible team. Such an incredible performance. They did so well. They took a game from Game Lord earlier. They won against Formulation. They showed such a good performance. And even here, showing that they also have a substitute that can show a performance. Just even though they lost, you can be super proud of them, and they did such a good job, Stress.
Yeah, and to put that in perspective as well, we made some assumptions coming into the tournament that, of course, NASA were able to bounce back in Turkey and win their finals. And we were like, okay, well, Parla must, by the process of how tournaments go, Parla must be a lower seed compared to NASA. And then NASA's performance was shaky, and we didn't have expectations, and that was our kind of misunderstanding going in, and Parla playing a very solid game throughout the series. One thing I do want to kind of chuckle about is, DB, you're a top lane main. Hullbreaker Akali, I know it's to absorb the Hullbreaker on the other side, I always like to just mention these off builds a little.
I feel like I understand the idea behind it, because he wanted to match against the Camille Hullbreaker, so it's easy for him to kill those minions. He gets the resistance in the 1v1 matchup. But considering that Camille had Divine Sandra and Blade of the Rune King, I felt like Morello makes more sense because it provides you with the anti-heal, so you can deny the healing. And on top of that, I mean, Cyrex performed so well, but I feel like Gamelord just rotation-wise performed better and they caught people more off guard.
I always love us to like bank the explanations on things like this in clips, because whenever somebody screenshots a build and they're like, haha, EU sucks, look at what they're building, it's terrible. We have that in the clips as well, so NA casters come at us, don't worry, we can explain ourselves in front of you. Somebody that we're looking to now to explain a little bit about this series, let's head over to our interview with Carmeline.
Well, I'm Kamal and I'm here with the entirety of Gamelord. As you can see, the winners for this game qualified for the Icons Global Championship, and we need to get some information out of them before they leave us to go to the World's Championship. So, the first person I want to talk about is Reese. You're playing here in your hometown, you're playing here in Spain. This is your second time that you're going to be taking part at Worlds, the first time with Team Queso, now here with Gamelord. How are you feeling about it? What do you expect this time around?
I feel so excited, and I think we played yesterday as we played today, like chilling and relaxing as a team. We could easily win them, but I hope we can take our revenge in the Icons, and I will do it better in this time in the Worlds.
Okay, yeah, because last time was a little bit... but this time you've got a second chance. You'll got a second chance here. Okay, next person I want to talk is Lonely Kid. Hey! Okay, Lonely Kid. We were talking with Cuckoo before about you and about your potential and the expectations about your performance here. Do you feel happy with what you've done today, both individually and as a team?
Honestly, yeah, I feel really happy what we did today, but it still hurts. I'm remembering tomorrow, then it still hurts. Like we were really not expecting to lose like that. We were expecting at least a second. But it still hurts, but there's nothing we can do now. We have to prepare for Icons. I mean, we'll just do our best for Icons.
Okay, we hope to see your best as their representatives in the first seed. And finally, my last question goes over to Redemption. Sorry, Redemption, I want to ask you, how are you going to prepare as a team for the Icons Global Championship? Do you have anything planned, bootcamp perhaps?
First of all, that was the last bootcamp in France we ever did. Yeah. Unfortunate things happened with our mid laner and top laner. But yeah, hopefully we can bootcamp all together and prepare the Icons.
Okay, so there we go. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. You're going there to the Icons Global Championship, and I'm sending it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. Always good to hear from Gamelord and the guys there from our team. I mean, again, we had a little higher expectations, but you know, sometimes the way that the chips fall, sometimes the way that things go, actually can help a team. And you know what, for a team like Gamelord, this is the best Gamelord we saw at this tournament today. I think the way that they performed. This is actually something historically in esports that we see a lot, is teams that potentially qualify into the first parts of the tournament. We don't have the format for Icons explained yet, but I would imagine, you know, going in as the lower seed, there might be a potential to play more games. There are teams that warm up over those first few weeks and then really hit their stride because the other teams come in cold, and that might sound like I'm making excuses, but that's just generally how tournaments go at this level. So checking out our play of the game from this series, hopefully we get a lot more plays like this out of Gamelord.
Yeah, definitely. Gamelord right now, this is Gamelord that we know, and I feel like, you know, they have to bring it to Icons as well, and they will definitely be able to win some games if they play like this, because the Gamelord of yesterday, I hate to say it, but they were not good. It was just not good. Like, I wouldn't even qualify them as a top 4, maybe even a top 5, top 6 team, the way that they played yesterday, but the way that they played today, that's the Gamelord that we know. That's the Gamelord that we even, you know can take series from Rix. Unfortunately, it's just a tad bit too late, you know, as Nolikit mentioned, it's unfortunate. They know it as well, but it's okay. They qualified to the Icon series and they can show it there.
They can.
I think that was the main thing as well for them, is that if they get to Icons, you know, they've made that step. They probably expected a little bit more. I think going into the first few days, they were like a little bit shaky as well. But they've gone to Icons. It is the 3rd seed, probably not what they expected. But I think, like you said, going into this tournament and growing from day 1 to obviously and to the finals day, I feel like they've definitely grown and get that confidence. And like you said, because they might be able to potentially play more games now at Icons, they'll be able to you know, have a good shot.
Yeah, we're looking forward to finding out more information about Icons as we get closer to the event taking place in Singapore. That was announced this morning. We have an announcement to make of this series. It's the MVP. There was 2 candidates, I think, but honestly, the player that is the playmaker, it had to be Hester.
It's gonna be Hester. Hester has been showing why he's considered one of the best supports once again. He was kind of shaky the last few days, but now he's stepping up again. He is on that Nami making so many plays, especially on that Leona. He lands that engage, he lands the ultimate, and in combination with the redemption, they are getting those kills. So Hester, amazing performance by him.
You know what? That's not even a bad gold per minute for support. That's sort of those things where you're like, oh, getting plenty of gold, you know, decent amount of, you know, kills, assists on the game. And I mean, Hester just has control. And today, that's what I think returned is Hester had control of the game.
And again, the crazy thing is as well is that Rakan again wasn't played at all, wasn't banned at all in this entire series. We're normally used to Hester playing these engaged supports like Leona, like Alistar, like Rakan as well. But he played on a Nami today, and I think his Nami looked really, really solid. And in the regular season as well, when he had bans against him, he always felt back to that Nami. But even though Nami's meant to be this, you know, sort of enchanter support, more of a defensive support, he used it as a playmaker, flashing in with the bubbles, going for them Nami waves as well, getting, I think, 3 kills, I think, in the early game of the last game as well. It's a great performance.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, Stuart. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was literally gonna be talking about Hester right there, where he picks Nami, who's normally a reactive support, but he just uses those bubbles, uses the flash combos, uses the ultimate to engage as well. And it's just crazy to see that Hester can even pull off Nami, which is an enchanter support, you know, long range enchanter who wants to be safe, but he goes in, he makes the plays, and he does it.
It doesn't matter on which support he is, he's just gonna play aggressive and get those picks.
He's going to get those picks. And next split, apparently it's going to be Psychic Stuart, not just Smart Stuart. He's stealing all your points. You got to be careful.
I'm in your head.
Okay. We've got our 3rd place team. We've determined our last team going to Icons, and that leaves us with one more task for the day. It's going to be our grand finals. We're going to have some pre-show. We're going to have an opening ceremony, so don't complain in Twitch chat. You're going to get lots of content and the lead up to a potential 7 games between Team Queso and Riggs. Stay with us. We're heading to a short break, and we'll get both teams onto the stage.
Let's go!
We are hyped. We are so hyped for that one.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
everyone, and welcome back to the WREC Championship Finals, because yeah, we are heading into the finals. I'm joined in the analyst desk by Health Devil, Darkbreaker, Andrew, and starting with you, Health Devil, how do you see this finals going?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited, especially after seeing Team Queso's performance yesterday, right? Like, in the beginning, I thought Rix is just gonna wipe the floor with everything, but seeing Queso yesterday, seeing Joey on those ADCs, oh, I'm excited now.
And Darkbreaker, this is the match we get to see the first day in the group. It was the 2-1, and how many games are you expecting?
It's the rematch, and I think this is gonna be such a close series, but it's so hard to predict. It can go either way, and obviously I'm gonna hope for Game 7, because the more games, the better. And Rix and Team Queso, the two top teams, going into this, it's gonna be absolutely crazy.
The 7th game is the dream, isn't it, Drew? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, all these teams have been showing they can play so many different styles, so you mean, the more we're gonna see, the better, and especially in these best of 7 and best of 5s, the meta kind of changes during the series. You know, some picks are really strong, some picks doesn't work out, and you kind of get to see the both teams' strengths and weaknesses. So, you know, I mean, I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be pulling out.
And I would say that the constant in this tournament so far has been Rix GG consistency, Hustle, because, I mean, they look strong every single series they play.
You know what it is? Rix has been consistent since I've known the name. Like Rix, consistency. They only screwed up during the live event because it was a live stage where they lost. But yeah, consistency, and still every single game they just play well.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And there is an important story in these finals to happen, because Darkbreaker, this is a rematch for the European throne.
Exactly, this is the rematch. Last year's tournament in the grand finals, Rix lost to Team Queso, and Team Queso qualified for the first international tournament, which was the Horizon Cup. And now it's revenge time for Rix Gaming. Can they beat Team Queso, who looked so strong in the last few weeks, and especially yesterday? They improved so much. We've talked about it.
Yeah.
Team Queso is peaking right now. They are peaking, they are looking fantastic, and Rix Gaming consistently, obviously, and we will see how it's gonna turn out.
I think we get to see really the best version of each team coming into these playoffs. You know, Rix GG with consistency, but also Team Queso, which used to be quite one-dimensional team, became stronger, became diverse in their game plans.
They really did, and how are Rix going to handle this? Because GameLord showed yesterday they could not handle Androset on these fantastic carries. And when they tried to ban him out, then Joey Skeks just showed up. So this rematch for the European throne is just a crazy good title, because both these teams know exactly when to peak, and they're both peaking right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what's gonna be. I think this is peak. It's gonna be peak Wildrift coming through into the last best of 7 series. We're gonna have some exciting matches to come, not only in the jungle, where we talk about Andreas all the time, because I mean he's probably the best jungler that we have here in the Emea region. But also we had some exciting performances by for example, by Ram and by Acolyte the last days.
Yeah, and we all know Andres is like the most hyped jungler, and he is my favorite as well. But I can't be biased. 7, incredible player, and we all he's known to be perhaps the best solo queue jungler in Europe, and he was struggling a little bit to get into Rix, but I feel he really showed in the last games that he can dominate with his team as well, especially when he played that Morgana, got ahead by like 2 levels. It's just, he's playing really well. So the jungle matchup is what my eyes are going to be on, but obviously all the other lanes just have such an exciting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I mean, I was talking about the Baron lane. You know, we have the Acolyte versus Ramel, which is going to be an absolutely crazy matchup. But we also have quite an exciting matchup matchup in the middle lane, because Snitch is, I mean, I'm talking about all the time about consistency, but the Snitch is data breaker. It's consistency itself.
Snitch is also Mr. Champion Pool. That guy
Yeah,
can
that is
play
true.
any champion. We've seen it every single game. He's just picking a new champion. And on the Dakshan recently, he was absolutely amazing. But like you said, we are highlighting the different matchups, but in the end, we are in the grand finals already. Every single player in these grand finals is playing amazing, and you have to look out for every single player in this grand finals, because you never know who's gonna pop off.
Absolutely agree on that, and the fact is that I'm excited also for the clutch of styles coming through onto these finals, because we got to see a few Team Queso, you know, trying the old style, you know, all funnel into undressed composition the first day. That it didn't work, but on playoffs it did. They improved their original style, I would say.
Yeah, they really improved on it, and not only did they improve, they also adapted and did something else whenever GameLord adapted towards them. So it's a really diverse team we are going to be watching this game, and I think if Team Queso is to actually, you know, fall behind and see what are their weaknesses, I think it's been the champion pool from the mid laner only. Veas has been struggling a bit on different picks. He's been playing really good on the Cinch, but when he picked up the Lulu, you know, there's been some so-so moments.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be some exciting finals to come. And yeah, I hope you are, because we are finally ready to finals.
Which managed to defeat Parla Esports in a 3-0 to make it to the Icons event.
In the backside of the team for Parla Esports losing.
It's hard to look at a team and think, you know, so many scrims, so many hours, so much solo queue, so much practice went into this moment, and them getting here.
They have a big wave. They can just rush on the Nexus. Hit the Nexus, guys. Queso have become icons.
My first time ever beating them in a BO3, BO5, anything. So, I mean, yeah, for my first event, going to Icons is pretty cool.
Hey, Pop. Yeah, I think, it feels like we won the Super Bowl, yeah.
I think Team Queso have a very particular identity, and it's normally around Veos and Andres nowadays. Andres has been an incredible jungler, and I think with their coach, you know, they bring up a lot of great compositions and ideas.
I think it's gonna be interesting. I love playing against Rix. The player I want to meet the most is Snitch. I've known him like since basically the game came out, and he kind of for a while took me under his wing.
It was like his first 100 games or first 150 games, and he was just doing this really cool play, and I was like, yo, this guy is popping off. We would just end up talking, and it kind of just bloomed into more of a friendship, and yeah, I definitely feel like I gave him a lot of advice. I feel like I have a lot of things I can say, and like, oh yeah, I've been in that position. Oh, I felt like that, where you have like imposter syndrome. I've been through all of that, so it was kind of cool in the way to have like this really talented rookie player who was coming up. It's really cool that he's found a place on Team Queso, and he can finally be present at a LAN event like this and, you know, show what he's got.
It's kind of cool that like now I get to face him, and it's a BO7 for a lot of money and a lot of pride, so yeah.
If we mess up too many times, they take the game, because they're still playing really well and they're playing really aggressive, and they want to win this game. Everyone is very hungry. We want to be the first seed. We want to be the representative of the, you know, as the best team in Europe. That's our goal. It's going to be a really intense match.
Onto the stage. First, representing Rix GG in the Baron lane, it's Random! And his opponents, representing Team Queso, he is the Darius himself, Acolyte! his Twitch, it's Snitch! For Team Queso, sometimes it's about the assassins, sometimes it's about the enchanters, but it's always about Veos! About the Dragon Lane and say hello to Mr. Pentakill himself. It's a semi-finals MVP for Rix, it's Doom! For that pop-off performance, but the prodigy of Dragon Lane, it's Joey Skaggs! Last but no means least, our supports for this matchup, and it's no mystery who roams from that bottom lane for Rix. I'll give you a clue. It is Clue! Supports on Team Queso. They may pick lots of supportive champions, but there can only be one Methanaut. Pieces of the puzzle on stage for the draft with their teams. Please welcome the coaches of Rix. It's Mozilla and Dooms. We'll see if there are any cheese picks up Team Queso's sleeve. Please welcome to the stage, it's Coach Elky! Coaches, please shake hands. It is time for the first ever WREC Grand Finals.
Now it is time of finals. We're following the rhythm of the drums to that best of 7 between Rix GG and Team Queso. What a crazy entrance was that?
Honestly, I would have believed that if they told that Mozilla was the security guard from Rix as well.
I would have believed that. That was the most epic entry that I've ever seen.
Like literally, I mean, keeping sure that his guys are okay. You know, he has to make sure. But the fact is that we are gonna head into this series in no moment at all. And we have a lot of storylines to pull here. A lot of clue factors are gonna be important to this in this series so far. We were discussing, you know, before the opening entrance. You know, we were discussing about the bar lane. We were discussing about the mid lane, about the jungle. But I have to talk to Greg about Joey Scox and how he popped off yesterday.
I think Joey is going to be definitely a deciding factor if Team Queso is going to win the series, because he has been stepping up yesterday, and if he is continue and showing that he can go on those hyper carry ADCs and still carry the game, I can definitely see that Team Queso has a good shot of winning the finals, because we've seen it. On Corki, his compo pick, he is performing exceptionally well. Yes. But even if he's getting banned out of his Corki, out of the Saya, and maybe out of the Morgana, he still went on Kai'Sa and he went like a beast, 15 kills and smashed them.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I really want to talk because at the beginning, you know, of the event finals, it was all about how it's gonna affect the LAN experience to the players, but they are all now so used to it, and these are two lineups with a lot of experience on their backs.
Both these teams playing in the grand finals in the Origin series, both the teams had a little bit of different roster last time, but I mean, this is experienced players. They have been dominating the European scene for over a year. All of these players are top of their position, and that's why they're in the grand finals. And Hyper Carry ADCs is up on the screen right now, and that's definitely something we've seen. Some teams used to play a lot of mages in the bot lane for the entire split, but right now on this stage, they've been picking up these AD carries, Joey Scox on the Kai'Sa, as Dooms mentioned earlier. I mean, as Darkbreaker mentioned earlier, and Doom on that Varus has been really key for Rick's GG.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, we were talking just about that a few moments before. Joey popped off yesterday a lot with that Kai'Sa. I remember, before that, we thought that after the Corki, maybe it was a problem if he was going to be banned out, but we're going to have health level, a lot of priority, I still think, onto these hyper carries, Dim versus Joey. I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I love the fact that we're saying, you know, we're going to have priority on the hyper carries like Joey.
Right?
It's not Andres, the hyper carry, it's the hyper carries, Joey, Acolyte, all of them. Yes. You know, Vegas as well. They've all showed that they can all do it. Although Andres against 7 is obviously still the main part of the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean, it's nice for Team Queso to have more carries, but they have the ultimate carry. We saw him yesterday playing that amazing, unkillable Graves.
Yeah, Andrew Z has been showing such an amazing performance, and there's a reason why they are playing around Andrew Z, because he is the superstar jungler since last year, even performing so exceptionally well on the stage right now. And every single time, if they need someone who, like, if they're too behind, if they're kind of like, oh, we are not confident enough, they have Andrew Z as the backbone, as the leader in the jungle, carrying and controlling the pace of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I mean, Andres is being the satisfied.
But at the same time, we have C7, obviously, who's been performing so consistently overall. Like, we always like to, like, we mention Andres all the time, but C7 at the same time is doing such a consistent work overall.
But they're very different junglers. Andres is this hyper carry jungler, where 7 has been popping off on champions like Morgana. He's the one that sets up his team for success. He has the strong laners in Doom, in Clue, in Random, in Snitch, and he understands exactly how to play the map, how to make them succeed. And that's a big difference between Rix and Team Queso, because 7 is one of the only junglers that's been really using Morgana pick and the utility of these junglers, and especially Vi.
It's kind of funny, right? Because Anders is the carry indeed, and then 7 is the one that's allowing his teammates to carry, because he has such good players in every single lane. Absolutely. Random, Snitch, and Doom. These are all such incredible players. All he has to do, gank them, support them, and they'll carry the game. Well, if you look at Team Queso, right, they're looking a little bit itchy, but now I feel it could be the same for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And now we have to talk about our Baron Lane Titans, because what after they are, we have the Random versus Acolyte, the Breaker. Acolyte popped off yesterday as well. He got a pentakill.
Acolyte actually showing off that he is also one of the best Baron laners. He goes on the Shen. Shen is typically a tank, a supporting champion. He wanted to support Andrezet, but what does he do instead? He takes the show away. He gets the pentakill on that Shen. That's crazy, but we have to consider that Acolyte can play so many different playstyles. He can go on that ADC, he can go on the hyper carry Baron laners, and he can also go for those tanky utility teamfight based champions. But at the same time, we have Random on the other side of the match. Random has been performing so well consistently on a lot of champions, and he was the first one who actually picked Shen and went legendary.
Yeah, it went legendary. Like, we have an interesting Shen Enjoyers matchup, let's put it that way, Ryu. But it was one hell of a clash back in the first day of the finals.
This Group A first matchup have seen to be exciting. I mean, it also ended 2-1 last time. I mean, I'm expecting we are going to be seeing a back and forth game in this grand finals as well, because it's quite funny in these 3 key points. We're highlighting the ADC, we're highlighting the jungler, we're highlighting the top lane. I mean, both these teams just have incredible players everywhere. I mean, where are you going to find a gap? If you're either of these teams and you're going to sit there with a coach behind the scene thinking, how are we going to beat this team? I mean, how do you do this? I mean, this is almost an impossible task for both these teams. It's two like unstoppable walls fighting against each other, and which one is going to tear down first?
I don't know what's going to happen. I really expect a really, really long series, but I want to ask the Camelot, what does she think?
Well, I want to know what Mozilla coach for Rix thinks. So the first thing, yesterday you did a quite accurate prediction of the 3-0 versus Parla. Now I want you to give me a prediction for your game against Team Queso.
Team Queso has already managed to take one game off of us, so I give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's a 4-1 this time.
Okay, 4-1, but just one, not anymore. Just a little bit. Something is something. We also need to talk, of course, about spicing things up a little bit. So I'm going to ask you, why do you think you're better than Team Queso?
I feel like our preparation has been better over the tournament. And you've seen yesterday we played, I think, 14 out of 15 possible different champions. So it's also very difficult to expect what we are going to bring out on the table. And I feel like we can use that, especially in the draft and in-game, to outplay Team Queso.
Talk about draft team play. What is your roadmap now for this series, for these games? It's a best of 7, which is a little bit different than what we're used to. So how are you planning and preparing the players to face this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in a best of 7, you play a lot of games. It's basically like a marathon. So throwing the enemy off is like the most important thing. If they're off rhythm, if you bring something out on the table and it defines the series later on, it's a huge boon for you.
Okay, so for now, we're gonna let you go back to the players to prepare for the game. Thank you very much, Mozilla, for being honest as always, and sending it back to the casters now. Goodbye, you guys.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. Thank you very much, Mozilla, there as well. Getting ready for the first ever WREC finals. That feels so good to say. It's been months in the making. Stuart joining me for game 1 of this series. I mean, I feel like asking how you feel is a stupid question right now, but how do you feel?
I mean, after that opening ceremony with all the drums, all the hype, all the players shaking hands as well, this is a moment we've been waiting for since the start of the WREC season. We're here, all the players are here as well, the coaching staff are here. I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get into this game.
But for newer viewers to the WREC, would you say that both expected teams are here? Because I feel like this is a rematch of last year's finals, but these were not the teams we picked, or at least one of them wasn't. And I mean, no disrespect by that, but we just saw Gamelord go past Parla. We built up for months that it was likely to be Gamelord and Rix in this situation, but it's return of the Queso at this point.
I feel like it's a Queso land buff. I feel like it happens quite a bit, to be fair. I mean, I think they briefly mentioned it as well, that Team Queso, when they're in this offline environment, they definitely can perform. They had a bit of a shaky start, but I feel like they've adapted very well, and they've actually changed their style, and I feel like in a best of 7 as well, it's going to be a very, very long day for both these teams.
Oh, yeah.
Could potentially be 4 games, could potentially be 7 games. We'll have to find out.
So let's lay some groundwork on team play style. For Team Queso, it's a very, very direct style where they draft around their jungler Andres. It's all about giving him a lot of resources. They even draft like multiple carries, multiple enchanters to empower him from a carry role. For Rix, their champion pools are generally so deep that they don't have one defined play style. They can play around random in the Baron lane. They can play around around Snitch, they can play around Doom. So they're very flexible, and I think that might be their greatest strength coming into this finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Mozilla said in the interview, and as we mentioned yesterday, 14 out of 15 champions that they played yesterday in the best of 3 were unique. I'm really excited to see what they bring in the best of 7. Were they going to bring out even more unique champions? But I mean, you saying that about Andre, I mean, no surprise because he's such a talented player. But I feel like yesterday they showed that they can also put the eggs in other people's baskets as well, with Joey popping off in the Kaiser, Acolyte popping off at the same time as well. And looking at this draft, I mean, you can see Rex, like you just said, focusing on Andre with all of these bans.
Yeah, it might seem strange that you're like, why the hell are there two supports banned this early? Yesterday we saw first rotation Lulu Yumi from Queso.
Karma is open. Ooh. Karma is open, and it's going to be interesting to see if Ricks are going to pick up this Karma for this first game. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a surprise if Karma gets picked here. I'll be very, very surprised they don't do it. And there we go. There is the Karma.
Only our 3rd game that we've had Karma available. Everybody else has been banning Karma. We saw Ricks yesterday actually leave it open against Parla and just say, well, we really don't care what you play into us. So Karma being taken out could go to Clue, could go to Snitch. We've seen it in both mid and in that bottom lane role. I think we've really eaten through the Enchanted pool now, and red side Gragas, again, for those of you that perhaps haven't tracked the European meta, Gragas flexes between 4 lanes, very strong in general across the whole of the world for competitive play, and this is a different flavor from Team Queso.
Yeah, I mean, Methanol's only played 1 game of Rakan so far, played it yesterday in 1 game, and honestly did have a really good game. So taking that away from Clue as well, has been his most played champion, is no surprise. Like you said, the Gragas is very strong as well. It's very different to what we saw in the last series as well, because last series we saw no Rakan, but now it's first rotation red side.
And this is a pick that's had almost no priority this entire tournament long. Set Singed picked up, so that's likely to be Singed on Snitch in the middle lane. And then, hang on, is that going to be Set? Okay, so we have 2 potential support champions. Typically, we've seen more Set, Support, and Karma. I don't know, would you blind Set top lane, Baron lane at this point? We haven't seen Set jungle in a very long time, like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks away.
No, I don't think we're going to see Set jungle. We haven't seen it for a long time since the nerfs, pretty much when he first came out. Morgana there for most likely for Joey, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they flex these 3 picks. One of my notes I put here is just Singed. Like, both these players play Singed, and I thought it was going to be a high priority, and it is going to be a high priority for the series. Both Veos and Snitch have both played Singed, and I feel like it definitely works well for both these teams.
That next step, though, we look at what does the Singed do, and against a Gragas and against a Rakan, it's going to deny a lot of engage potential there, where you're looking to shut down that mobility using the Mega Adhesive. We'll see how that works within the game and how that actually has an impact on the game. Some of you watching that perhaps watched our previous series might think it might be Morgana jungle. The way that Team Queso have played is it has tended to put Joey on those enchanters. So it is still possible that Andre is on that champion, but I feel like it's as far away from that kind of 1v1 dueling hyper carry jungle that Andre typically plays.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go in Andre's hands. I don't think it's an Andre champion. The one champion that is an Andre champion is Jax, and Jax is still open in this draft. The Olaf has been banned away, no surprise, but the Jax is also open, so that's not going to be taken for Team Queso so far. So it's going to be interesting to see if Rick's ban it away, but Team Queso going for 2 hyper carry bans because they already have that duo lane pick of the Morgana.
And Doom has got pentakills on Jinx this season already, so removing a pick that we haven't seen a lot here at the WRAC finals, but is still potent one for Doom. So few bans compared to what we normally see going towards Andre. He has basically his entire champion pool on top of what you already talked about.
Yeah, I think it's just the Olaf ban, and he can pick so many. You can pick the Graves, you can pick the Jax if you want to as well. The reason why Team Queso are banning these hyper carries is because Karma is really the enabler for these hyper carries, with the movement speed, with the shield, with all the crowd control as well. Normally when you play Karma in that support role, you want to pair that with a hyper carry instead of these AP mages in the bot lane.
There's
the Jax. There we
comes
go.
through. That's going to tell us that Joey is going to the Morgana. Now, there are a couple that are still available but that we don't see too much. We've seen Tristana a handful of games. We then look to picks that I know you would be very happy of, getting a Zyre, if that could come through, as a champion that can scale very well into the game. And there's a big tanky front line for Rix already. Even though both Singed and Set offer damage and tankiness, both of them are hard to get through. Set can peel from himself, Singed once you have to Rylai's run through, and it's a Draven. It's the opposite direction. The complete opposite. Draven is a hard snowballing pick, but in that bottom lane, Draven Karma feels very oppressive in the lane.
Oh, Doom picks up the Draven. He's like, you know what, grand final, I don't even care. I'm going to play the most aggressive AD carry I can. I have a Karma by my side as well. It is going to be that Set barrel lane as well, the blind pick for Random. Random just... doesn't care as well.
Is there a world in which Queso call the bluff and say, fine, we're flexing anyway, Morg to mid, Gragas to top, pick a different AD carry so you don't lose the lane so hard? It's not going to be that way. We have seen Jace played in a bot lane role, but I don't think that'll be it here. That's likely to be going up to top for Acolyte, likely to be Gragas in the middle lane with Morgana going down into the duo lane to kind of just deter. I feel like that means Joey and Methanaut for game 1 are basically never going to want to be in lane against the Draven with a Karma. That sounds really terrifying.
As a Morgana, it's going to be really difficult. I mean, she's just going to use the pull to try and push the wave as fast as possible. But Doom and Clue in this duo lane is going to play super aggressive. For people who don't know at home, with Draven, you have a passive that gets stacks every time that you pick up an axe, that you get any CS, so get any minions, kill any minions. And then when you get a kill, you get this big bunch of gold that you can get, and you can really snowball with Draven. And I feel like the snowballing potential is really key in this bot lane matchup.
Truly key, because they're relying a lot for Rix. It's not the only way that they can win this game, but they're relying on a lot of early game snowballing to close the game out quickly before the jacks from Andre can come online. That does mean that the one thing you're looking for if you're a Team Queso fan is that Draven to not get any kills. And even if he stacks up, if you kill him, you cut it in half. If you kill him again, you cut it in half. And as long as you don't let him cash in, Queso fans will be happy watching Doom go 0-0-0 on this matchup. Or even, like 0-5-0 would be what they're looking for. On the other hand, if he's like 5-0, constantly cashing in, Draven very rapidly gets 1, 2, 3 items ahead of his opponent if the game even goes that late.
And that becomes very, very scary. And I think the most important thing as well is that SE7 is on an aggressive jungler. This is kind of his pick. This is what he normally plays in solo queue as well. And that means that he's probably going to be playing around this bot side of the map, but he actually goes for a level 1 before he even starts the jungle.
Important first flash down from Feos. Now, one of the things is Gragas can play very securely, very safely, but now with no flash. And I want to comment on the way that we've seen teams beat Team Queso is generally taking the fight to them early game in the jungle and making sure Andre doesn't have the time to get into the game. Queso will give extra CS, will give extra presence, extra wards, time to Andre all the way through the game, and the best teams that have unseated Queso online in the tournament have been the ones that say, no, your jungle belongs to us. Andre, you don't get to play the game.
Yeah, definitely. And he's going to go back to mid lane as well.
Dead already. This is exactly the turnaround for first blood.
Oh, no, Doom!
Game bottom lane. This can't be happening. Surely. We had the read on it being aggressive from Rixon in their favor, but Methanaut's going to hit 2. That'll let him get away. Wow, okay, 1 trade apiece. 1 in mid lane in favor of Rix with the first blood gold, and bottom lane Joey and Methanaut picking up the 2v2 kill.
Hopefully we get a replay of that bot lane play. I feel like it was the binding or the knock-up. Maybe Doom was just playing a little bit too over-aggressive. We're going to see the mid lane playing instead. We're going to say it was one of the two. It was just a flash from Snitch with the flip as well, and with no flash from Veos. The great thing as well, it looks like it was the knock-up by Methanaut, and he just walked forward. He just didn't respect the Q coming out from Joey, and he hit level 2. He got the first ability, the Dark Binding. He was able to catch out Doom, and that's a kill in the bot lane. And even though he doesn't have that many stacks, but getting that gold lead in the duo lane is really important for Team Queso because they want to try and shut this Draven down.
It's massive, and Draven without flash is so much less potent because he does not have mobility when you look at a jump or a dash or a blink built into his kit. He has movement speed that comes from using his ability too. He has a knockback, but all of those things don't keep him alive if there's an engaging support on top of him like a Rakan. So with that flash now down, that aggression goes away. And I wonder how this is going to affect things, because people who have watched a lot of Europe and Emea region will know that we like to put our AD carries into the middle lane around about the level 4. I say AD carries, but typically it's been a lot of mages to wave clears. We go into the bottom lane for an engage. Joey Skaggs doesn't have splash available. That will be the kill going over to Lee Sin. But Draven's wave clear is pretty bad.
Yeah, for sure. And against Morgana can just put the pull down. The wave clear is going to be there. But SE7 has done a great job so far. SE7 is like the perfect start for a Lee Sin. You go mid lane early on, actually before he even started his first camp, blew the flash, and it was like, okay, Snitch, he has no flash, you're going to flash in, pull them away. And the great thing that Snitch did there as well was he actually stood between Veos and trying to escape. That means that even if Veos did body slam, it was just going to go straight into Snitch, and there was no way to escape. He goes down to the bot lane because Joey Skaggs doesn't have a flash as well. well. So the communication and rotations of SE7 at the moment in this game has been really, really good.
And it's kind of a rarity that we've seen so much action around mid lane. A lot of the time it kind of falls away in the early game. You get these safe lanes. Random's going to get engaged upon by Acolyte, but the old switcheroo comes from Seven, just being in the lane. And again, that impact that Seven's having has the flash of it nearly available, so we'll be able to look for a kick flash setup in a lane if you can find somebody without their flash. And Acolyte just blew his. Perfect scenario if he needs it. But it doesn't hit that time in bot lane.
I think the movement speed is definitely going to help Doom because you have the movement speed from his second ability. You also have the movement speed for the Karma as well. The Karma is going to be very, very good. Singe is just laughing away. I feel like that's what Snitch is doing as well.
That's attached to his ability 1, right? When you start it, he starts laughing. So Snitch is definitely rubbing it in on Deos that he's a kill up in the lane with that jungle help.
I mean, they talked on the analyst desk about this matchup in the jungle as SE7 is kind of the rising star. He only joined Rix at the start of this split. We cast him a few times at the start of the year as well, and he felt really very shaky, very out of place as a jungler on this Rix lineup. But I feel like as the year's gone on, he's definitely evolved. He's definitely grown into the lineup as well. And Andre on the other side, on this Jax pick, doesn't want to go for these over-aggressive plays on the Jax because Jax against Lee Sin in the early game, Lee Sin is going to win that 100% of the time.
Yeah, and we've seen in the moments where SE7 is overextended, hang on, Snitch is going to flash Proto Belt, fling into the lane. There's the kick. Oh, the mechanics are on point. Even the Singe mechanics doesn't matter because Rix are going to pick up the kill. They even give it to 7. Ray, you say Singe mechanics, but flash fling into the kick, into the Sonic Wave is exactly what Rix needed top lane.
Flash Proto Belt, and this is what everyone does on Singe. They just go Proto Belt first item, and it's just pretty much like a setup champion in a way. You just roam around the map because you can clear the mid-wave really, really easily. Sometimes you can even leave the mid lane like they're doing at the moment. He's going to try and get the top tower, but there's 3 members down in this duo lane. They're not going to do much at the moment, but Doom rotated up instead. They're going to try and get the first tower of the game, which they'll be able to do without even using the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, that'll be a significant moment for them. You can see Acolyte has got the Hull Breaker, and it has been bestowed over the buff to the Cannon Minion. Won't last too much longer as Team Queso. They're going to try and break mid tower, and as the Karma ult comes through with the Whirling Death as well, it's not enough to actually take anyone from Queso down, but the minion wave is what they were looking for from that situation. They deny the push.
Yeah, Clue using the Manta version of the first ability and also the ultimate, being able to clear the wave. Also got a flash as well from Joey, so again, that's going to be down. That's a situation where SE7 can maybe look towards that mid lane because the duo laners are going to go now into the mid lane. So Doom at the moment, he hasn't got any kills. He does have that Rift Herald though, so maybe he can try and look to use that in the mid lane, and SE7 is everywhere.
That'll be a really important point as we're actually going to find another pick. Nice dodge out by Methanol, going to get to safety over the wall. And one of the things I wanted to ask you is, as we go into this next portion of the game, how does this composition, which is a little different from Rix, really play the map? Because there's a Hullbreaker Jace on the other side who, even though they're behind, once this Rift Herald is gone, we've got a little moment of the game where there's not really a very obvious place to go. Mega Adhesive buying the tower is going to deny Methanol. Will Quickness has been popped. Explosive Cask is actually going to blast everybody away, and as the Rift Herald charges, it won't pick up mid tower either, so both teams failing. Jace pushing bot.
Yeah, Jace is pushing bot, like you said, Hullbreaker first item. You don't normally see set building Hullbreaker, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to build it this game. But I think Random just has to make sure that he just follows Acolyte around. Normally with set, you want to have him in the team fights, but I think Hullbreaker is the first item. When you see that, you know the game plan of Acolyte straight away. 100 stacks already for Doom on this Draven, so if he does get that kill, he's going to get a bunch of gold, but as you mentioned, if he dies, he's going to lose half of them stacks.
And now you just want to bank it, right?
Yep.
You've got the gold there, but you want it as items. Like, you need to get the kill converted, otherwise you're just kind of this giant money bag that somebody is going to take half of. It's like taxes. Doom's going to have to pay his taxes if he plays too aggressively. Always pay your taxes, just to put that out there.
Wasn't there a situation in the regular season of WREC where Draven had about 200 or 300 stacks and his team was not letting him get the kill?
Ironically, I think it was Joey as well.
I thought it was Joey as well, yes.
For some reason. And he loses half of his stacks and then dies again because he has no flash. And the Draven got knocked out. But in this game, it's Acolyte that may be getting knocked out here. Hullbreaker won't do enough to keep you alive against 3 people. Good attempt. Rix is trying to give the kill over just a little bit, waste a little bit more time, and it's gone over to Snitch to make that Singed even stronger.
The rotations from the side of Rex and the macro play at the moment are just far above and beyond Team Queso at the moment. Team Queso are the ones that are getting caught out across the map, whether it's the mid lane, the duo lane, the Baron lane. SE7 has been all over the map at the moment. You see, Andreas is going to look to try and catch out SE7, but they know. But Snitch is
Grounded.
going in, but nice Black Shield.
Yeah, it's going to deny the fling. That's one of the things that, of course, you can do with that Black Shield. We were actually having a discussion earlier about how, like, Morgana singed interactions around Black Shield are actually kind of confusing, because depending on when you get Black Shielded, part of the Mega Adhesive, you know, effect of getting stunned if you're flinged onto it, flung, however you say it, there's just some confusion there that I'm glad we actually have the both in the game, because I'm like, I know if you're Black Shielded before being flung, nothing happens, right? You'd never get flung. So that's what you're looking for. But I'm just like, what about if it's in the air? Like when you arrive, how much crowd control applies? I'm guessing it's none. I don't play enough Singed or Morgana to know. And if I did play Morgana, I'd definitely shield the wrong person. So.
That's a Diamond player for you.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants that. I'm still in the equivalent, Diamond, aka Iron, this season.
So, looking back at this game, is still a gold lead random, trying to solo Acolyte, but Acolyte has so many resistances right now with the Hull Breaker as the first item. Can't really do too much if you're random. The next Rift Herald is spawning, and also the Dragon as well. Was Team Queso that picked up their first Dragon. They traded it for Rift Herald, but Ricks were able to take that first tower of the game. And I feel like if they get this second Rift Herald as well, they're just going to try and break down that mid lane tower. But Acolyte, he's not doing too bad. He's actually 400 gold ahead, even though he's 0-2 right now. He's still 400 gold ahead. Across the board, 800 gold lead, roughly about 1,000 gold lead now for the mid lane. The jungle as well is about 700 gold ahead. There's not a lot of gold lead, but Andre and
quickly does it up into top lane, and now Acolyte and Andre will push the tower down. That'll open up a little bit more of the rift as Ricks are going to be able to take out the Dragon. And it's interesting that despite all of that power, all of that presence, even before that kill, there was only about a 600 gold lead on 7 on the jungle, and that's with 3 kills on top of it. So Queso have done a good job of slowing down the game, but I don't think that they can slow it down too much longer. This Rift Herald is going to drop, but who's going to get it? It's Rick stealing it away with Karma. Clue picks it up. A Methanord over the wall will be able to get back away. There's another tower has fallen in the bottom lane. If Joey dies,
Doom got a kill.
Doom already cashed in.
Double
kill is going to allow him to accelerate even faster into this game. Veos will get caught in the bottom lane. I think he should be okay, although with the suplex under the tower, the body slam should be enough when it comes back up after the explosive cast. The rest of Ricks are heading down the river, though.
Yep, here we go. It's going to be... are they going to tower dive? They're probably going to tower... I mean, all 5 members are down, and Snitch is just like, I'm just going to take the tower.
No flash and no hope for Veos as it's Ricks, Snitch, Swirl, and he picks up the kill.
Beautiful rotations again by Ricks, and Andre's in the enemy jungle, not going to be able to do too much. They're going to try and get this mid lane tower instead. Random's going to stay in this dual lane to try and get the bot lane tower, and it's 3 towers to 2 at the moment, but I think this mid lane tower is going to go down as well. So we're even in terms of dragons, we're even in terms of towers. Gold lead is still in favor of Ricks because they've been rotating around the map, getting the kills, and now Doom. I want to see what items Doom has now because he got 2 kills. He has a Storm Razor already, he has the BF Sword, and that Vamp. But going into this replay, we're going to see the Doom is just in the back line, and he's just auto-attacking for free. I think he even flashes over the wall. Yeah, both of them. SE7 and Doom flashes over the wall. He gets 1 kill. He gets 2 kills as well, which allows him to get the gold that he gets from his passive. And this is where Doom wants to be. With Draven, if you get that gold lead, if you get the early bit of gold, you can see 2,000 gold lead now for Doom down in that dual lane. Has the Storm Razor, is going for the Infinity Edge. I talked to Doom a little bit as well, you know, about AD carry builds in general. He likes to go for that Vamp kind of as a first item, just get that little bit of healing. Saying that,
might need some healing in the top lane for Acolyte as Redemption comes out as well, thrown into the mix, and Team Queso, it was looking good, it was looking close for a while, but I think these last few fights, 7 downtown, but it's all about his own demise, or is it? He gets away and the team actually play front line. Methanord is going to get dropped to begin this one. It's another kill going over to Doom. It's a killing spree, and 7 playing on the edge right the way through that team fight, all the way into the jungle, picks up the kill.
Really as far as that Akali from yesterday, going from one side of the map to the other, but really, really, really deep play there by 7, but he was able to survive anyway. He was able to safeguard away. The rest of his team was there as well. Random did really well, flash and pulled together 3 members on the side of Team Queso, and Team Ricks at the moment looking really, really strong. But saying that, the gold lead is not really that much as what you'd think it would be, to be fair. You know, about a 5,000 gold lead. You got 3,000 gold lead pretty much for the side of Draven or Doom, but SE7 as well again.
Yeah, the Blind Monk has been spotted. Great knockup from Methanord to keep him in place. Snitch is going to get the fling back. The kill will come through as it's a rampage for Doom. He got himself the MVP yesterday in the series in game 1. It started
badly for Doom. I'm just going to put it out there, getting caught in lane, but he's now picking up all of the kills that he needs. Whirling Death comes through, but it's already picked up from Random on this set, and Rix are in full control now, 11 kills to 2.
Yeah, full control. Just going to be able to push out this mid lane. Going to try and potentially get the mid lane tower. Snitch on this Singed. He's everywhere. He's just like, okay, I'm just going to walk in. I'm just going to use all my poison. I'm going to use my pool as well. Just fling you back, and there's nothing really that you can do about it. And honestly, at the moment, Team Queso, there's not really nothing they can do in this game at the moment. They're on the back foot, and they're trying to find the little plays here and there, but Seven on this Lee Sin has been absolutely everywhere. 4-0-6 now on this Lee Sin, and even though he has 4 kills and Andre doesn't have any, as we look back at the replay, it's actually Seven that was good, that was getting caught out, but it was actually really good knock up by Mephinot on the Rakan, but the follow-up just wasn't there, unfortunately. Acolyte was on the side. He used the Shock Blast acceleration gate, but didn't really do that much damage because he has that whole breaker as well, and he's grouping up, and then Snitch again, just using the Protobelt, using the fling to get back into, push the member of Team Queso back into his team. With the pool as well, he's not being able to flash away, and that's going to be another dragon over to Rix. Like you said, full control for Rix now, and Veos can be caught again.
He's not on vision this time. Veos actually does manage to back away, though, as Rix. I mean, Queso know that they're in there. They've pinged the danger ping. Mega Adhesive is really toxic. I'm going to be honest. Like, you just throw it down and Rakan's like, you're not a champion anymore. You actually cannot engage anything, whereas Seven is still hopping around the entire fight. He's in behind Acolyte. The kick should be all too clean off the flash fling as well. It's another kill going over to Rix, and I think they really have put game 1 in the books already. Seven dashes behind the tower. Guardian Angel should keep him alive even when he drops, and in come the rest of Rix. They're going to try and play defense, although Snitch, he's found himself under the enemy tower. Maybe it was a little bit too far as Jax is pushing on the side lane. The tower's still alive, but there's the stasis from Joey Skaggs. No flash, no exhaust, no way of getting out, and Veos, he has 3 low health targets in front of him, but no abilities really to do it. He has the body slam and the flash, the stasis as well. It's an inhib going down, and the cooldown's up in order to take the 1 versus 3. It's locking him down under the tower, and Clue takes him out. It's Doom with the killing blow. On the other side of the rift, Andre has pushed in a tower, but the Nexus is getting pushed already. Rix will back away and steady themselves. They don't want to overpush. They don't want to throw game 1 because right now they're on the cusp of taking a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Random is just playing the defensive game, and I feel like that's what I said. That's what they need to do. Andre trying to split push, trying to get as much gold really as possible. We take a back look at the replay. Seven here with the engage again. He's been everywhere. Mephinot tries to escape, but you can't really do that much when you got, you know, the ball. You can't dash away or do anything like that. He does get caught though. He does go into his Guardian Angel. Snitch and Clue are just like, yeah, we're just going to flash forward. We don't really care. Snitch does die because the great explosive cast by Veos. Doom was really, really low. Unfortunately, for Joey, the Dark Binding does miss. Dark Binding Flash was a really, really good dodge by Doom. You can see, as you mentioned, really, really low health bars as we go back to live. They were able to get that bot lane inhibitor, and now Doom is at a point of the game where he's pretty much unkillable. Yeah. 5,000 gold lead now, 5-1-3 on this Draven.
Super far ahead. Random has the flank. He's going to find Veos and slam him into the rest of the team. It's an assisted body slam this time as Veos has dropped. Snitch has picked up the kill, and Acolyte can't group with the team quick enough. Queso are getting torn apart. It's a double kill for Snitch, and all the rest of Queso are going to drop. It's all too clinical in the late game for Rix. They're going to push through the lane and take game 1.
Very, very clean game by Rix. Their macro play at 7 on this Lee Sin was absolutely dominant. Went into the mid lane at level 1, got the flash, rotated to bot lane as well, and that is going to be game number 1 to Rix.
An important game 1 for Rix as well. Last year they had their struggles a little bit in the finals, going up against Queso, and at this point, it's a good start for them. It's a very, very good start for Rix with an unconventional comp. I would say this wasn't what I was expecting out of Rix, like with a Draven, and I mean the Singed was right. The set, I think, I was like, wow, I'm not expecting that. Is it like a sleeper OP pick? Rix pull it out in game 1, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think in the best of 7, you can always like try these things in the first couple of games, kind of like a testing ground to see what you can get away with, because now Team Queso are like, okay, we have to ban away the Draven now, because Draven for Doom, even though he did get caught and he was a little bit over aggressive at level 1, did get caught by the Dark Binding, but I think 7 on this Lee Sin. Really, really dominant performance. That's basically his pocket pick champion. That's what he always plays in solo queue, and he was all around the map. He was mid lane, bot lane, top lane, being able to get the ganks and being able to get that early advantage for Rix.
That game truly was the best of 7, and that might mean we only have 3 games, but there's a total 7 games to play. If Rix keep that up, it could very well be a quick finals. We'll see if Keizo can bounce back in game 2 when we come back from a break.
everyone, and welcome back to the WREC Championship Finals. Rix GG took the first victory versus Team Keizo, and we got to see some interesting picks coming through, such as the Dravens to watch.
Yes, the Draven for Doom. We know he could play these hyper carry champions, you know, like the Jinx, like the Kai'Sa that did get banned in that second ban phase. But he's like, okay, I'm in a final, I'm in a grand final, I'm going to play the Draven. And he did so well in that Draven.
You wanted to talk about, you know, the Draven and stuff, and he played amazingly, even though he got killed early in the game health level, because we got aggression since minute 1. I think we got kills in the top lane, we got kills in the dragon lane, but I think that I know the early game from Rix GG was amazing.
Yeah, let's talk about Seven's Lee Sin. Like, oh my god, what an absolutely amazing Lee Sin. And we haven't seen many junglers pull off the Lee Sin. And the thing is, we saw Lee Sin being banned out against Seven earlier. We didn't quite understand why. We were like, why would you ban Lee Sin here, right? But Now we get it. Now we get it. What a phenomenal player. He was ganking over and over and over again, making sure Snitch, Doom, and Random, all of them got ahead, and then they got ahead enough that they just won the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. This match, 7 was fantastic in that listen pick. That also, you know, it was a 7 with the listen, but also Snitch win the scenes. That was absolutely fantastic.
Snitch's Singe was so phenomenal this game. He just showed exactly how to play the champion. Just push out the mid lane, roam with your support and your jungler, and get yourself in the lead. I think Rix kind of, cracked the code on how to beat Team Queso, because Team Queso has usually been winning a lot with those late game junglers, with the Graves, with the Jax in this game. And it's been difficult for teams to stop Andrew said once he ramped up and got a lot of items. But I think Rix got a good plan. You pick Lee Sin, you pick Draven, and you just stomp through the early game. What is Andrew gonna do if he just can't get those items on these hyper carry late game champions? So I think Rix really found the formula.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to invest in your next composition more into the early game if you want to have a chance against Rix G, because the game plan was absolutely amazing. I think you got the early roams for Snitch. He bought the protocol just to have a little bit of extra damage to pull someone into his back in synergy with Listen. It was fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that early game was all about really, Snitch and Seven, because Seven got that early level 1 before he even started his first jungle camp. It was like, okay, I'm going to go in level 1, I'm going to get Phaeos's flash. He then goes back to mid lane. He then gets the first blood. He then realizes that Joey and Rakan doesn't have the flash. Yep, flash. The flash is in the bot lane, sorry. Absolutely. He goes in the bot lane, he gets that, he goes in the top lane, and then he does the exact same thing. Really, really well played by Seven. You can see that this is his unique pick. This is a pick that we know that he can play. He's really, really strong on in the early game, and I feel like Team Queso have to come up with an early game draft now, because Rix are just going to do the exact same thing. They're going to focus on that early game, try and get their lanes ahead, and if they do, then Rix are just going to stomp this series.
But the question is, do you ban out the Lee Sin now?
I think, Lee Sin might actually be one of the key picks for Rix this series, so I think there's definitely a chance we're going to see this ban, because Andrew was actually almost keeping up in goal with Lee Sin throughout the game, but it does not matter if Lee Sin is getting his other laners ahead. So I think, Lee Sin might actually be something that TQ has to look to ban, because, well, they were not able to stop it in this first game. It is a best of 7 though, so they have time to see if they could maybe make the next game different. I think they have to ban it, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say, and that's a great thing about a best of 7 series as well, is that you can play these crazy picks, like Draven, like Lee Sin.
In the first game.
Exactly, yeah,
more
because
than
now
others.
Team Queso are playing on the back of their minds, do we have to ban the Draven? Do we have to ban the Lee Sin? And then it goes into this crazy situation where it's like another pick might be open instead. And I think Team Queso, because they lost this game, they're probably going to go on the red side again. They did give away that Karma as well, though, and I feel like Karma, when you have that carry in the duo lane, like the Draven, with all the movement speed, with the crowd control, and with that ultimate pulling the members together, it's really, really difficult for Team Queso to do that much.
And Karma was really great at this game, specifically because of the Singe, We have Draven who wants to pick up the axes, we have Singe who wants to get into the front line and fling the teams ahead, and Karma can speed those championships, just AoE speed boost, This champion was perfect for this team composition, and I don't think TQ can make the same mistake again of leaving Karma open.
And can we also talk about the gold league Doom hat on that Draven? Because even though he got killed, he was ahead by 5,000 gold in the end game, Noah.
It's Draven. I mean, if you can take your stocks, then you're gonna be absolutely great, guys. We're gonna head into the play of the game in this first match. Remember, this is a best of 7, so this is only the first match, and this is the fight, all around the Herald pit.
This is where Draven actually flashes over the wall and gets this first kill cooldown, which he needs to get that passive running. And you know that, Stuart, when you're fed on a Draven, you can really run with the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he got the kill. He was a little bit caught in that early game. Yes. He didn't respect the dart binding from Joey in that early game. But when he got into the mid and the late game, he was able to get a few kills. Like Hel said, 5,000 gold lead on Draven. Yeah, when you get a few kills with Draven, when you get that passive rolling, it's so hard for anyone on Team Queso to do anything, because then he has the movement speed from the Karma. You have the Singed in the front line as well, flinging members back. And the Draven pick, honestly, could be really, really big for Doom in this series.
Let's see if he gets banned out. But now, guys, we're going to watch some Coca-Cola pop off in this first match of this series. Because, I mean, We have plenty of exciting plays. And he goes, oh, that was a massive face breaker health.
Yeah, he used his face breaker, I believe, in Sinch's second ability to make sure they just couldn't escape at all. And after that, it's just over. Random came from behind, you know, with his ultimate. And, you know, you call the fight done already then. Because Doom is sitting in the backline, throwing those axes, dealing massive damage. And I mean, look at that. Cleo on the support, screaming to his teammates, probably, go, 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 we got this. These guys are amazing.
Yeah, he had the power V, he had the karma. You know, we knew that karma was going to be huge into the series. Maybe not that much in the first one, but in the series it's going to be a huge, important pick. Now we're going to go with Kamalan for the interview. Kamalan, who are you with?
Well, I'm here with Alke, coach for Team Queso. Welcome, Alke. Thank you for being here with us. So, we need to talk about this first game. A defeat for you in this series, best of 7, so nothing to be too worried about. But I want to know, what do you think went wrong during the game?
I think overall it's the same situation as we faced yesterday. First game is to test waters. First game is to check everything is correct and going well. I think reading them is very important as well for the very first game. So I think we can adapt for the rest of the series, to be honest.
That's something that has characterized Team Queso. We've been talking about it a lot, like how you are adapting to every single game and improving. But now you're facing Rix, obviously a really powerful team. And I think what many people want to know is, yesterday you gave Yowie a Kai'Sa. What are the hyper carries, LK?
I mean, hyper carries are great. They come up when they should come up. I think that's all we have to say.
Okay, maybe next game, maybe, could be, potentially. And the last question I've got for you is, what is the plan for this game? First game lost, second game we want to win, obviously. I hope so. So how are we going to plan this?
I think it's going to stay up to doing our best and doing what we know.
Okay, so that's the Team Queso is special. Thank you very much, Helge, for that. Good luck in the next game. And I'm sending it back to the casters. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. Darkbreaker joining me on the caster desk for Game 2 of our finals. Hyper carries show up when they need to, which is true. We know that it's hard to draft around them.
Maybe they need it right now.
Yeah, maybe they need it for Game 2 because Game 1 wasn't great. But what I would say is, like, for Elke's benefit, to back him up a little bit, Kai'Sa was banned, Jinx was banned. Like, some of the actual ones were banned away there. So, Team Queso, now 0-1 down. Any other changes you want to see them make?
I definitely feel like the Sinch and the Lee Sin picks were amazing, and they need to also focus on the Karma, because Karma is an enabler, and Karma also enables Doom to be on the hyper carry, since Karma gives all of her allies so much movement speed. So I definitely see they need to ban their Karma, and they need to think about something against the Lee Sin and against the Sinch, because so far we have seen that Seven and Snitch, those two together, their synergy and the pick-off potential was crazy in the early game.
Yeah, that focus around middle lane is just everything that Rix played for in that early game. Even from like level 1 Flash being down in middle lane is like so much harder for Veus to play it out, so much more difficult against a pick like a Singed, which, I mean, typically Singed doesn't do a whole lot for the first like 5 levels or whatever. He just stands mid, kind of wave clears a little bit, and then aggressively, apparently, protobelts forward. This time around, actually getting the kills off mid lane. I wonder whether Singed goes up in priority now in order to get banned, because I think it's been very safe for Snitch, and I don't necessarily think it's that much of a problem, but maybe just change the playstyle a little bit. Like, Snitch has a massive champion pool. I don't think you can ban him out, but maybe this one pick would be enough. And Queso have opted for blue side. The losers have side selection, so Queso pick blue.
I mean, Rix is probably just go for the standard bans, Karma, Olaf, and maybe the Camille. Team Queso is banning out Aurelia. They know that Seven, Snitch, and Random, all 3 of them can play Aurelia, and Seven has been spamming Aurelia a lot of times as well. They actually go for the Lulu ban. They try to deny the hyper carry team composition from Team Queso that they love to use. And there is the Sinch ban immediately, respecting Snitch.
Yeah, it comes through. Again, it's not going to affect Snitch to the point where like he's banned out of this game, but
Champion Ocean.
It changes the dynamic slightly now in middle lane, and I think it's really interesting. The Lulu ban on red side kind of tells us that Rix aren't going to get baited into this game of playing Team Queso's meta. Queso will ban out the Lee Sin. There goes the Yuumi. Rix just do not want Queso.
They expect that they want to rely on the Andres hyper carry team composition, so they're banning it out, forcing them onto the standard team composition. And maybe, Karma is open though, but we have seen that Rix has been letting Karma open to go for other priority picks like the Camille, Gragas is open as well, for example, Rakan is open.
And if they want it, the likes of Galio is up, and like we've always said that Galio Camille is a very strong combination with the Gragas as well. Like both of those picks can be a very strong front line. So yeah, as mentioned, like these are very strong solo lane picks. Of course, Gragas can flex towards 7, but I don't think that's going to be the way. I think Snitch will be happy, just kind of chilling in the middle lane, having that Gragas.
I think this Riven pick is going to be on Andros. He picked it yesterday as well. We see Galio. Galio obviously can be picked in the mid lane as well as an APC, maybe in combination with Karma, so another flex pick. And Riven probably could also go for Acolyte, but I feel like it's more like a typical Andros pick.
So, is this a swap up now? We've seen Rix, I think, wasn't it Random that played Nasus? It wasn't Senna Nasus, it was like they swapped it up towards the top side. So we've seen a bunch of different Senna lanes, and obviously they want to break Senna Galio. They do not want to let that combination through. So now we have to see what goes with the Senna for Rix's side of things. A little bit different of a playstyle.
Okay, they're betting on some Baron laners right now. Since I assume it's gonna be Camille top lane, and Gragas can be everywhere. Can be mid lane, can be in the jungle, can be as APC as well with the Senna.
That's true. That's totally true. There's a lot of positions that it can be. Akali taken away. So the Akali being taken away indicates to me they think it might be Gragas bot lane here, right?
Yeah.
Because Akali otherwise wouldn't find a position in the draft with 2 solo lanes.
I'm actually surprised they opt out for the Akali ban, because I feel like Galio is an amazing pick against Akali since he can just taunt her.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting interaction that we don't see too much with the Galio presence. Loving the music today. Good vibes. Good vibes for a Sunday afternoon on Championship. With maybe a little more hype towards the end of the series, but that Morgana ban, I think, is just another way of it's another weird one. I guess you can play AP with Senna.
I feel like Team Queso is also kind of unsure about what Rix is going to go for, because Rix has so many options. And at the same time, I love the bans from Rix banning Acolyte out, his comfort pick like Darius and Renekton, that are decent matchups into the Camille.
Thematically appropriate drafting. Thank you, Rix. Senna Lucian picked up the duo, the lovers. We'll see whether their fate is a little bit more...
I wonder if they're together, or if it's actually Snitch on the mid lane Lucian.
Could be, it could be. They might still have some distance between themselves. That's definitely the kind of pick that Snitch loves. He plays Akshan, a lot of these different champions that can hold up. Joey's going to pick up the Corki. We saw that a ton throughout the split for Joey. And now we're kind of finding out is that Riven topside. I'm assuming a blind pick top lane is coming here. Something that's tanky, something that's front lane. That's why the Darius...
Garen's open, for example. It's a Shen pick.
Oh, we didn't even
that.
talk about it following the first game. They're denying some of that, Stand United potential with the Shen onto that single.
Yeah, they have double ultimates, double global ultimates, and Galio and Shen.
Yeah, Riven has a decent amount of protection from that as well, right? Like, Riven now has, like, a bunch of shields.
I feel like this is, like, again, a similar hyper carry composition with the Riven, and then you have the Karma, shield, and movement speed. You have the Shen shield, and then also Galio that can jump onto you.
Cats have 9 lives, but 7 wants Rengar to basically take them through this game. It's an odd pick. We don't see it too much. NA first pick Rengar. Sentinels are like, put it out there.
I mean, Rengar is interesting because he's picking it into a composition that has decent amount of core control, but obviously, if he finds the right flanks, he can one-shot the Karma. He could one-shot potentially Joey's Gags on his Corki as well. I think this is gonna be actually Camille top lane, then we have Gragas Senna in the bot lane, which is a super strong composition in the bot lane, and then just Lucian mid lane.
Okay, that would make sense from this draft. I think there's the window, though, I think... that if Rengar gets shut out of this game, he might never assassinate anybody. Like, with so many shields and heals and taunts and jumps and dashes and all of this mobility that's on the side of Team Queso, I think the ability to find a fight is going to get a little bit lower if you don't snowball the early game.
There's also the build variation where you go for more tanky bruiser build on Rengar, which could fit into here depending on if he's snowballing. If he's snowballing, he can go for the standard lethality build just to one-shot people, but if he's falling behind, he could also go for more like bruiser build with a Black Cleaver, Divine Thunder, or maybe even a Sterox Gauge, which would make him a decent frontliner as well.
I would love us to touch on that if we see it in-game a lot, because there was a time in PC when I was casting that people were trying to build like tank Rengar, but it really just on stage went down to all you were doing was throwing out the bowler and rooting one person, and you're like, doesn't really do anything else. But Wildrift is a different game.
Yeah, to be fair, his base sets are crazy, so even if you build him tanky, he can do a decent amount of work. But I feel like C7, he's a player, he wants to go aggressive. He likes to go for the lethality build.
I'm totally expecting that to be the case, and we saw in the last game 7 pop off on that Lee Sin. This time around, it's going to be the Rengar out of the jungle, and we'll see whether Team Queso can get through this second game. Only 24% of our audience on Twitch chat actually believe that to be the case.
I think C7 is gonna go for the new, or should I say, quote new, full clear on the Rengar, since this way he's gonna get the level 5 as quickly as possible, ignoring the Scuttle, and then after he's level 5, he's gonna reset, get the items, and then the enemy jungler or the enemy team won't know where Rengar is gonna gank first.
Yeah, that's that potency of getting the ult early. There's champions like Rengar, like Vi, who are ultimately more enabled at that level 5 mark, is a big difference. We see Acolyte and Random trading in the top lane. These two are fighting pretty much for the title of top Baron laner in our region. I think Acolyte has had a better showing in this tournament than we saw in the regular split, but Random has just been consistent for so many weeks. Everybody has said he's the guy to beat, and there was a point in the middle where we were like, oh, Random maybe not quite as good, but he's really shown up in mid lane. Somebody's shown up.
I think he wants to gank top lane, actually. I thought he would go for the full clear, and right now I'm not sure what 7 wants to do here. Is he gonna go for the dive here?
He's shown on a ward. The full information is there that he is in this jungle. He's going to get spotted out now as Andre is here, forced to flash. Quick to get out, although Random has gone in over the wall. We're looking at bot lane from first blood, though, potentially, as Clue has backed away with Methanol back up to the top lane. Acolyte has managed to survive a little bit longer, and 7, despite the fact that all of that was about catching 7 out, he's still quite healthy. Random dropped low, no kills so far in game 2.
That was actually so close. The Random went back in, but Snitch had priority in the mid lane and droned, and Ori came with 4 Vejos, so that's how they managed to both barely survive, Random and Acolyte.
I love your pronunciation of Vejos. I mean, I can't do it. If we were speaking German, first of all, the cast wouldn't understand. Yeah. At least my pronunciations would be at least a little bit better after 6 years of living there, but certainly not good enough. Nevertheless, Team Queso right now, I think this early game probably is okay for them. Like, buying a little bit of time. Shen, of course, we know split pushes off Hullbreaker very effectively, like with that ultimate. He has that ability to cross the map like no other champion. Like, yes, okay, there's the Galio can do it, but the way that Shen can put a shield on somebody, come right from the opposite side of the map and appear right there in the team fight and taunt multiple people is really unmatched in Wildrift at its current state. You have to invest into teleport boots if you want to do that type of thing on other
It's definitely going to be interesting how Random and Acolyte are going to play it out, because Random is on a hyper carry split pushing champion that can actually beat Shen, even if Shen is building Hullbreaker. And if I feel like that's the reason why 7 actually didn't go for the full clear and tried to gank Random instead.
It's trying to get Methanol now. Methanol dropping low, and that's going to be first blood going over to Doom. It's the opposite of the last game, as Clue will get run down on the back end, and they're feeding perhaps kills over to Andre. It's a double kill over to Joey as well, and 3 quick kills. Turn that back around in Team Queso's favor.
I think there was definitely miscommunication on Rick's part, that 7 wanted to play more aggressive, but they were not in a position and they got collapsed on. And that is huge for Team Queso, getting a gold lead already, and 2 kills for that Corki.
Yeah, this was the engaged 7 being a little bit far forward. You can see 4 members of Queso were here.
Clue missed the combo. He flashed over the wall with his dash, but he missed it.
Missing the combo, and you know what? It's been a while since we've seen some Gragas support. We see it from time to time, but we've seen a lot of it mid lane at the tournament this weekend. So perhaps a little bit of getting used to back onto a champion that has just that very specific combination. And that was kind of a symptom of what we've seen. When I look at what Seven was doing, it feels like he kind of just assumes he has the same control that he had in the last game on the Lee Sin, where it was just like, I'm ahead, I'm just going to counter jungle and go into the enemy jungle and try and kill everyone. But he's actually 0-0-0 at that point on Rengar early on before any items, so gets caught out, doesn't have the damage. And we saw that a few times from Rix. That was one of their
that's typical for Seven, that sometimes the miscommunication is there.
Yeah, now it's bottom lane that Snitch is trying to get himself out of this. It's an overextension from Andre for a moment, but the Galio ult has made the entrance oh so sweet. Killing spree for Joey.
Team Queso is snowballing and rotating so well, and Joey on his comfort Corki pick already 3-0 has the Stormrazor finished up. That's gonna be trouble for Rix.
Big trouble for Rix as Rift Herald pushed in the bottom lane. That may very mid lane, I should say, may turn this back around. But Andre throwing everything into this fight to try and get Snitch, and they do end up coming away with kills.
I like actually that Rix is at the same time getting their turret and securing their mid turret.
Yeah, they get that mid turret to exchange it, and I mean, we
almost. Never mind. I thought they would get it, but we won the replay.
600 health. That Rift Herald does not finish it from full health on it.
Yeah, this is a very good for Team Queso then, since they didn't get the mid turret, and now they got the first turret, and the next Dragon Team fight is gonna happen.
Yeah, Snitch is already here though with the rest of Rix, and they can take it down quite quickly. Lucian has quite high damage when you're using his abilities there. Just
Team Queso is actually trading and trying to get the top turret instead.
Yeah, I think that is going to open up the map a little bit more for Acolyte to split push. You mentioned though that Camille can typically handle Shen. The later the game goes, we'll see whether Veos can handle Seven as he gets pulled back. Fighting a Rengar around a bush is not a very advised thing to do. Two members of Queso up here try and sidestep some of the damage.
Oh, Random's
going to sidestep some of the damage, but will get taken out, and it's all Team Queso.
I think that was a bad decision by Random, trying to defend a turret that is almost down, and 2 vs 1, obviously, he is already behind. He is not going to be able to defend it, and he's already 1,000 gold behind. Against the Shen, and Shen is probably just gonna go for the Divine Thunderer right now. He's super tanky, and I feel like 1 vs 1, considering that Random is so behind, he is probably not gonna be able to push super deep into the Shen and apply the pressure that he needs to do on that Camille.
Well, this was the comfort position for Team Queso yesterday in their series, their 3-1 win over Gamelord to advance to this grand finals. Their comfort position is Joey ahead from that Dragon Lane on a champion that scales into the late game like the Corki, Andre ahead out of the jungle, and then 3 champions that will basically amplify everything that they're doing. You've got shields, you've got heals, you've got crowd control, you've got everything to protect those 2 carries, and it just means that as long as one of them stays alive, they can win the late game fights. And Joey has been doing that fantastically from yesterday into this second game.
It's going to be very hard for Rix Gaming right now, since they are already 4,000 gold behind, and I feel like Team Queso's rotation has been really good. They are rotating well, they are trading the objectives like they have to do. 2 turrets right now into their favor. They open up the map, they can apply more pressure, and Shen can apply even more pressure compared to that Camille that needs the turret. If the turret is not open for him, it's going to be hard for him to push deep into the map, and Shen can just always join with his ultimate.
So I will concede, first of all, I'm not a jungler, second of all, I'm not a Rengar player. Essence Reaver Stinger, is that what we're expecting from this build from Seven?
He is going for a crit Rengar build, and I don't think that's a good decision when you're so behind already. He is at 5,000 gold.
Yeah, and we'll see how it pays off in this fight, because already the first kill has gone down, and that crit build is not going to allow him to survive any longer in that fight, and it's all Queso all the time. Snitch is going to try and put the culling down on the side, but at this point it's just tickling the health bars from Team Queso. They will be able to push through mid lane. They'll look for more off this fight, and it's Rift Herald 2 coming up in 30 seconds.
Team Queso is just snowballing so hard, playing the map perfectly, getting 3 turrets already, and I love the combination of Karma and Riven actually. Since Karma gives her allies movement speed and shield, it makes Riven so easy to catch up to Lucian and Senna, and he does so much damage in those teamfights.
Yeah, you get that flash dash stun combo, and then on top of you is like a Shen that when he shows up, it's a multi-person taunt. Like when you look at the distance that Queso can engage from, and then the follow-up of Galio and Shen with everything in their kit, like it's hard for Rix to be anywhere near Queso to survive.
I think the pick that makes the difference is Karma. In both games we have seen so far, the team that has Karma has the rotation advantage.
Well, you're totally right. And I am 100% on board, but that's not a surprise to anybody, right? Karma's been banned in any game.
Yes, there's a reason why she's always banned.
And we're seeing why Snitch is getting run down here in the bottom lane as 2 kills have gone off already to Team Case. A good stun on the back line is going to turn this back around, and Rix have survived a little bit longer. 7, he found the crits seemingly in that exchange. Will pick up 2 kills and are going to slow Team Queso. Team Queso maybe had bit off more than they can chew.
Team Queso is getting too overconfident, and this might cost them. And I mean, it definitely cost them the Mountain Dragon, but if you are in a lead position, you don't want to give anything.
Damage going through, and he's done it! Andres has stolen the Mountain Drake away, and it's all that they needed. Double kill for Queso. Methanol runs down Snitch in the bottom lane. A triple kill comes through for Andre, looking to pick up the 4th of this fight as Random will hookshot his way away, but you can't run for now. Andre gets the dash, but it's not enough.
There is a reason we call Andres that one of, if not the best jungler in Europe right now. He is so crazy. 508. That's 100% kill participation on him.
Random gonna try and dodge some of the damage, but that's 4 people there. And I've got to say it, Andres is the only true jungle carry in the EMEA region for Wildrift. Other junglers can carry, but Andre will reliably carry when given enough resources and gold, and that's what Team Queso put into him.
There's a reason why Team Queso trusts him so much with the hyper carry.
Yeah, and it pays off here. This is exactly the team fight.
Did you see that flash flash done by him? He jumped in, he steals it, and he flash jumps on top of them. That was so quick. Mechanically, Andrezet is a superstar.
He is a superstar, and we will get to see him on the world stage for the Icons Global Championship. Both of these teams have already qualified. We now need to figure out their seeding. And more importantly, in my mind, for now, at least for today, we need to figure out who will be the first ever WREC champions.
And Acolyte and Andrezet actually have the chance to qualify back-to-back for the international. I mean, they already qualified, but I mean, get the first title, like the champion, like double champion.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen glimpses, of course, of Andre in the past. I kind of feel like this. Maybe I'm misremembering last year. I know Andre has been good for a while and people have respected him for a very long time, but I feel like this Queso play even more around their jungle, and it's like a very specific play style where they're just like, we don't care what you play for Rix, and like with all of these supports, it's worked out in this game. Wards getting cleared out from the top side. Now Team Queso are going to try and push this down. No Baron available for a little while longer as the teams are moving top side. Shen on the bottom lane, no Hull Breaker yet, has gone more towards full tank, is trying to absorb some of that presence. Ooh, good explosive cast. He's going to open this team fight out. Stasis matched from both sides. Galio's going to break the fight up as Methanol puts himself right in harm's way, but Joey's already died, and that perhaps is the moment the Rix want to turn this back around. Shen has stayed in the bottom lane though, and if Rix don't kind of commit to this fight or don't get anything more, at least it'll release pressure on Acolyte's side of the Rift. He's going to be able to push out and deny Rix anything bot side.
That was actually really well played by Clue on the Gragas, picking out Joey with his ultimate.
Oh, Feos is forced to flash away. It's going to be another pick, though. Stasis out from Andre. He's going to get a shield. He's going to have damage. There's the Karma ult on top of it, and 7. He healed so much, but it just got shredded back down again, and Random is having to get away. It looked so good for Rix at first, but all of the utility comes back through. You cannot kill Andre.
They are rushing the Baron right now, and Joey also picked up the package. This is gonna be a very, very hard fight for them, and they need to somehow steal it. If they don't steal it, Team Queso is gonna win this game.
That looked ridiculous. Andre was just like, right, I'm gonna get the plant as well. Look at these mechanics over the back of the wall. Andre, I said you can't kill him, but he's ticking down. 1 health, he's going back in. He secures it. Now the rest of Rix are trying to get away from the situation. How did Andre survive in that situation? Literally 1 HP, and he still secures his team's Baron.
Andrezet never loses Baron. He is so clutch when it comes to securing Barons.
Clutch, and it came through again. 8 seconds on the next dragon of the game. It is not the Elder Drake. That is something that we should keep in mind. We're a few seconds shy of that spawn being in time, and Ooh, I mean, Team Queso, it feels like, 12,000 gold is one of the largest leads we've seen all weekend long, and Queso coming back firing in Game 2. 7, you think that's your jungle, but that's not really that safe a spot. He's going for the flank as Acolyte will fight against Random. Hullbreaker's not doing too much. 7's jumped in. 7's trying to find Joey, and if he can get it, this would be an all-important kill. The exhaust comes out from Joey with the flash. It denies the kill, it denies the engage, and it's going to deny a clean sweep from Rix, because it looks like it's all about Team Queso. Acolyte is running down Random through the jungle as well as Team Queso push the first inhibitor of the game, and they're looking to end this one.
Yep, this is looking so badly. And the Rengar that is behind him building a crit build can't kill Joey, who has a Baron buff and who is super fat. And now they're knocking Ori on 2 tier 3 turrets, and if they group up in the top lane, they can just secure the last one, and I think this is just gonna be the game.
Exhaust saves lives, and you saw it there from Joey Skaggs. As soon as 7 jumps towards him, Exhaust comes down. The rest of Team Queso gonna regroup as Veos on the front line is gonna stasis for a moment. 2,000 health on this top inhibitor, and that means all 3 are down as Rix are going to have super minions streaming into their base, but it won't even matter for too much longer because Team Queso are going to take us to a 1-on-1 series. Team Queso put their first win on the board against Rix.
It's Karma. Karma is just so strong, and we've seen it in both games right now. Karma's damage, Karma's utility value is like just giving all of her teammates movement speed and shield makes it so hard for them to keep up with the rotation from Team Queso.
There's a very, very well-known saying about Karma. A lot of people talk about it, you know?
Just banner.
Karma's a ban.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it live on stream. You think I'm going to get fined or suspended or whatever it is. I'm not about to swear. I say that. Let's see how this series goes for the rest of it. I think that was what Team Queso needed, really, to settle themselves. They play their own game with the Enchanters. They get themselves a win in Game 2. Let's see after the break if this series continues going Queso's way. It's 1-on-1, map 3 coming up in a few minutes.
Steady blazing. Sabes de sobra que pienso los vines. Estamos volando, somos los 20, somos canarios, estamos orgullosos. La vida crema, no estamos tristes. Desde la pista nos viste, bailando tú no te resistes. Desde Barranco Seco, estamos llegando todo lejos.
Trabajando en pijama y sin pensar en nada. Llega el fin de semana y todos nos miran mal. Bonitos nos saludan, yo sé que piensan mal. La envidia me la suda, no hay nada que demostrar.
Sabes de sobra que pienso en los business. Estamos volando, somos los cisnes, libres delfines, estamos gozando. La vida loca, no estamos tristes. Venimos de abajo, lo viste. Las manos manchadas con Disney. Mucho trabajo y esfuerzo, estamos masticando ese hueso. Estamos en el goce, tú ya no conoces. Antes en un cuarto, ahora en un estudiazo. Incluso estamos viajando, cosas que antes no. Yo lo quiero todo, da igual me bajo el barrio. Vivo el día de mi suerte, tiempo y salud, no solo billetes. Damos fuegote, vamos a hacer que se note. Que la gente alborota, que brinque, baile, se lo pasa en crema. Que brinquen, baile, las manos se choquen. Que brinquen, baile, estamos en el goce. En una fiesta eterna, con todos mis colegas. Antes pa' una botella, ahora toditas llegan. Estamos en el goce, tú ya no conoces. Antes en auriculares, ahora en los altavoces.
Hasta las 5 PM, yo quiero sonar PRD. Ya estoy sonando en la isla, quiero viajar los weekends. Tú checa cómo lo muevo, si quieres llámame Evo. Con un flow como parcero, el más cabrón de los nuevos. Me arrebato por lo que consigo, me la vivo aunque no me motivo. Ya no me voy a comparar contigo, solamente yo ahora a Dios le pido. Come suelo, por ti ya no me desvelo. Se está bien en el cielo, puesto pa'l sandungueo. Trabajando en pijama y sin pensar en nada. Llega el fin de semana y todos nos miran mal. Bonitos nos saludan, yo sé que piensan mal. La envidia me la suda, no hay nada que demostrar. Si no te gusta lo siento, la mala vida me gusta. Lo llevo dentro, si yo puedo vivir de esto. Voy pa' la tumba cantando después de muerto. Álvaro y partiendo la pista y no estoy en lista, pero estoy en puerta más. Con cubata y con par de amigas, conformando el combo que nunca se deja. Hasta las 5 PM, yo quiero sonar PRD. Ya estoy sonando en la isla, quiero viajar los weekends.
Fato Music, chat, ¿dónde suena esto? Esto será un récord, papá. Y mira, si me censuran ahora porque tengo un flow bien abusado. ¿Qué pasó? Fruto canario como el morote, ¿oíste? Pria, estamos en la subida de la vida, ¿oíste?
Shoot the gifts to show 'em what you got. Shifting from the spot of the mark. Until you see a breakthrough. Come on, why? You know we're gonna break through.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the WREC Championship Finals. We got a tie series after Team Queso's victory in the second map of the series so far. We got several changes coming through, Stuart, and I want to talk about Team Queso's rotation.
Yeah, Team Queso, they picked the blue side in this draft, which I think was really well played by them, because then Rix had to ban the Lulu, the Yuumi, and the Olaf, which means Karma was open again. Second game in a row now that Karma's been open. And Team Queso are like, okay, we'll take that. Rix got the Camille in response as well on the Gragas, but it just wasn't good enough.
And the Camille was so important because it was played in the mid lane by Vejas, and it brought a lot of pressure in that lane.
Yeah, Karma was so strong. We've seen it in Game 1 how good Karma can be, and in Game 2 as well. Karma is just the power pick. There's a reason why Karma was banned every single time. Karma provides so much poking damage, and at the same time, she has so much utility, giving movement speed and shielding to her allies, and that's how Team Queso was always quicker on the map. They just out-rotated Rix completely, just getting those objectives left and right without getting punished.
We got a lot of focus in the jungle in this game because we had the Riven who was really cracked while Andres said, but in the other side, Rengo wasn't having fun, exactly.
Rengar's been a really powerful pick in a lot of other regions, especially in Emea and also in China, and I think the reason for Rengar being so strong is especially because of the build. You can pick Black Cleaver, Divine Sunderer, Death Dance, and you could be really tanky while doing a lot of damage. Seven did go for the Essence Reaver Trinity Force build, which I don't personally like. But I think, you know, Rengar being the 5th pick of Rix GG, which means like this was their last piece of the puzzle, and it didn't really work out for them, even though I like the idea of it. They had 3 really strong laners in Lucian, in Camille as well, and you know, Rengar just usually wants to just do a full clear and then, you know, go from there, gank his different laners. But they went for an early die, which did not work out, and TQ snowballed from there.
Yeah, definitely the Rengar was... I was kind of surprised that 7 didn't go for the full jungle clear. He tried to. He tried to snowball and help Random out, because obviously he wants to get the Camille head. He wants Shen to be behind. He wants to get Camille so ahead that he can always push into the Shen, and Shen will be late for those team fights, but it didn't happen. He was so late with his jungle clear, being 3 minutes for getting level 5, and that just was so bad if you're playing Rengar that who wants to snowball in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I have to say that they also were quite sloppy in the early aggression. I mean, they were punished by Team Queso, and there was no way back.
Yeah, there was the early ultimate by Rengar in the bot side of the map around that red buff, where Rengar jumped in onto the Galio, didn't really get to do too much, and then Snitch flashed over the wall. I think it was also Clue that flashed over the wall as well, but they just went over-aggressive, and I feel like that over-aggression and the kind of overconfidence really for Rix as well could maybe be a little bit too much. I mean, you can see Veos' damage here as well on Karma. I mean, if you're on the side of Rix now, obviously they lost this game. What side do you go? Do you go blue side now? Because then that means that maybe Team Queso have to ban out the Karma. I think this best of 7 series going back and forth and the adaptations that both these teams are doing could mean that blue side is actually going to be the powerful side in this series.
We expected literally this when we came into this series, a bit of back and forth, but I actually want to highlight also the fact that Team Queso was playing such a composition for them. We get to see Acolyte once again in the Shen, who was crucial to support and reset in the Riven.
The picks that have been working for Team Queso so far, you know, the Shen where Acolyte got the pentakill, the Riven has been a really important pick, which Hell's Devil also talked a lot about. And obviously the Karma is, you know, one of these enchanters. Veas likes to play the Lulu usually in the mid lane, and Karma kind of works the same way. So, you know, this composition from Team Queso, you know, we know they're used to it, we know they're comfortable on it, and to top it off with the cherry on the top, you know, Corgi on Joskax.
Yeah, a lot of comfort coming through, guys. Now, let's see which one was the play of this game, the second map of the best of 7 between Team Queso and Rix GG. And it was this team fight Stuart in the mid lane. There was a lot of goal advantage in here.
Andrew said doing so much much damage once again. As the hyper carry, the combination of Riven with the Karma, giving him so much movement speed so he can catch up with the backline of Rick's team comp. And we have seen it so far. Andrewset has been performing every single game. He is the hyper carry. That's why Team Queso is always trusting him. No matter what team comp, he will carry. And that's why they also like to build the hyper carry team compositions around him, like the Lulu pick, the Yumi pick. And we've seen Rix respects it and bans them out.
And that's also why Rix has to ban the Lulu and the Yumi, because those are the enchanters that makes a super carry strong. And, you know, it gives Team QSO a really strong position in draft. When there's 2 champions, you have to ban every single time. Otherwise, Andrewset is going to run up with the game. But, I mean, this game, he ran up with it anyways.
Let's check out, guys, now on the Coca-Cola pop-off in this game. I want to ask you, Stuart, what do you think that is Rix GT doing for the next game? Because it's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, Rick's been on the losing side. It'd be interesting to see whether they're going to pick on the blue side or whether they're going to pick on the red side. But I want them to go back to what they're comfortable with. I want them to go back to these picks they're comfortable with. I don't want to see, you know, these Rengar picks, Lucian mid as well. Yes, they can play them. Yes, they have a very wide champion pool. But at times you can see that, like, sometimes that bit of overconfidence can bite back. And against Team Queso as well, they're just going to punish you with the picks like the Riven on Andre.
Beware with the overconfidence. But guys, we're going to head until the 3rd game of this series. So now it's time to our casters.
Thank you very much, Noah. Getting ready for our 3rd game of this series. Stress joined by Carmeline, and I'm checking for any sneaky production changes to my lower third when you bring it in. I've seen the tweets, I've seen the screen caps. One day I'll be challenger, and then you'll have to put that there, and I'll make everybody introduce me as being challenger. Anyway, Carmeline. Okay, it's normal. Fine. All right. You get away with it this time, production. Carmeline, game 3. Now, it's a 1-on-1 series, so that's important for Queso, for their mentality, right?
Yeah.
Coming into this now, you're not going to get swept. You know, you're not going to go through and get 0 wins. So, Queso, I know you're quite familiar with the team. How do you think they're going to be riding that high coming into game 3?
Well, I think whenever we actually watch the players just come back to the stage to sit down again, you will expect it to get to them, like that euphoria of winning the first game in the series. I mean, like, oh, I've done so well. But I actually think they've been able to keep their head cool and like, okay, we need to focus on the next one. We need to know what to do now. And I have to say, I always see them so calm and collected. It's surprising to me that they're able to keep their heads, knowing that it's a series of 7 games most.
Especially like the photographs from yesterday, like the PogChamp Joey face that everyone was spamming on Twitter. I'm like calm and collected, and then popping off. So we'll see where the mental of the Team Queso stays where it is. This is what they're playing for, of course, the Wildrift Emea Championship trophy. It is beautiful, and I'm sure both teams will eagerly await that. I think our other team that we're taking a look at now, Rix, I think may even want it just that extra little bit from the past. You know, when you're carrying a little baggage through and you're like, I have to win it this year because they stole it from me last year. Even though technically, obviously, Origin Series was Europe specific and this is the EMEA region. I think Rix, they want this revenge, right? They want to close this series out.
Absolutely. I think when they've won the second game, you always get that feeling of like, I need revenge now. I need to take it back from them. I need to make it this time, even though the roster has changed a little bit. And obviously, you can show them now with a different draft. Probably, we hope so, because the last one wasn't so perfect.
We're certainly getting a different draft because now the analyst asks question about does blue side go up in priority actually does get answered. Rix, of course, being the losers of the last game, had side selection. They will take blue side. That was where they started this series. They banned out Lulu, they banned out Olaf, they banned out Yumi. I'm going to assume it's going to stay the same. Team Queso will continue to ban out Singe now after a game 1 win for Rix on that. Karma is the interesting one because I think Queso are going to be forced to ban it. I think Karma has to go onto the ban list, as well as now that Lee Sin is now not available in this game.
I'm really liking how teams have lost the fear that they used to have for Karma, who's banned all the time, and now they're opening up a little bit about picking it. However, for example, this Irelia, we've seen her several times working in the mid lane and the barrel lane. She's gonna be banned this time around, as well as the Yumi. which honestly makes complete sense for what we've seen of Rix, who are gonna be picking Camille as a first choice for themselves. It's worked quite well in the past. They played it twice in this tournament and the hands of random, and honestly it's a good start. Karma, as you were prediction.
I'm surprised to see Karma get all the way through to the first rotation, right? It's like Camille, I think, makes total sense. Like you were talking about the draft so far. Riven I like as well. Riven Karma, really solid composition that we just saw in the last game pay off so well for Andre. Now it's going to be the Gragas picked up. This is very similar to our last game. Camille, Gragas. It would be Senna that you would anticipate built in here. Galio is available as well. There it is, as we say it. So I'm going to guess from the side of Team Queso they banned Senna in the second phase of this draft because we're expecting bot lane carries.
Exactly, we need to see Yui again on a hyper carry or on some sort of carry. We've seen the Shen that worked so well for Acolyte in the series with the pentakill and in the last game. I think it's quite well rounded up because with the Karma you're giving movement speed to the rest of the team, and with the Shen you're giving an incredible capacity for macro playing from Team Queso. So again, good synergy, but the bans coming through. 6 Vayne.
Vayne being the ban, not the Senna this time around, as we're going to take that away from Doom. Doom hasn't played the Vayne, but he's played the Jinx, he's played the, I think, a Tristana game here and there. Morgana now banned out as well from Rick's side of things. That's the Leona picked off after we didn't even touch on the Shen much to begin with, which has worked. So now we get to see Rick's answering now. Okay, is it a Jinx game? I don't know whether it's a Jinx game. Senna's up, and Senna Galio has been so strong that if you go Senna and then like a scaling jungler from here, I'm looking to see whether Jax is up. That would be one option. I know Ryu and I had a conversation in the game. Scaling coming from the Kai'Sa. We'll see. I want to see an early game jungler here. I think is my my highest priority in my mind for Rix. Game 1 looked so much better.
I mean, I think it's looking quite well rounded up with the Kai'Sa. She's bringing you that hyper carry that we've been asking for, but in the side of Rix with the Galio, you're gonna have so much control in lane, and they're gonna be called mid with the Ari.
So
about
that means Gragas is going to the jungle.
He is indeed. We've seen Seven be playing it before, earlier during this tournament, during these group stages. Just once. But hey, it's something, I think it worked pretty well. Then they decided to go for other options like the Morgana and the Vi. But for now, it's gonna be enough time for Team Queso to choose the Varus.
Okay, am I picking my shot? Am I calling my shot and saying that's going to be AP Varus from Champion Select, or am I going to wait and see whether he builds a dagger first?
I mean,
or do I just put it out there and then either way, it's okay. What I was going to say about that is this Ari pick into the Karma. I think, like, Snitch, even though we don't see him play a whole lot of Ari, I think Ari's one of those champions that I'm like, sure, he can play it, it's fine. And against Karma, there aren't too many matchups from the middle lane that I'm aware of that actually push her out of lane. Karma just is very consistent with the amount of damage and utility she has.
Absolutely, and I think as the game goes on, then she becomes more of a secondary supporter the rest of the team. She can also assist quite well at top lane, which is going to be needed by Acolyte with a Shen. And in front of them, we've got actually a Camille and a Gragas, which, again, you have quite a bit of range, and I think Camille will be able to get past enough to mid lane. But I'm not sure if that's what I will want to choose as a counter for this composition I think is proposing.
That's a fair point. And not only that, the range they can cover with their engage, the follow-up is there as well. Kai'Sa plus that Galio on top of it, like everybody jumping into the backline. Like, backline threat is something that Varus really hates. Varus struggles when he has no flash and no escape.
Yeah, that's one of the problems that they're gonna be facing in this one game. It's kind of like Galio when you think about it, like you go the all in, but you didn't go the all out.
Yeah.
When you commit, you commit.
One Direction, there is no way out. I was about to show my age and talk about One Direction.
But I was about to talk about this.
Everybody watching is way younger than me, and I think I'm going to upset people's opinion on that. So I'm just going to move into game. For game 3 between Rix and Team Queso. Let's see how this is going to go between these two teams. Rix, of course, will be looking for game 3 to pick up in order to take a 2-1 lead. Team Queso trying to ride that momentum from the last game, and so far Joey has built AD. So clearly, I mean, we know that AP Varus plays very well into tanks. I mean, there's kind of tanks on the side of Rix, but
the early game is where Joey should have a little bit of presence in this lane. You have to feel like Leona and Varus together, if they do find an engage, they can put out a lot of damage, lock someone down, and take them out very quick.
Yeah, absolutely. You use the Sending Blade and then the Solar Flare, and you've got the enemy locked down for a good kill. However, the lane that is also worrying me here is the Var lane, as we can see here with the Shen and the Camille. I think those two are going to have such potential to split push and perhaps take the game to an end.
Yeah, and we saw in our second game there, this was Camille Shen, the matchup for the teams in the last one. And what happened was, because of the jungle presence from Andres towards Acolyte and just kind of like the gold that was given over in general from being so far ahead, Acolyte won that matchup. And Darkbreaker was talking about how Camille can scale into the late game and really have control over the side lane, despite the fact that we know Shen can teleport. The most important thing about that is, like, Random never got to that point. He was pretty much always behind off those first few fights that started going Team Queso's way, and Queso snowballed through.
Yeah, I remember him being quite behind in gold, which obviously gives an advantage and edge to the enemy team. And another thing that I want to touch upon is the pacing for both junglers. As you can see here, 7 is rotating towards the upper side of the river, trying to help a little bit both his top laner, Random, and Snitch, you know, keeping a good control in there. And Andres is doing the opposite. He's more focused on the red side right now. But I want to know what will happen once they get to that mid lane.
Yeah, both opting for a crab start as well. Even though Gragas is kind of one of those jungles that when you hit level 5 and get access to your ultimate, it's a significant change in his ability to play. He's level 4 currently, kind of hovering top side to see whether Acolyte overextends, but with no real aggression in that lane, Acolyte is going to back himself away. That Stand United is available though, so always got to look at these first moments of the game where Shen, or at least you know, anyone has access to their ult where it's not available on the other side. Clue is very low, and that means Joey would be loving to charge up his piercing arrow right now, but I'm going to guess it's on cooldown from a previous exchange as Methanaut tries to zone out behind the tower.
Yeah, for now it's going to be good enough to push a little bit under the tower. It's been a quite calm game without any kind of face-to-face between both teams. Starting with the intimidation, it's been 3. We can see already some AP being built between these teams. Kindle Gems over there for Acolyte, Sun over, good resources of mana for both. And I think it's also important to consider, by the way, we've got the exhaust and both Boom and Joey's, and this is going to be crucial once the game starts rolling into the team fights.
Yeah, Dragon Laner Exhaust has shown a lot of prominence in this weekend's games, especially when you look at the likes of a Riven jungle, where you're trying to get the kill onto the Dragon Laner very quickly, as Random... don't know whether that was exactly what I was expecting to do up in the top side, but Riven getting exhausted immediately as she jumps in prevents so much of her damage. As it comes out, there's no burst to really be found, and it really keeps them alive. Varus with the fancy footwork is going to dodge the barrel from SE7. And I was going to say that I think perhaps one of the reasons why Team Queso are going for Varus and they're going to go aggressive is exactly this point, is if they can snowball the early game, if they can get ahead and stay ahead, that's how they won game 2. Piercing arrow with a... No, not enough damage onto Clue. That was so close. I was wondering whether there was anything to tick down. Methanaut has his Ignite available, but I guess he wasn't expecting it to be quite that close.
Well, I mean, this leaves Team Queso to take the Dragon freely, rotate towards the mid lane, perhaps try to stop the Herald from Rix before they can end it. And indeed, Random is going to have to run away from the area, and so he's 7 because he's cornered.
Oh, Acolyte off the Taunt Flash is going to lock him in place. It's going to be First Blood going down to Team Queso. I believe they even get the Dragon at the same time. Random has now been caught. It was 7 that was caught first. Now it's Random caught for a double kill for Acolyte, and it happened in the last game where Acolyte took control, and now maybe it's happening again, although from long range, Doom has taken one down. Doom has taken the Herald, and Rix, maybe that's enough to keep him in this fight. Andre's going to push down on that bottom lane tower, though.
Yeah, in the meantime, Rix is going to be using the Herald in the mid lane, which is, as we know, one of the strongest lanes, the one that you really want to open in order to get to Nexus. But it's Room and Doom and Snitch alone, and here Methanaut is going to arrive with the Bayos. They take down the tower, but still Team Queso retains quite a good control. Look at all the vision they've got around the enemy jungle, around the river. So I think it was a good start to play for them.
And the control that Queso have, 1,100 gold on this top lane matchup. For Acolyte against Random, that's going to give him a lot of time now to push this Camille matchup in his favor. You know, Darkbreaker was saying, takes time to get to the late game, but once she's there, Camille is fine. She can hold the side lane. This time now, you've got Acolyte likely to turn that matchup a little bit more in his favor early. This time, though, Rix are going to actually prioritize punishing Acolyte. Snitch is trying to flash away, will dash away from the solar flare. Now topside, Acolyte was on his own. He was solo, no flash, couldn't get him out, but they've traded. They found Snitch, despite the fact that he was able to get over the wall. Oh, Chains of Corruption land, but Joey is 1 versus 2 in this situation, and then it's a third over the wall as Clue is here. Wasn't even needed for the kill, and it's scrappy on both sides of the map, but Rix pick up topside kills as Queso dive bot.
Yeah, they're gonna be exchanging towers right here. Andres is gonna be wave clone in the mid lane. By the way, Andres already has the Divine Sunder, which is obviously gonna help him get more damage on his side. Acolyte has been able to collect the Sunfire, gives the Sunfire cape right there. You know, a little bit of tankiness as the game asks for. And something that I'm also finding interesting in what we're seeing throughout this game is how they kind of have avoided a full 5 versus 5, which I expected so soon. But at the same time, with the compositions that they both have, you will think Team Queso has all the potential in order to find one of these plays.
Well, I think part of the strength is Rix have been avoiding a lot of those 5v5 fights, and you can see Snitch, this was on the bottom side, how he got caught kind of walking up the bush, used all of his mobility, flash, dash, everything gets him away. Oh, and Andres just chases him down over the wall. All of that mobility that Snitch has is just, you know, counted out by the Riven and topside. Doom at this point had his double swords, you know, makes total sense with the Cathian Rain. And I don't know, Kai'Sa builds are always so janky. I know how this one goes. You end up getting a Storm Razor, you end up building it in. It's all fine. I'm not actually calling out the build. I just feel like the thought process of having 2 giant swords that fire lasers at people is a little bit thematically opposite.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting one to see. Let's see how it plays out in Kai'Sa, who, by the way, also has the Ecstasy, so even more craziness going on for this champion.
Full AP Gragas is an interesting one so far. It's Luden's Echo to start the matchup off. It's not the tank item that we've seen a little bit on Gragas. So what that will do, however, is mean that there's not so much of a tanky front line the later we go. Of course, Galio's there. Gragas is there with his innate tankiness, plus a little bit of bruisiness on Camille. I think I just made that word up. As there's an engage from Methanol onto Snitch. Snitch going to dash his way away. And nothing's been wrong with Snitch's Ari, but I feel like he hasn't had the impact that he needed to through the early game.
Now, we used to see the Snitch as is tremendously. I'll tell you later about this.
Oh, cooldown use 7. Of course he was going to body slam that. I think Methanol was expecting to have landed crowd control before the solar flare to hold him in place for even longer. A little bit of stacking doesn't quite land, and Queso are going to push down the top tower. They have a cannon minion, should be enough.
Yeah, absolutely. The dragon is already there, though, and Rick seems to be rotating towards the area, leaving Acolyte alone in the dragon lane.
They do not want to let you talk in this game, as 7 is hell-bent on defending topside, and that means 7 is going to die under tower. Andres keeps going forward. He doesn't even try and back himself away from that situation. That's actually going to put Clue in a situation. Stand United from the opposite side of the map is enough, and now it means Team Queso may very well just all in on this next inhibitor. Maybe they want to just keep pushing. I feel like Andres was backing away, though. Stand United use, that is a big cooldown, but Dragon goes over to Rix in the meanwhile.
It does. It evens out a little bit things, even like the same goal for both of them, same number of towers, same number of dragons. Perhaps this next hero could be next objective they're looking forward to. Rix is definitely just trying to establish ambition around it, but Team Queso has spotted it. However, I don't know if they will be in time.
As Rix are going to start it out, yep, it's going to go down. I feel like with a 2,000 gold lead on Andres in the jungle, I feel like some of these builds are a little sus. I feel like the AP Gragas is perhaps not where we need to be going, and neither was the crit build Rengar. I'm no expert, though. Remember, my lower third says it. I'm not the challenger player, so I'm doing my best with what I've got in front of me of just my thought process. But historically, and when I say historically, I'm referring to a lot of like 10 years of League of Legends PC. Historically, Gragas has been one of the best jungle champions just for having disengage built into his kit and the ability to just kind of like tank and body slam people to play frontline. And AP Gragas doesn't do that. AP Gragas one-shots people, which is great, but you got to find multiple targets here. So if you can find Joey in a fight, if you can find Andres, maybe that is how they win a fight, and maybe I can eat all of my words, and 7 can prove why he's here in the final stage. But that's the solar flare pushed down onto the bottom lane as Team Queso, they didn't find the engage they were looking for. They're going to back themselves away.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, once again, we haven't seen any spectacular plays, any spectacular team fights. I think after watching Paula play, I'm kind of waiting to see that, you know? Like, I need to see more incredible kind of 5 versus 5, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Team Kesa is going to try and find some isolated kills, perhaps one on random right now, not coming, that's going away.
The one they need to find, the kill they absolutely need to find, and it's not just now, it's throughout the rest of the game, is Doom, because Doom is online. This build, this Stormrazor Infinity Edge build, is going to eat anybody that he uses a Captain Rain on, and this is the opportunity. Clue is going to give him perhaps the setup for the dash into the fight. Doom is here, Doom is exhausted, and once it's down, maybe the damage can come out as Ricks are going to turn this back around. This was exactly what Queso couldn't afford, as Doom just has too much damage, and actually Random, coming into the fight, has turned his fortunes around in this game. He was 1,000 gold down. I believe he's now 1,000 gold up from the amount he's been able to take on the side lane. There's the explosive cask. He's going to have impact regardless of the build. It's all about Ricks walking through this fight, and Doom is going to unleash the damage from the Kai'Sa. We saw him get the MVP in the semis on this pick, and Andres, this is a 2 versus 4. No way a Karma and Riven actually going to go for it. That's a lot of damage down onto Andres. Surely he's going to die here as Ricks are going to pick him off. It was a little bit too much hubris from Andres to think he could make that play work, but Team Queso are going to push Ricks back away for now. I think Queso will try and get this mid tower off this. It's only 100 health, but Joey, he's going to be a little careful here.
I mean, this is no good idea, just go alone without a wave by your side, and the overextend by Andres was so unexpected from him. I don't think of Andres as someone calm and collected, someone who knows what he wants to do, very methodical. But you can see in this play here the redemption to cause a little bit of healing. But with this explosive cask by Gragas, things go down to hell. Methanol falls first, leaving them without a front line, a proper front line with Leona. Andres will try to chase here, Random just hookshots onto the wall, and that's what they have to do. Right now, Ricks doesn't have anything else, just the turnaround to get the kill. And altogether, what I gather from this team fight is essentially, if Ricks does want to team fight 5 versus 5, the people that you have to take out first are on one hand Andres said, who stayed alive until the very end, but Methanol as well to avoid the engage.
And now that I'm seeing it in action, I can kind of understand it a little bit better now with this full AP, where it's just like you go in, you burst one target, there's no time for a second rotation of Karma's abilities, there's no time for Queso to actually play the team fight in an extended way, and then Clue and Doom just kind of tidy everybody up. As Snitch is going to get locked down in place by the Chains of Corruption. It's going to lock onto 2, and Ricks may very well have overstayed now as Snitch has already dropped and into the backline. Andres will take advantage of the squishy Gragas from here, but Andres will get knocked up. Is there enough in the tank for Queso? They've turned it back around. That's a huge turnabout for Queso. Top side, Random and Acolyte. Acolyte has the tower. This is not a 1 versus 1, but that hull breaker from each side. There are so many cannon minions in this wave. The all-important tower in the middle lane still stands for Doom. It allows him to clear out the wave, but it's about the Baron. Random is suspect. He's bought the teleport. Boots buys coming through. Look at them flying on the left side of the screen as the teleport's coming in. 8,000 health on the Baron, and Queso they have to take the engage as Doom is going to back away over the wall with the Guardian Angel. He is still secure with that ultimate as well. They've denied the Baron. Now Ricks are going to teleport in.
Oh, they can't escape. Random does have the chance to do it with you.
Over the wall is Methanol. 7 doesn't quite find what he needs at the beginning of this fight, and I think Ricks are going to back themselves away. They invested a ton of gold into these teleports in order to fight, and Random with the Hextech ultimatum. Andres is locked in, but who's locked in with who? As Andres sets up Joey for a double kill, and Team Queso have managed to hold on.
Wow. Okay, this wasn't such a long team fight, all about who could make less mistakes, and in the end it was Team Queso, the ones who managed to survive, taking away 2 team members for Ricks, who now have the chance to take this dragon, and Infernal Wand will be quite useful for this damage adaptive wand, but Team Queso doesn't surrender, just here stress.
The gold between these teams is dead even, but between the lanes tells a different story. Top lane, or Baron lane, however you want to put it, for Random and Acolyte is in Ricks' favor. Dragon lane for Doom is heavily in Ricks' favor, and despite the fact that Joey still is getting good damage in these team fights, it's only going to get worse because Doom's Kai'Sa scales very well into the late game. Andres is the one, though, for Team Queso to put out a lot of damage up front. Joey tidying up the fight as Varus loves to. And Team Queso stall the game and put us at an even footing. Dragon went over to Ricks, though, and as Clue is in the jungle, there's no engage yet. I think
Rix need to hold their nerve here. They cannot overextend. They cannot get too aggressive. It's all now about how do you manage Acolyte on the bottom lane. He has the Hull Breaker. He's pushing away. He's got Stand United. So it's actually more about a slow game from this perspective. Rix know that time is on their side.
Yeah, Acolyte has to retreat that from the Dragon lane. He was spotted. The wave is pushed, which will gain Team Case a little bit of time. And here we've got Rix trying to defend the mid lane. It's quite difficult for them because they've got a few open windows in the Varl lane from Team Case's side. But now they have to find a way to actually retake the control of the game and start playing the way they want to, which is quite different from what we're seeing.
There are a couple of things we need to take stock of because Rix invested so much in their teleports. Like, they've now only half of them have got boot and chance. I'm assuming that's in order to eventually rebuy teleport for now, but that means no stasis. That means no proto belt for some of these champions. And for instance, on the Camille, this is the moment where the concept of teleport advantage can be played into Wildrift. It's a fundamental of macro gameplay in League of Legends PC. And in this situation, if there's a fight on the opposite side of the Rift, Acolyte can join and Random cannot from this moment. And that's why Rix are going to, once they've now seen multiple members of Team Queso, will go for the Baron because they know that Random is winning this as Acolyte. He doesn't have anything to keep him alive. He's going to fall under the tower. Random's going to pick up the kill, and yes, Andres has exchanged it. But meanwhile, over at the Baron, that is a fantastic engage out of Methanaut. It's going to deny the attempt at the Baron. There's a teleport has been picked up from Andres, and this is all about Team Queso. They thought they had the numbers advantage. They thought that they could take the Baron, but in comes Andres, and the teleport was picked up. Team Queso, it's a 1-for-1 trade on the Baron laners, and I think instead of flipping it at Baron themselves, they're going to go for this in the fight on the top side. 7 drops low. The charm is beautiful from Snitch to keep him alive, and Joey has died on the backline to Doom. Doom doesn't have the damage, but he does at least have the Guardian Angel for now. Snitch picks up another one. This is oh so scrappy between both teams, but some clutch plays on both sides puts 3 kills on the board for both of our finals teams, and the gold couldn't be much closer past the 18-minute mark.
What's happening between these two? We're not seeing such messy team fight, messy game. Everywhere they try to fight, it ends up being just, you know, kind of guerrilla warfare. You've got 2 kills here, 2 kills there, not really game-defining team fights, and I think that's a mistake that they both should correct. True, we've gone to the finals. True, one of them is going to be the winner, the second one is going to be also going to the Icons Global Championship, but still, these are things that you really want to polish when you're going to be facing teams from all the regions, because otherwise, these are incredible weaknesses.
Snitch just saved so much of that fight. 7 was about to die to Andres over the wall. And I don't know whether he had full vision. I don't know whether it was blind, but the charm just saved his jungler's life. And it was enough while Doom was on the backline, kind of dealing with everybody else. This really is a clutch kind of moment for both teams. And you can see Team Queso don't have full vision control, so they're not able to assert themselves on the Rift. Teleport picked up by... Ooh, Random undid the teleport and picked up Stasis. He's going to go directly to the Elder because it's already been started by Rix.
Acolyte does have the ultimate ready though.
Methanaut, he's going to back him away from the pit. Oh, we're coin flipping. This is a total flip if they go for this dragon right now because Andres into the fight, going to get blasted back away to safety, but all of his health bar is gone, and Team Queso, this doesn't look good for them to start the fight as Andre already dropping low. Joey forced to stasis on the back end, but look at the low health targets. One big play might be enough, and it was an attempt from Acolyte to get it, but Rix have managed to play the team fight beautifully and hold through to pick up the Elder, and with 40 seconds left on the death timers, I think they just have too many options. The honey fruit from Andres to heal him back up. With the Karma, flash over the wall, looks for it. Who got the dragon off it? Andres has tried to go in as Veos is the only member of Team Queso still alive. It was stolen by Andres, but I think the game has been taken by Rix.
I can't believe what they just did.
Although, to speak bluntly, it's 10 seconds. 8 seconds on Methanaut, and Veos managed to stay alive. Gets blasted back. It's all about the minion wave, and Veos, does he throw himself into this? Uses the Karma ultimate, uses the stasis. The wave is gone. Queso still have a life in this game as Doom stasis out. Joey will pick him off. Change the corruption lands. They pick different targets. Methanaut is trying to chase him down. Zenith Blade connects. 7 is trying desperately to back away, and no way, I didn't pop off for Andre, but it's all about the Dragon Steel, and Team Queso keep themselves alive in this game.
What a fight right here. Methanol seems to be carrying kind of the game, doing the decision making right here. Now they are able to take the mid lane tower. The next one of the Riggs members is going to be spawning in about 20 seconds, which gives them more than enough to take another Nexus tower and perhaps get closer to the end of the game.
Big taunt from Clue, or at least the attempt to, isn't random. Has he got the health to keep himself alive? Damage reduction comes through, massive knock-up, and Queso, they're not quite as healthy as they would have liked, and with 8 seconds left on the death timers of Doom and Snitch, there is another twist in this turn. TP coming through from Team Queso. Is this the overpush? They're going to try and rush it down. 1,000 health left on it, and Team Queso take game 2 over Riggs. Despair from Riggs from a surely won game. It was so close, but the Dragon Steel is crucial.
Oh my gosh, it was so crazy going for them. If you think about it, Team Queso hasn't played this game properly as well as we know they can do, but in the end, for me, what's caused Riggs' defeat here is their own mistakes. No matter who played better, it's no matter who made less mistakes.
I don't like directly disagreeing with my co-commentators, but I think there's only one thing that caused Riggs to lose this game, and his name is Andres. Ripping victory from Riggs with an Elder Dragon Steel, buying enough time on the back end of that fight with Veos, allowing them to cut out the minion wave, hold at their own Nexus, and run down middle lane with the Elder Dragon buff is the exact kind of ending for map 3 that we want to see, and I hope we get more of this. This is a banger series. Game 4 is coming up in just a few minutes. Stick with us after this break.
back to the WREC Championship Finals table stand. As Team Queso took the third game, they placed it 2-1. And right now, it's all up to Rick's Jiu-Jitsu.
That draft was really, really interesting. So I kind of predicted that Rix would pick the blue side for that draft. They did, but they didn't pick the Karma. They left the Karma, and Karma went over to Team Queso. But they thought that they could counter it with the Galio, with the Gragas, and also the Camille, but it didn't work out for them. And I feel like it was a bit of a mistake, I feel like, for Rix. I feel like this Karma at the moment, with all the shielding, with all the crowd control, everything that Veos is doing in that mid lane, it's not even a support Karma as well. It's a full AP Karma with the damage, with the shielding, with the poke as well. It's just too much for Rix to handle right now.
Yeah, we're just watching the draft right away. And I think that brings up the fact that Rix GG is super confident about countering that Karma. It worked for them yesterday versus Paula. But this is not Paula we are talking about. This is Team Queso. They are stepping up, and I really think you can't let that Karma open anymore.
Exactly. We've discussed it for the last 2 games already, that Karma is the most broken champion that needs to get perma-banned, but they are not listening. They had faith in the Camille combo with the Gragas and the Galio that they could counter it, but it didn't work out again. But let's not talk about that one. I want to talk about Anderson because this guy is too crazy. Like, we were shouting behind in the backstage because he was like
the key factor.
He was. I'm on the hype train.
Yes.
The Andres hype train. Because he is too good. No matter what happens, he is carrying. Like, beforehand, they always pick the Lulu, the Yumi. That's why Rix has to ban. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need no support. He just carries no matter what. And we've seen it. He steals the Elder. And they turn it all around.
Because, I mean, Andres managed to steal that last Drake.
Yeah,
and
it's too crazy. He's too crazy.
He stole the Drake, but also Rix could have ended, but it was Karma the one clearing away the wave and making time for his team. And it was, I remember Method just going forward, tennis plate after tennis plate, killing everyone, but that Drake was everything.
It was just such a back and forth game. Like the entire game, I think was 300, 500 gold between those two teams. Constantly there, just even the entire game. And you know, if the game is even, there's gonna be big players stepping up, and that big players probably Anderson. I mean, this game was just fantastic to watch. You know, he has those players around him. Obviously, it's not a 1v9 game, but even though he makes it look like it sometimes, you know, we had Methanol stepping up, hitting a lot of crucial ultimates that he could follow up on. Veas with that insane wave clearing, making sure that turrets didn't fall down, and Acolyte holding down Random in the side. And I know Random did have the pressure onto Acolyte most of the game, but that is why Rix picked Camille first, because it's a really strong champion. It's hard to match, but Acolyte did a fantastic job holding on as much as he should, because when he holds on, you have that Remen guy, and he's gonna, you know, do a little few things here and there and carry the game. You know, this guy is just, I don't know. He's special.
He's special. Okay, retaking the draft discussion. I want to talk about again Shen, because it's being, you know, such an important thing. Rix GG relied on the Galio and Camille combo to deny the Karma, but you had the Shen, and you can just go full combo onto that if you have Shen on the other side, because he's gonna shield the poor victim of your combo, and he's gonna save it. And it worked in the 8. Acolyte was everywhere once again on this pick, and I will think that this is being a problem for Rix GG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you tried to go for the Camille Galio combo, but when you have a Shen with all the shields and also the Karma as well, that Camille Galio combo doesn't really do too much. You can see the damage. Look at Veos' damage. That's supposed to be a support champion. He has the most damage in the entire game. And that's 2 games in a row now of Karma for Veos. So I really feel like Rix needs to either ban it or do something else as well. We're going to see the gold graph soon as well. And what a roller coaster. Yeah, what a roller coaster.
Roller coaster of emotions, roller coaster when it comes in terms of goal, because it was even for almost the entire game. This game could have gone one way or another. In the end, it was Team Queso, but let's be honest, Rix GG could have ended in that last push if it wasn't because of the Karma, and that it takes us once again onto the Karma discussion, because what is Rix GG gonna do?
I mean, the important thing about the Karma is it's quite funny, you know, because we see Rix GG banning the Lulu, which is something that Veas played in the mid lane.
Yes.
But Karma is just better. I mean, why are you banning the Lulu, which Veas plays a lot, when he just goes on and picks the Karma that is just better?
It's just better. I mean, she does everything. I know for sure. The fact is that, are you going to the red side to make sure to bomb the Karma? Are you gonna ban her from the blue side?
what do you think, Dark, is going to be the approach from Rick's GG?
I feel like the most simple solution is just to ban Karma out, no matter what.
No matter what.
And even if you let Lulu open, we have seen it from time to time. Warehouse on that Lulu wasn't performing, and I feel like if they just trade the Lulu for the Karma, then that's more than fine.
Let's see, guys, which one was our play of the game in this
It must be the Elder Steel.
Yeah.
It's not.
No,
Never
it's not.
mind.
It's not a seal. It's
I mean,
not. It's not.
This fight is quite crazy, you know. Like this fight is so back and forth, but Andres on this back line is just, you know, tearing up Team Queso. So I mean, tearing up Rick's GG, you know, a fantastic follow-up engage. But this fight also just showed just how close this game was. You know, both teams really, you know, going back and forth in these team fights. And I mean, we are just watching the grand final, and it's really delivering.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I mean, it was the rematch of the last European finals. There was a lot of hype ongoing onto these finals, and now we have a lot of key factors. The Karma is going to be a key factor, but also the Riven is being a key factor. The Shen is being a key factor as well. And guys, we're going to check on our Coca-Cola pop-off of this third map. A lot of question marks, actually, but... Oh, that was the last boost.
That's so funny.
That's Methanaut taking everyone down.
Methanaut MVP for sure. It kills the Kaiser.
Definitely.
It kills SC7 off.
Kills the Gragas.
And actually, these 2 kills were really important because that allowed Team Queso to push and actually end the game afterwards. You mentioned about, you know, the kind of the defend from Karma really, and you know, clearing the minion wave, which means the minions don't, you know, the Nexus has that backdoor bonus.
Andrews is resting right now.
He's
meditation for the 1 versus 9 backpack.
I think that's one thing about him as well. It's like you don't really see a lot of emotions from him. He's very calm. He's very cool. You
focusing the game.
Yeah, focusing in the game as well. And you know, we talked about Andre. I think Ricks need to change something up for sure because they're banning out, like you know, like we mentioned, you know, Lulu, the Yuumi, but it just shows that Andre, he doesn't need the Lulu by his side, doesn't need the Yuumi by his side. He's still going to be the main carry for Team Queso. That Elder Steel as well was, you know, there was exhaust, there was taunts, there was also charms.
There was a charm, yeah.
There was everything, and it was kind of Andre playing really well, but it was also a little bit of a misplay by Ricks as well, because in that situation, you can't flip the Elder. You can't. You have to focus Andre, you have to kill Andre, and then when you kill Andre, then you can take the Elder afterwards, but they weren't able to. Andre goes in, steals it, Ricks can't end, Team Queso follow it back.
There's a lot of things
crazy.
ongoing, guys. Now, let's see if Team Queso takes the 4th game as well. If it's going to be at 2-2, I really have no idea. So it's time to our casters to pop off.
I don't know if I've got too much more to pop off, but I hope I have with 7 games potentially coming through. Stress joined this time by Hell's Devil. I nearly called you Hell's Breaker then. I don't know why. We'll get you 2 on the cast and one day it'll make sense.
Oh god, Hellsbreaker. Yeah, Noah called me up many times already, but man, I'm excited. Are you not seeing your name tag, Stress, right there?
I was saying.
Are you not seeing your name tags?
Ah, they're trying to tilt me. They're trying to tilt me, and you know who's probably tilted after that is Ricks. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but not, like really, come on, that was a 1 game.
That should have been a win.
You've got Doom on Kaiser in the late game. You're like perfect, everything we need.
You know what's funny? You can never underestimate Andres. Even during the most desperate situations where they won the team fight, Andres is sitting at like 20% health. He has no vision. He will still steal the Elder Dragon. You can never underestimate him. Always focus him out, and then you can do whatever you want. Just always. Never leave him any chance to do anything, because this guy is going to take any opportunity to destroy you.
It's ridiculous. I cannot wait to see more games. I cannot wait to us to get into Game 4. I think the Karma has to go. The analyst has talked about it a whole lot. We, of course, have seen, you know, a whole bunch. Oh, no, cover that. We don't want to see what champions right they've recently picked up. I've just seen what they've been adjusting. Yeah, where was I going with that? Karma Riven is pretty potent now for Queso. I think that combination, like Riven is so much enhanced by Karma's kit in general that it's not just strong on its own, but both of them together are ridiculously strong for how Queso play.
Karma's shields are so incredibly good. Like, it's even better than having a Lulu, for example, because Karma provides the damage, she provides the CC, the beautiful ultimate, but her shielding, that is the amazing thing about it. Her shield gives so much movement speed. It obviously gives the shielding as well, and it just provides so much value, especially when you're playing the Riven, who already has a lot of mobility. She can get to the backline so easily, Stress.
So Rick stay on the blue side with their choice of side selection. It's funny, when Dooms was talking into the Mozilla's mic, I was like, is he trying to swap himself in? It's only one letter difference. For those of you that watched the Parlor series earlier, we actually had you know, a swap between Dragon Lane and yeah, it's Rick stay on blue side.
Yeah. There it is. So Rick stays on the blue side. Karma priority is very, very important still. So I wonder what's going to happen. I assume TQ is going to stick with their draft. Ban away the Lee Sin and ban away the... What was it again?
In the last couple of games, it has been Lee Sin, Singed, and Irelia.
Singed. That's what I was going to talk about. Lee Sin and the Singed.
That'll allow either Yuumi or Lulu through for Rix, unless they prioritize the Karma. Last game, when they were on blue, they picked Camille as their priority instead of the Karma. They let Karma go over to red side.
You know what I find crazy? There's no more Rakan priority. Yeah. Like in the first games, every single game we had Rakan picked or banned. First pick, like instant. The thing is though, we're not seeing Gragas bans either. We know that Gragas is supported. Rix still stick to their guts. They're still banning away the Yuumi and the Lulu. They're not going to be allowing TQ to funnel Andres. Like, you can see how much respect Rix has for Andres, right? This is the top of respect. They're banning out his Olaf. They're banning out the Yuumi and the Lulu, which we have seen be comboed with him for him to hard carry. And now TQ bans away the Karma. They don't want to see it. They also banned away the Camille, which does leave open the Gragas, of course.
Yeah, Gragas is up. Now Singed, if they don't take it, it may very well go
up. Oh, Singed is up.
Yeah, that was the pick that was not prioritized, as well as the Irelia. I think Irelia here for Team Queso would make sense. Singed, here we go. And Singed isn't an enchanter in the sense of like keeping people alive with shields, but he has a lot of slows, he has a lot of tankiness, he can peel with a fling. A Galio will keep people alive, so interesting composition building.
But I think Rix is ready for this. There's no way they just leave open the Singed big. Like, they know about the Singed, right? Like, obviously they have two coaches. They know that this will happen. So I'm curious to see how Rix decides to counter the Singed. Is it gonna be the Tristana on Doom? Because Tristana is one of those champions that can very easily punish a Singed, right? You can even put her in the mid lane. They actually choose to go for a Morgana, which is also a pretty good pick. Morgana's third ability, which is the Black Shield, doesn't allow Singed to fling someone back. So when Singed tries to go in and you time the Black Shield correctly, you can stop this Singed from throwing back. And we also know that 7 is an incredibly good Morgana.
Yeah, yesterday he crushed Parla in that game with Morgana. Accelerated through the early game clear and just all the way through. Speaking of accelerated shot blasts are on the table for Rix with this Jace up in the top lane. So likely to be the Gragas going into Snitch's hands, although that obviously has the opportunity to pivot to support if we see it. Did see a game from Clue earlier where it wasn't bad, but certainly there was a few missed combos here and there. And the Shen gets locked in before the second ban phase for Team Queso. So this still looks like a Queso draft. Singed is a little different, but you've still got Galio to protect, Shen to protect. Now we're looking which carries are they going to go.
And Shen is proven to be very valuable for Team Queso. And not only the champion itself, just the way that it's being played. Also building a redemption on Shen. Shen teleports into the fight, uses his redemption, heals his entire team, damages the entire enemy team. His ultimate gives the shielding, and of course it's Shen. He provides the value as a tank in a team. I really love this Shen pick by Team Queso, because even though it's quite an early Shen pick, and it's not necessarily the best pick into the comp that Rix has drafted, it still provides so much value that you want to be picking it out before it gets banned away.
Is this a ribbon ban now from Rix?
Yes, I would say yes, but actually, then you're gonna get the Graves, or you're gonna get the whatever, or you're gonna get this or that. They're banning away the Kha'Zix, which is also a jungler against Andres.
We've said this a ton of times. You can ban like 8 junglers against
Doesn't matter.
There's something coming. It'll be like a Xin Zhao or a Rengar or something like that he hasn't played in weeks that he'll just play.
I think they will, though. I think they will ban Riven, because Andres Riven is just... Yeah, there it is. They will ban the Riven, but like, what does it matter? I'm sure they have a ton of different junglers ready. I've seen him play many times. Even the Rengar. He's even played the Rengar. There comes the Ziggs.
Ziggs is there. I was going to say Senna's up. For Senna Galio, if they'd have wanted it. Now, of course, Ziggs is, similar function, wave clear. I mean, Senna scales a little bit better with AD, obviously, the way that she works. I just wonder why they would pivot away from that and go for the Ziggs.
I'm gonna be real honest with you, because everyone talks about Senna being really good, me included, but honestly, we haven't really seen it work too well in Europe yet.
Yeah, we saw a ton of Senna Nasus not really pay off so much, and a bunch of Nasus Yuumi that maybe didn't look so good. Doom doesn't care about Senna in the discussion. It's just going to go for the Kai'Sa again. I will continue to say that was a one game for Rix in the last game with Doom on Kai'Sa in the late game. It paid off, and it was just a split-second decision around that dragon that really screwed it up. So I like Doom on this Kai'Sa. I think it's a great pick for Doom.
It's a power pick for Doom. I mean, Doom does it on all these ADCs. It was funny because even like you can see the ADCs being banned away from Doom. People are afraid of Doom's Jinx. Of course they are afraid, because he got 2 pentakills, by the way, if you haven't heard of it already. Doom is an incredible player on these ADCs, and he did really well in the last game. It was not his fault that they lost, and I'm sure in this game he'll do just as well. And Kaisa is a pick that does really well into the Singed, really well into the Shen as well. So it just works into this comp, and they pick the Jax. So it's going to be Jax in the jungle, which opens up opportunities for Rix though, because Morgana can actually clear out jungle faster than the Jax, which allows her to invade, because they cannot let Andres get to the late game with Jax.
And actually, that kind of maybe clues in a little bit of why the Ziggs picked to me, because I'm looking at Shen and Jax. They're great on opposite sides of the map side lane, and then Ziggs can just kind of wave clear, use the ult, clear the wave, deny it, and engage. The same with like Galio can join from a distance, Singe can put a lot of control over the middle lane. I wonder how that disengage will go from Team Queso's side. From Rix, I think this is a lot of the same again. However, I like the earlier game jungler. Although Morgana is a not particularly interactive jungle early on, she gets over the hump really quick and gets her ult and is able to team fight.
Exactly, and then they can invade the Jax as well. But another thing about Team Queso's draft, they have quite a good draft against the Gragas, and there really isn't a lot that counters the Gragas, well, necessarily counters the Gragas, but Gragas can't one-shot the comp of TQ. Gragas works against Ziggs, he can one-shot the Ziggs, but he cannot get through the front line, he cannot get through the Galio, cannot get through the Jax, cannot get through the Shen. So that's what I love about Team Queso's composition right here. They have a front line, and the Singed as well, by the way. They have a front line to block out the engages from Rix, to keep Joey's Cax alive on the Ziggs, and to allow him to do as much damage as possible to hard carry the game.
It'll be a fun game to watch, I hope. I'm looking for the late game team fight where Doom tries to ult through and he goes over Mega Adhesive and stops.
Yeah.
Right next to Singe, he's like, I'm going in! Stuck.
That would be horrible. That would be a disaster. But indeed, I guess the way that Rix can kill Joey quite easily would be with the Kai's ultimate. But here we may have a cheese strategy. Ooh, Snitch saw it coming just in time.
We actually saw the opposite of that in game one. Like, Veos had his flash blown, and it was the Singed going in and actually getting the fling. This is the opposite of this matchup. So Snitch, I think, will be kind of like laughing to himself and think, you really think that's going to work on me after we did it to you in game one? No. I'm too smart for that.
No, this is not going to work on Singed. He knows what he's doing. He barely makes these types of mistakes. You know, he's calm and collective. If he gets beaten, it would be in the late game. Here he gets thrown over, but he knows. Like, Snitch is the type of player, very consistent. He knows his limits. He won't get caught off by these weird little plays. And as we can see, as 6 or 7 is not doing a full jungle clear. He's doing like sort of a half jungle clear on the red side. And I assume it's going to be a full clear on the blue side. Goes for the scuttle and then tries to get level 5 as fast as he can. And then he'll go for a gank.
I feel like laning against Singed, you just kind of get used to getting thrown about. It's just like, yeah, okay, fling me, I don't really care. Like, I'll just walk around in the lane. Both of these, kind of some of the top tier mid lane picks right now are these non-interactive picks in a way. And I say non-interactive because, like, neither of them are assassins. They kind of just trade health bars throughout the wave, and you farm up the minions, and then you reach your ult and you go to side lane, and it's all okay. Like, there's not a whole lot of like burst potential out of either of these.
But come on, we all love Singed. Singed is a crowd favorite. We all love to see this champion. And even though, you know, he doesn't do as much in the lane, he can fling allies backwards for his jungler to gank. So let's take a look at how the junglers are rotating as Random is in trouble.
Random drops low. It's not enough to pick up the kill, as Acolyte will get himself the honey fruit. Taunt Flash Ignite is available for Acolyte if he wants it. Binding lands. You've got to be careful under the tower. Great Black Shield early on, as there goes Acolyte to dodge out the exchange from Random, taking down the minions are trying to get him. 7 is trying to run away, and it's Veos trying to chase him. He closed the gap. It looked like he was out. It looked like they were out of the Acolyte. He gets him! He gets him! A rare mistake from Random in the 1v1. He chose the all-in and ends up dying. It's 1 kill for 2. Rix take 1. Team Queso get the lead.
Yeah, he did fortunately kill Acolyte. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute disaster. Random kills Acolyte. He's still ahead in gold and made Acolyte lose farm under the turret. But it was beautiful to see that Acolyte was able to pick him off. And Vegos, even though he's playing Singed, he's pushing out the wave and roaming. Even though Singed is not the strongest early game champion, Vegos still knows how to provide value, roaming to the top side of the map and getting first blood.
Oh, this series continues to deliver. I mean, from watching that, I think Random was so far under the tower that if he doesn't at least try and get the kill, like, he dies for nothing, right? So I said a rare mistake from Random. I think the mistake in my mind looks to be that, like, Random is putting himself in a situation where he has to take that trade. We're so used to this guy just, like, crushing 1v1s and just walking into lane, winning lane, and then being like, all right, well, we just win the game through me.
Random is the dominant Baron laner of EU, but
Yes.
EU is the dominant Baron lane region. We have more Baron laners than Random. Random is incredible, but Acolyte is also just such a good player. And when you put him on a champion like Shen, he just proves how strong of how good of a player he is, Stress.
Yeah, I like the fact that of the 3 Baron laners we're sending to Icons, they are the top 3.
They are the top 3.
We have Lonely Kid, we have Random, we have Acolyte, and I can't wait to see them stack up against the rest of the world's Baron laners. This is the Coca-Cola pop-off from this top lane dive.
And I wonder how Acolyte actually got killed. Oh, there it is. Like, Vegos killed 7, but I really want to see how Acolyte actually died after he killed Random right there.
Yeah,
so let's take a look.
There's no ignite, so Random...
He killed him, and it's the minions.
Auto. Yeah, because he uses an auto to get the kill, it aggroes the minions, and the minions kill him.
There it is, like, it's the minions. If those minions didn't kill Acolyte, Stress, I'm telling you, he would have been ahead by 1k gold. It would have just been game over for Random.
Huge, huge. And that's the difference. I think some people, perhaps, as you're starting out the game and not really understanding how to play Baron lane, attacking with a basic attack your opponents in the middle of minions is going to get aggro. And you can see that Random is going to use his minions to try and push down Acolyte into the base. If you hit them with an ability, it doesn't aggro minions. I think that's a really important difference. As bot lane, we're going to see the fling come through as Snitch.
Wow.
Oh, Snitch just got out as Queso are going to taunt them in place. Clue's going to drop as well and back away to the turret. Oh, Clue stays alive.
Stress, you ban away Singed. I'm not going to stress this enough. I cannot stress it enough. You ban away Singed. Like, this champion is just unbelievably broken. It's so funny because, you know, no one really thought Singed was broken. We saw it happen a lot in China, but then we're seeing it in EU as well, from Snitch, from Vegos, and it just truly shows how good the champion is. He already has a Wildlife Scepter. He already has a Proto Belt, which means he can engage, and he also has a Flash. No one is safe from this Singed anymore, Stress.
Ooh, no one's safe from Singed, and is anybody safe? Because Acolyte just picked up the Hullbreaker. So already that focus on the side lane. And Team Queso, 3 kills up, 1,500 gold in the lead. We knew that this Morgana was supposed to kind of help them through the early game, but that's a Trinity Force completed already on the Jax. Andres is in a decent position. It's not quite the point where Jax is as strong as you need him to be, but with Rix pushing mid lane and Stand United available, where is Veos? Where is Andre trying to get towards the fight? It's not going to be enough. They're going to take the Dragon, or at least start it up, and see whether Queso can contest. Doesn't look like they're going to even try.
So it looks like... Andres is going to go for this.
He is going
to go for this.
He doesn't have a flash. This is a one-way trip if he does go for it.
I can tell you why he did not go for it. He knows his limits. You know why? Clue was waiting for him as the Alistar. He can siege him away. If Andres decides to go in without his flash, he just gets pushed away by Clue. So very, very well played by Andres, knowing that he cannot go in. But I would say even better played by Rix. Because they they gave away a Baron lane turret. But they got that dragon, the Mountain Dragon. And it's going to prove valuable for them, of course. However, it's now Acolyte that caught up to Random. Because Random was ahead in this game, but now he's not ahead anymore. And I still would say it's a bit of a questionable buy to go for the Hullbreaker on the Shen. I'm sure we'll see like that the playstyle of Acolyte is going to correlate to that, but I don't agree with it, Stress.
Well, that's one of those moments where like if he groups with his team and doesn't really get the use out of the Hullbreaker, then it is absolutely something that is going to hinder. I don't think Acolyte is going to play towards that way though, right? It's like Acolyte has done so well on the side lane of pushing back out, and Rix, they're going to kind of take a moment to head back and reset this game.
And Acolyte even goes for a Redemption, which is a team fighting enchantment combined with the Hullbreaker. I just feel like Acolyte is kind of delaying his power spike. He doesn't need the Hullbreaker yet. Another thing that I want to talk about, Stress, is Vegos' gold lead. 1.5k gold lead on the Singed.
Huge lead, and Andres jumps in. Counter-Strike is going to keep him, at least absorbing some of that damage, but it's not as effective as you might think, as he does have a Vampiric Scepter to keep himself alive once he's back on his jungle clear, but it feels like these two teams had some engages, had some skirmishing, and are now like, ooh, I don't know how far ahead we are. I don't know that we can really take too much more.
And now the question is the Mountain Dragon worth the 2k gold lead that TQ has? I would say it's not. Mountain Dragon is not necessarily the very best dragon in this scenario because you're up against a lot of damage. You're up against a lot of sustained damage. The Singed, the Jax, the Ziggs. So that's going to burn through the Mountain Dragon. And when you're continuously fighting in the shield, Methanot nearly catches Random, but it's just not quite enough. I find it surprising that Random, regardless of Acolyte getting that kill on him, regardless of Acolyte actually getting an entire turret, Random is still ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Random has done this a lot, right? And I think we've casted many games for it as Andres is going to
get knocked up, get bound down. In comes the Stand United. Andres is backing himself away, needs to put Shen in a
Redemption.
position. There's the fling as Explosive Cask splits the pack. Galio coming into the fight now as well. 2 knocked up, but there's no damage follow-up. Queso very low, but have they juggled it enough? They juggle the aggro. Queso somehow survive with all of their support. It's all about the shielding, and Queso somehow they hold for 2 kills in exchange for 0. Mid tower under threat though. In comes Methanaut. Oh, not enough damage on the tower. That's going to be random caught. Taunted down. Methanaut slams the ground for another kill.
This is a whole different beast of a Queso team, Stress. What an absolute perfect team fight. It was a winning team fight for Rix, but Queso was able to get 3 kills. Queso was able to get the objectives. Queso was able to win this team fight, and oh my god, we can hear them scream from behind as well. Like, what an amazing team this is, Stress.
And you can feel it building. The analyst desk at the beginning of this series talked about peaking at the right time. Rix have been consistent. They dropped the finals to Gamelord, and it was we pinned it down to an unfortunate series that Gamelord came in from their 5-game series the day before and were able to rally with their meta. Rix crushed through the last chance qualifier. They get here, they barely drop much of a game, and other than to Queso. But now Queso are empowered from a series they win yesterday, and they're in control against Rix.
And when you have these types of teams against each other, I feel there is like a fear factor as well, right? Like, you fear the enemy team, and even though Rix looks calm and collective, I really feel they're fearing Queso right now. After losing those 2 games, they know that Queso has it in them, and especially Andres, but now they're seeing Vegas as well, right? Like, they're not overconfident anymore. They made that mistake once, and they will never be able to make it again, because if Team Queso takes this game, it's going to be a 3-1 lead for them.
And I feel like the ultimate strength I had assessed from Rix to begin this, of such deep champion pools, such consistent and flexible playstyle, maybe they're undoing, because Team Queso have a game plan and they know exactly what they want to do. This time, however, it's Rix to maintain control of the Dragon, but that is a massive taunt by Methanaut to pick up 4 from this exchange. If they can convert these kills, Queso will just extend their lead even further. It's 2 kills after the 4-person taunt. Rix, they're scrambling, but they're not holding on to this game.
And yet again, Team Queso seems to be giving away dragons for a gold lead. And in this moment, they're going to be getting 2 mid lane turrets for its rest. Maybe even the inhibitor turret. They've killed out 2 people, and they have the Rift Herald pushing.
Taunt lands, and that's going to be Queso taking another one. Rift Herald will get the charge onto the inner. Queso, they can see that they're a little bit low from this. They're a little bit damaged, so they're going to back away and not overextend. They are in full control, 9 kills to 1.
Rix is falling apart, sir. This is not the Rix that we know, and even though they were able to get 2 dragons, they are nearly 7,000 gold behind, and it's crazy to know, because Random was ahead in gold in his lane. Sure, Snitch lost, but the dragon lane was even, and now they're in a position where they're a full 6,000 gold ahead and behind.
This was the Rix that was built to win this match. The whole changes were made by Rix after a disappointing end to last season's championships, and Queso, it's another year, but it's the same result so far.
And what a beautiful engage this was with Methanaut. It's not just guys on the Galio, we talked about it too much, it's also Methanaut on this Galio, and this guy is famous on the Galio. It was also during the online event, I kept talking about it. You do not give Methanaut Galio, because if this guy is feeling comfortable as we have a fight...
Oh, Random already half health, and Joey manages to flash away, keeps himself safe as Clue. He's on the front line, but he is going to take damage.
Oh!
The taunt comes through, Galio down on top as Andres has set him up for the engage. Snitch tries to back themselves away with the explosive cast, but Andre has the counter-strike running. Clue is going to headbutt his way back through the fight, but he's in the poison, he's in the toxic... And it's all about Doom. Can he put enough damage out? Body slam is going to keep him alive as Stitch gets the binding to deny the Stand United. And the tiniest amount of health is not enough for Feos to stay alive. Somehow, some way, Rix trade evenly at least to begin that fight.
I'm going crazy right here, Stress. Team Queso is playing so well. Vegas is just playing the Singed absolutely perfectly. And then when he nearly dies, Acolyte follows up with the ultimate. And then Andres set as well, playing the Jax, using his third ability, flashing in, stunning 3 people, followed up by Methanot. It's just perfect. And then Joey as well, he got caught, but no, he flashes out of it. These guys are all in the zone right now. And what I mean with that is they're in the zone to play perfect.
That's what they're going. They're going for those clutch plays. I read it as an even trade because Methanol was so low that I thought he died. It was a 2-1
look at Joey here.
In favor, and Joey flashing out exactly what he needs to do.
Exactly, like it's all perfect. And then Andres with his third ability, boom, flash, stuns them. Methanol follows up while Acolyte is keeping Snitch away. And now it's the Vegos party. But I cannot talk about the Vegos party because we have a different party going on.
Yeah, you got no time, and it's not even the after party yet for this one, as Rix are wanting to hold this and make sure we stay in this series.
The mid turret is still alive for Team Queso as well, which is crazy to me because it has 300 gold.
They found one, it's 7, he's dropping low off the trail. Snitch, however, finds a beautiful explosive cask, and Acolyte's ultimate wasn't available. Andres was up in the top side of the jungle trying to push on that side lane, this composition that we said would do so well if Shen and Jax can push the side lane, but the rest of Queso needed to stay alive, and there was a great catch from Rix to turn around Methanauts engage.
And this is the doom that we know as well, because even though they're behind, he knows when to engage with those ultimates. He engaged, providing a massive amount of damage, but while I'm talking about that, Vegos just picked up his 3rd item stress. 3 items on Sinch, that is a massive problem, especially when Snitch has that Gragas only sitting on 2 items. You're gonna be struggling into that Sinch into a big team fight. And Ziggs as well, Joey Skax, he's building towards his 3rd item. Methanol has the Warmog as well. It seems like Team Queso is really building the blocks to their late game composition to win this game.
They're putting it together, but that's a scary
It's another dragon.
moment. It's a scary moment. Another dragon fight, and last game all went down to the Elder and the steal from Andres. And Andres this time has a later game scaling jungler on top of it. But here comes the exchange as Methanol into the front line, triple taunt, and the taunt from Shen. Snitch is playing out of his mind on this body blocking, but it's not enough in order to hold through from Queso. Look at those magic shields, and Team Queso are going to back themselves away, try and cut through the middle lane for the Baron. It's only Random that's down. 35 seconds on that death timer means he's not available for a Baron attempt, but Rix have at least enough health to start taking this as Veos drops low. The damage from Singe is there. Methanol again with a multi-person taunt into the fight. Ooh, I was going to say goes Clue, but he holds. He holds his nerve and doesn't overextend. He thinks the read is Team Queso are too damaged. They cannot go for Baron right now. They need to reset.
And stress, Rix is holding on. They have 3 dragons. They're losing the game, but they have 3 dragons. They're losing the turret game. They're losing the game everywhere except for the dragon game. And I feel in the current meta that the dragon game is incredibly important, because when the next Elder Dragon spawns, Team Queso has to get it. If they do not get it, if they give away 4 dragons to Rix, they will just lose this game.
And like 13 minutes ago, you asked the Hullbreaker question about Acolyte. This game has given Acolyte no time in the side lane to push with this Hullbreaker, and while he's further along on his build now with the Divine Sundra, he doesn't have a completed 3rd item.
And that is why I just don't agree with the Hullbreaker, especially as his 1st item. If he had gone for a different item, he could have actually been able to provide a little more value during those early game teamfights, which may have allowed them to get a few more dragons, because now they're up against Rix, who has the 3 dragons, and you know, only giving away the mounted dragon is okay, because they did get a lot of gold for it. But when you give away all of these dragons, you're putting yourself in a bad spot, Stress.
And when we're talking about builds, there's no Stormraiser on Doom. A different Kai'Sa build to come through. It's Infinity Edge, Hurricane, with the Mortal Reminder here as well. This is a different build from what we've come to expect, and we know how strong Stormraiser is right now. Stormraiser basically destroys people with this composition with the Infinity Edge, so, you know, we'll have to see. He obviously wants some of that AoE damage in teamfights, but Kai'Sa does such a good job when you just destroy one target quickly.
And he's going for the With's End as well, which I do like a lot. Although this is not an item that we see very often on Kai'Sa. He's up against Joey Skax on the Ziggs and against Vegos on the Singed. These are going to be the main damage sources, and also Jax that deals AP damage. So I really like the With's End, but him not going for the Stormraiser, the only explanation I see is him.
Joey got caught, that binding is huge. Seven has found it, forced the stasis. Joey, can he get out? Stand United keeps him available. Doom into the back line, but it's not enough, as I think Rix may have turned it. They've taken out one of the carries, and that's a good explosive cast. Snitch has turned it on for this game. Everything is landing when they need it to for Rix. and Doom flashes out over the wall. Veos, he's going to lay as much poison trail as he can, but I don't know that the trap has sprung yet, as Methanol is going to get beaten down by Clue. Clue flung under the tower, but Rix are advancing to get back into this game. We are now only at 1,500 gold difference as Veos can't quite close the distance on random.
7 just played that perfectly, Stress. He not only caught Joey, he also used a perfect black shield to not allow Team Queso to use their CCs on the imported champion on Rix. Just 7 showing that you have to ban away the Morgana when you're up against him. This is his comfort pick. This is the champion that he carries it. Because as we see here, he hit his binding on Joey, which secured them the kill. But then after, take a look at the black shield that he uses. So he uses it on Doom and blocks out the engage from Methanol, which allowed Doom to constantly deal damage and allowed Doom to carry this team fight as well.
You talk about clutch, the timing that SC7 needed to find. 7, the Ziggs flash cooldown, I was watching it in this exchange, came up quite literally half a second after the stasis expired. It was unavailable until right after he died. 7 threading the needle on that timing, and Joey was just ever so slightly caught out ahead of time, and that's going to be a really tough thing for Team Queso to overcome. Finally, they're getting Acolyte into the side lane with this hull breaker to at least open up the map a little bit, and there's no teleport available right now for Rix, so nobody can actually change that top lane status. But this dragon, you mentioned it, 3 dragons already for Rix, and Rix, they've come online with a lot of their composition. They have really good late game team fighting when their abilities land, but for Rix, it's not all about flipping it. I mean, they're pushing side lanes back out for Queso. Queso right now are trying to assert some control on the map, and Rix haven't started the dragon yet.
And looking at the builds as well, Stress. Random sitting on 4 items. Doom sitting on 4.5 items, and we have a fight!
Uh-oh, Queso, they thought they wanted the fight because they were in a bush, and actually the damage has gone down onto Snitch. Veos' damage is shredding them through with the poison, and it looked so good for Rix at first. Is it going to stay that way, though, as Doom 7 flashes out away. Joey on 1 health tries to regroup with the rest of the team. It's a double kill coming through for Doom. He's the one carry left for Rix to hold on to this. It's 2 kills already as Andres and Veos are the only members of Queso that are alive, and Veos is going to lay as much poison trail as he can to try and deal with the health bars of Rix before an Elder Dragon.
Man, Doom's positioning is just way too good during these team fights. As you can see, he's sitting on full health as well. This guy just goes to the backline, kills everyone, takes a turret, and just carries the game entirely by himself. Just what such beautiful positioning. As I talked about, the way that Rix can win this game very easily against this very tanky composition from Team Queso is having Doom engage with his ultimate. He does not want to have to use his ultimate passively. And that's exactly what Doom did in this situation as well. Because he used his ultimate to engage in the backline, he just destroyed Joey's Skax, and then there was just no one to kill him anymore.
Baron. I don't want to say it too loudly. I thought Jax had started Baron. I forgot that we've played online for so long that I don't want to scream that word.
There it is. This is the replay where it happened. So as you can see, Doom is just chilling in the background. He's not taking any CC. He only gets flanked by Snitch, but then Snitch instantly pushed them away from him. There you can see stasis to survive, and then he uses his ultimate as well to get close, destroy Methanol, and Joey actually got destroyed by someone else. Well, he destroyed Joey as well, sorry. He just destroyed the entire backline, Stress.
Yeah, it takes all of them out, and Andre couldn't do too much more after that fight. Can't really close the distance, 1 versus 3. Ooh, we're going to calm it down just a moment. Or
ooh, they start the Elder.
But they know with the Ziggs ultimate, they have seen that it has been started. 8,000 health left on the objective.
They have an Alistar to push Andres away too. This is it for Rix.
This is it. If Andres can get in there, he didn't get it.
Andres he got it again!
Andres
he got it again!
2 games in a row. You cannot be serious. As Rix cannot secure the Elder Dragon. It's all gone to Andre. And is that the series? Is that the moment as Queso will rip the game?
Got it again!
2 games in a row!
Oh my god, Stress, I'm losing my voice! I'm losing my voice! This guy is just way too good. He did it again. He did it again. It's 2 games that they should have lost. They were in such an unfavorable position because they're up against the Alistar who can push him away. But he steals it again. He just steals it. He wins, and now they win. And they're up 3-1, Stress.
No way. You cannot deny Andres from the Elder Dragon.
I'm out of voice, Stress. I'm out of breath. I can't talk anymore.
2 games in a row. Rix had it won. They had the late game. They had everything. You even said it. They had the Alistar to deny Andres. You just headbutt him away, but it didn't hit. Andre jumped in. He found the opening. He bypassed the crowd control, and he steals the Elder Dragon, and the team just clean up.
he finds an opening. He always does it. That's what we said, and we should keep believing it. Because even though this was an obvious favorable position for Rix, it was the right call to make to start off that Elder Dragon. Somehow, some way, he does it again. He comes through, he steals the Elder Dragon, and they win the game.
You cannot account for the clutch. You just can't do it. You're like, okay, we're ahead.
I mean, they don't even believe it themselves either.
How can you? How can you? It's just like the guy runs up and steals Elder twice in a row. You've won the game. You've got the late game Kaiser. The game is done. Every coach looks at that and they're like, okay, we've won the game. That's it. The game's done. The game is over. We're 3-1 up in this series. Because realistically, that is where, in a different timeline, in a different multiverse, Rix are 3-1 up in this series and they're 1 game away for turning around their fortunes from last year. But can you believe it? Is this going to happen again?
I think
that Team Queso, for a 2nd year in the row, are about to steal the finals from Rix in a way. Team Queso, a very deserved 3-1 lead. We come back for the next game, perhaps the deciding game in just a few minutes. You must stay with us.
through.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the WREC Championship Finals. Team Kessel, 3 victories in a row and 1 game away held Selvo to be crowned WREC champions. What an insane game, but how insane is Undressed?
I mean, what do I say? What am I supposed to say? We're gonna repeat ourselves every single time.
Every time.
This guy is too good. This guy is not even human. It's unbelievable. He steals it yet again in such an unfavorable position. He just steals it. He takes the dragon and he carries the game yet again.
Literally 2 games in a row, Darkbreaker,
Yeah,
where Andres is still
it's unbelievable. He's proving himself to be the absolute best jungler in Europe right now. Like, in those situations, he is the only reason why they came back. If he doesn't get it, they lose. And 2 times back to back, he manages to steal the Elder Dragon. They had 3 dragons secured already, and result comes. He just gets it again, and they win the game. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
I remember, I mean, Darkbreaker was yelling all the time in the backstage. He was saying, you can flip a Drake versus Andres, you can flip a Drake versus Andres, and I was like, no, but this is done. This is literally done. But he's solid.
You can't coin flip the smite against him, because you will get it no matter what.
And it's all right now about momentum. Carmeline and Team Kesa has the momentum. They are on the verge of being Emea champions. It's all about the momentum. Is Rix, to out of the series? Is able for them to get back into the game?
Absolutely, yes. I'm a Team Kesa supporter, but I'm a firm believer in Rix's coaching and methodology, and I know it's very ingrained in them, the way that they can come back from this disadvantageous position that they're living in right now. So for me, the next game could be theirs. I know the mentality allows them to do so, and I hope they can come back.
I mean, we saw this game was also too close. It was this high-response game in a Drake field on a Drake flip. We saw Doom so fed, so wobbling with the guys. It was a very difficult game to play Kai'Sa though, because you had Galio, you had the Shen, and you're a very short-range AD carry on the Kai'Sa. But even though he was so fed, it feels like Rixig just need. I just need to be sure that Andres is not around the Drakes anymore. Just that.
The thing is though, like, even though you normally would win certain things, or even though normally you would get certain things, this is not the case with Andres. So as I said, like, even though normally when you have an Alistar in your team, Alistar just pushes away the jungler, easy Elder, right? Easy Elder. Their call made a lot of sense. It made so much sense, but you just can't. You can't. Like, that's the problem of playing against Andres. And here you can see it again. 4-0-11. 16.7k gold. Perfect game yet again.
It is absolutely crazy. That's absolutely insane. Darkbreaker with this Singe pick, which is being so important. All the time, flipping people, all the time, carrying the fights. We saw him with some crazy plays.
Yeah, we definitely have seen that Singe is such a strong power pick right now in the current meta. And Singe is just dominating the draft. Like, do you let him open? Can you handle the Singe? Because he makes so many plays happen with his fling. You have the Proto Belt and fling combination to catch people off. And at the same time, the issue is just that Shen on Acolyte is also amazing. Like, he is like taking so much pressure. He's on a weak side champion and he's still performing so well. And I feel like maybe they need to get that Shen away from Acolyte. Maybe they need to put Random on a weak side champion as well, or pick him into a champion like Darius that can actually counter the Shen pick, because so far every single time he's on a hyper carry champion that is supposed to dominate against Shen, it doesn't work out.
But the question is, what do you pick away from Team K? So and I feel like this used to be the strength of Rix, right? Like, you cannot ban them away because they'll play anyways. But I feel like Team K has evolved a lot, especially during this live event. Like, in the beginning, you could just very easily ban away some of their champions that they would just not be good. And right now we saw Rix trying to do that because they banned away the Lulu, they banned away these types of champions. But Team K just picks something else and carries the game.
And let's see, guys, the play of the game, and I fully expect that is that Drake steal, because it's been amazing. Carmeline, we're watching. Here we go once again.
It was so low. He just jumps in and gets it.
They put it in slow-mo, even Carmeline, because that was one hell of a play.
Absolutely, I think this was establishing what Team Kesa can do even when it seems unfavorable to them. And one thing that should be mentioned about this particular team fight as well is the way they managed even having a few losses there. Look at how calm they can be, despite screaming a lot and being quite passionate about what they do. When it comes to these particular moments, they don't just give it for granted. They don't take it for granted. They know that they were not safe yet, and they did a really good plan in order to escape that area.
And now, guys, I want to focus on to Rick's GG's chances to take back onto this series because it's all about the momentum, yeah, but those last 2 games were really, really, really close, and we were wondering about what can Rick's GG do. They stayed into the blue side once again. We saw Team KS banning with the Karma, so they make sure that Chloe wasn't playing that champion, and they had some game plans, but I think that they need to push a bit forward. Maybe extra early aggression is the key. I don't know, Hells.
Rix can do it, definitely. They have the players for it, they have the skill for it. But you have to understand, when you win the first game and then lose 3 games consecutively, and but not just lose, they were winning, but they lost it like in an unlucky fashion.
Losing like this,
I'm kind of quoting the unlucky because, you know, it's Andres that's stealing it. But their mental is so down right now. They can do it. They have the players, they have the skills. They just have to stay calm and collective somehow and just win 3 games straight in a row.
Mental reset, that's what Rick's GG needs, guys, and we are heading into our casters for this 5th game, maybe the 4-1-14K, so maybe the 3-2, I really don't know, guys, up to you.
Well, Noah, I'll be honest, we don't know either, because it's looked like Rix are about to win the last 2 games in a row. A stress joined by Ryu here for our potentially last game. It is a best of 7 though, so at a 3-1 means we still could have, that's 3 games we potentially have to play. I've lost my mind just like Rix have lost their dragons at this point, which is harsh to say, but how do you account for that as a player?
I mean, this player is just not normal. I mean, Andreset is pulling out some of the most insane performances I've seen in quite a while. I mean, it's actually just a rematch from the last year's Origin Series finals where Andreset was stealing dragons and barons left, right, and center. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it is a situation that you can't really account for in a game like this where, I mean, Rix, you do everything you can to draft around a composition that has some late game security with your superstar, you know, Dragon, Lena, and Doom, who you're like, well, he's reliable. He's just going to win us every single late game. And nothing Doom has done has been wrong. Like, that's my thing. Is like, none of their late game failures have been on any individual Rix player. But I feel like they've flipped the follow-up on Dragon too much, where like they kind of win the fight, but then ignore the objective and allow Andres to just come in. They really need to make sure Andres is like dead. Maybe you pick like Vi and you just like only ult Andres and throw everything you can at him.
I mean, it's just weird because you cannot really put all the blame onto the jungler when someone loses a smite battle.
Right.
As long as Andreset is in range and he does not CC, it is a 50-50. No matter what you want to say, it is a team performance that has to get Andreset out of the jungle pit. If you are in control of the pit, it's the whole team's, you know, responsibility to make sure they win that jungle fight. And, you know, you cannot really just blame Seven for that.
No, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Is like there's no one player on Rix that you can be like, that's the guy that's feeding in this matchup. It's actually, you know, Rix have been playing very well. Again, they should have perhaps won the last couple of games. And as we go on to another game of Rix being on blue side via their choice, Lulu off the board, Lee Sin, we're going to see the same. I think Olaf, Yumi. I don't actually think it's the draft that has been the problem either.
No, the draft has been, I mean, you know, fine to some extent. Rix is playing to what they know and what works for them. The Camille has been a really successful pick for the entire WRSC. I just think this momentum that TQ has found in these, you know, hyper carry jungle composition has just worked out for them extremely well. And I would also actually just say, I don't even think Rix has been worse in these games.
Right.
You know, they just lost, you know, due to individual brilliance from Andrew in these extremely clutch moments. So, you know, it's a real finals. I mean, that the score 3-1, it doesn't really replicate just how close the series has been.
And I think this is a big pick. You and I were talking about this right before the broadcast threw over to us, and that's Singed for that first pick. I mean, Singed has been a massive pick on the winning side of this game. Like, it won game 1, banned out in game 2 and game 3. Game 4, however, Singed came into the mix and worked very well for Team Queso. On the other side of the rift, Morgana Shen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Team Queso. This time around, that Morgana, we know it's going to likely go to Joey. We know that that's going to be the case for that bot lane role. It's not an Andres champion. You know,
oh, we get to see the Vayne!
Ooh, high priority on the Vayne.
It's something, you know, Rix has been picking more and more hyper carries in the bot lane. I saw in the last, in the WRC last year's qualifier, they picked the Jinx. We've seen the Kai'Sa in the last few games, and now the Vayne, they're actually picking this up. And I think, you know, with this, with the Morgana coming out as well, it's obviously good for Joris Gax, but it's also probably to take away from Seven, who has been really building this champion.
It also opens up the potential, depending on what Team Queso do. I mean, I haven't played Shen Vayne matchup, I would imagine that because Shen's Shroud shuts out Vayne's auto attacks, it's not quite as simple as most matchups for Vayne as a melee range. So I would assume that's going down to Doom for that bottom lane rather than random. But we always know Snitch has that champion ocean. Is there a world where Snitch is like, give me Vayne in the mid lane?
I don't think so, but I mean, actually, I would actually say yes, because there's so many picks right now in the bottom lane that can really shut down Vayne.
Yeah.
There is the Draven, obviously, which you saw in the first game from the Rick side, but there's also Varus who can outrange him.
Yeah.
There is Saya who can outrange him. There is Morgana. Morgana already does it quite fine. There is also Orianna. There is Six. There's so many picks that can shut down Vayne.
It's funny. You can also Jinx is decently good when you just take those two into account, because Vayne can't de-push Jinx, and Jinx has a range advantage as well. It's a matchup that I actually hate playing when I'm playing Vayne. Like, it's so annoying.
And even the Nami is really annoying for Vayne, because every time she steps up, Nami can just throw her entire combo towards her, and it's just difficult to play. And even with the Rakan, you know, it's gonna be better because they can play this super aggressively. And I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if you're gonna see this from Random in the top lane to counter the Singed. I mean, the Shen.
Yeah, we will. We'll figure out where they go. That was one of the things with Rix, is they basically pick anything anywhere and generally do quite well with it. I think what's upset them though is it's been more about the team play, less about the picks, less about the individuality, more about the team play into the late game, where Rix have, other than game one, Rix haven't really had the lead to shut out a game so much, to the point where Team Queso are like, well, we know what our comp does. We know we just protect a late game carry, and then whoop, we steal the objective, we turn the game around.
But I don't really like what Rix is going for right now. You know, Vayne is a really late game champion. Even Singe excels in the late game. And what worked for them in the first place against TQ when they won that game was early game power. They picked a Draven and they snowballed from the very beginning. And you know, maybe they're getting a little bit uncomfortable. They understand that all these games are going to 20 plus minutes. So obviously the Vayne seems good in a nutshell, considering these games are very long. But what has worked for Rix so far is actually, the early aggression.
Yeah, early aggression. We'll see whether they can get out of the jungle. Lee Sin banned, so we're going to have to find it from a different place, as Kha'Zix banned away as well.
And the Jax is banned.
Oh, the Riven turnaround.
That is a really interesting thing, because what hyper carry junglers are left now? Aurelia is banned, we have Lee Sin, we have Jax, Kha'Zix, Olaf. I mean, I think Graves is probably going to be the most likely to be here, but Graves is really short ranged, and actually Vayne can kind of, I wouldn't say one-shot Graves in the late game, but if Vayne gets some crit items, I mean, that fight can be really brutal.
Oh, Ryu. We've reached the power spike of Team Queso when 7 junglers are banned away from Andres. This is where he goes Xin Shao, he goes Rengai, he goes all of these. This is comfort for Team Queso, where they're banned out so much that they have to pick like a C-tier jungler for Andres. That Kali picked up is going to round things out, so likely up in that top lane for Random.
I think the Graves is going to be the last pick here. I mean, I don't really know what else TQ can go for, because, they have kind of 3 supportive champions and Corgi, which, is mostly a facilitator, also late game damage, so yeah, it is the Graves he's going to go for. I mean, it's a great pick. We've seen him carry on it last time.
Yeah, we've seen him carry, we've seen others carry on it, both from a mid lane. We haven't seen too much Graves out of the jungle, that's what I would say, and I don't really expect it to be the Morgana. There is, of course, that flex available if you want to put Graves in the middle lane and Morgana into jungle, but it doesn't fit the play style of Team Queso. On the other side, Rix, I think, this kind of feels a little bit of like, well, what we were doing didn't win us the game, so we have to change up the composition just a little bit and pick different things. I think Snitch being on the Singed should be a really solid point for this game. This is very much comfortable for Rix. Doom, I mean, Vayne has pretty much the hardest carry potential out of Dragon laners late into the game. Yes, of course, she can do single target and others can do AoE, but I think when you look at like pure damage output to shred through tanks, no champion matches Vayne.
But it's not really the thing that Rix is known for. They are known for picking this Varus, this Morgana, those champions that really picks people off, plays the game really control the game with the range, with the wave clear, with the crowd control, and I think it's maybe a desperate call even from Rix. I think they're in a tough position. I think Doom is sitting here right now saying, give me that carry champ. I'm gonna carry it.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually make it work for the team. As I mean, Rix now are in do or die situation for the next potential 3 games. They need to win back-to-back games to essentially reverse sweep. I mean, they of course did pick up the first game of the day, which we all thought, okay, wow, Rix looked great coming out of game 1. Team Queso turned it around in game 2, and then 2 games followed that Team Queso stole from Rix, but it's all about that Nexus kill, and that's what went in favor of Team Queso for the 3-game lead in this best-of-7 series.
And I think a small interesting thing, I mean, we see a little bit brawl in the top lane here. I don't think there's going to be a big trouble for either of those players, but Methanol actually went for Fun of Life on the Nami. I usually like the Summon Airy, because that can help you bully the lane more and, you know, be really aggressive, try to push Vayne into a really uncomfortable situation, but he went for the Fun of Life, which is obviously, you know, going to help heal Androset later in these team fights, but yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the way to go, but Methanol definitely has an idea behind it.
I love that. It's just like, I'm picking a rune so that late game, after I do my duty in team fights, my jungle can carry the hell out of the game. I love it. Ooh, Random dropping low from that one, flashed out from Random on this Akali, as Acolyte had the ignite. Running wasn't quite enough to pick up the kill.
And we see Andrew set his spot on the ward right now. I think he was trying to see, you know, if he could do something around the Random, but he sees he's spotted on that ward. He used the vision plan, and now he's pushing out the mid lane with Bears. Something he's been doing quite a lot. I think they're going for that top crab, and maybe even they're gonna take the top side jungle. It's something we've seen from TQ before, this specific move. Random was caught by it both in the first and the second game. So, yeah, I mean, Acolyte usually been getting those leads because his team is helping him a lot.
No flash means Random really has to give respect over here, but it hasn't happened yet. Veos is maybe going to give him the exit there. Taunt lands, and that's going to expire the jump from Random, but Team Queso can't overcommit into this. Look at where Andres was, and now Snitch is coming up through the river as 7. I don't know that he was spotted before he got into the lane. Smoke screen comes out. Andres is going to have to flash out over the wall.
The course here.
He's on the adhesive. That's going to prevent the flash. Really important from Snitch, and that's going to shut down the carry from Queso.
That was an amazing W from Snitch. It made the only way Andres had out there was either flash or quick draw over the wall, but then he's grounded. He can do neither of those, and then he pulled him back. I mean, what a really great roam from Snitch to pull off Androset. And I mean, shutting down Androset is going to be the key for Rix, and they're doing so far.
Absolutely, absolutely has to be the key. And I know we don't see a whole lot of Singed up until this point in the tournament. This series, it's been the most as Random wants to go in, wants to get the kill, solo kill, gonna trade it 1-for-1. Acolyte will get at least some gold from that exchange, but Random, we've seen him basically diving towers every single game.
But it's actually worth it for him so far because his wave is pushing towards this enemy turret, so even though they trade the kill 1-for-1, Acolyte is missing a few minions, and the wave is going to bounce back towards Random later on, so he's going to catch up even more. So even though it's a really small thing, it actually is worth it for Random in this situation.
Yeah, speaking to some of the players, casters, and coaches, like, one thing that's different in Wildrift is it's really hard to deny a lot of experience to laners. So if you do get that advantage in those situations, it can really open up kind of like this gap in the top lane. And with Akali, she's going to be able to snowball. Like, snowballing champions for Random is one of the ways that Rix have looked the strongest throughout the split.
And what I really like so far from Rix is that if you look at the bottom river and the top river, there are so many wards for Rix, which makes it really hard for Androset to get stuff done. But 7 maybe actually catching him here in his own jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen here, but
7. He knows Acolyte has no flash available. Random's going to put the Shroud down. No real exchange there. And both are going to back away on the top side. 25 seconds before objectives spawn. There is a deficit on Vayne. You kind of anticipate that coming out of the laning phase just a little bit. You're all built for late game strength, so it's not too far down. But if Joey keeps up at this pace and keeps extending this lead, it might be a problem, because Corki is not too bad in the late game himself. We always talk about him as a caster carry in the late game that really can output damage.
And the main reason why he's actually behind, because Clue roamed up earlier to help them kill Androset at the first spot. So, I mean, that obviously made Doom in a 1-or-2 situation at that point. So, a small lead to Joris case is not going to be a huge deal for Vayne to catch up on later. But what is huge is that he did not finish his Spade of the Ruined King before the first Dragon or the Herald. So, maybe Rix is just looking to trade objectives.
Yeah, that's pretty massive. Joey as well at the same time didn't get his full item. He actually bought a longsword because he was right in that annoying spot when you don't quite have the recipe cost to cover it. We're actually seeing both teams play away from each other for the most part right now. I say that as Andres is kind of like spotting out Snitch and Clue, but with the Rift Herald going down, Queso, they're making the dive work, cutting in with the package, but look, the damage has not been found onto Clue, as Clue's going to dash back towards the minions to try and cut them out. Oh, that's a terrible mistake out of Methanaut, trying to predict the escape, and Methanaut has not set his team up, but the rest of the squad will at least pick up one. But in comes 7 from the side, flash under the tower. The turret actually did go down in exchange, and 7, has he done too much? It's an overextension. Team Queso, that was really scrappy, but come on, the kills go over to Rix.
But Random is pushing in the mid lane. He's actually approaching the second turret with that Herald. It's going to be a huge loss for TQ actually in the end. I know that they are goal even, but Random has a 1,000 goal lead onto Shen right now, and they got 1.5 turret in the mid lane.
As I'm sure we're going to get a replay. Is that just a misclick, or was he trying to like prevent?
He got 2 turrets.
Was he trying to like, as in on the bottom lane for Methanol? Was that the wave a misclick to try and like deny somebody escaping down the lane, or do you think that just ends up backfiring on him?
I mean, I think he was expecting Clue to run towards into the lane to maybe protect the other guy. I didn't really see who was down there, but to kind of get the attention over there.
Yeah.
But I mean, it also could have been a misclick. I mean, it's definitely a mistake from Methanol either way.
I'll be honest, I was trying to set you up hoping for a replay, but we've had so much action there as the rest of Rix will now go back in as Clue. Ooh, Clue gets just demolished to begin this out, and Methanol finds his way back to safety. Ultimate nearly coming out. Great bubble from Methanol, but look at how low everybody is. Random is trying to find the low health targets, but Queso have turned it back around. No way! Every time Rix feel like they're taking the lead, Queso hold on!
And TQ knows the #1 rule of League of Legends: don't chase the Singed. So that's why Snitch ends up surviving this fight. But even though it looked really good for Rix at some point, TQ manages to turn it around, and actually Anderset died really quickly in that fight. But Joey Skaggs, we've talked about this so many times. Anderset can step up, we know that, but when he's, playing like a normal, insanely good player, his team also knows how to step up. This is another one-man army, even though, even though the last few games, there have been some insane pop-up moments from Anderset, it's not a one-man army. This team is crazy around him, and Joris is popping off this fight.
That's funny. When Andres is playing at the normal WRC jungle level, he's when he's not carrying everything on his back and being just this insane monster jungle performer. So Veos and Singe now down in this bottom lane, or Veos and Snitch, I should say, stand united.
Maybe he was actually trying to spy from Random.
Oh, yeah, okay. Looking at Acolyte's health, yes, that is exactly what happened. As Random, his ultimate was coming back up again, and Acolyte was like, I'm getting out of here.
I want to point out that Tiku is actually starting the Dragon right now with that package in their base, but Veos is caught.
Veos is caught, but Dark Binding is going to put 7 under the turret. In comes the rest of the fighters. Joey's going to be able to get his way back out of this exchange. Will Valkyrie out. No sticking damage to pick up kills from now. Redemption will catch most of them. Oh, Acolyte doesn't quite get the taunt over the wall, and now Snitch has damage in that poison, but it takes time. It takes time to tick, and Queso, they're going to back themselves away.
And one thing I want to point out with Random is that he's so good at pushing those side lanes, but we're actually watching a replay of this fight where TQ, that's the first fight actually before where Anderset dies and Joey Skaggs just does so much damage. And when Random goes in there, kills off Anderset, Joey Skaggs, this corgi is just so strong, and Snitch runs away with the poison behind him.
Yeah, they all just move away from the poison trail, get themselves out to safety. And it means Team Queso, it's only about a 500 gold lead, there or thereabouts from these teams. Spooky Ghost will be used. They're going to both get consumed onto Snitch, so they don't see Doom and the rest of them. But Queso have pretty good ways of blind checking these bushes. With the Corki Rockets, you got the pool, you got like binding, everything like that is going to help them out.
Rift is looking to push towards the bot lane. Rix has really good side wave controls. Both sides are constantly being pushed in, and with all the middle turrets standing as well, Rix is really playing the map very well, but it doesn't really matter when TQ is actually still winning the team fight. So, if Rix keeps on this up and actually starts winning these fights...
Oh, Mega Adhesive is going to deny Joey the escape, and it had to force him down into the package, but actually Rix are going to engage into it as Queso stay on the burning ground, and the big kill comes through for Andres. Snitch is out of this one, and that's going to mean the Dragon going over to Queso.
That's exactly what I talked about. Rix is playing the map well, but TQ is winning the fights. These guys are individually playing an insane level right now. I mean, what can you do when you're Rix? You're pushing the bot lane, you're pushing the top lane, you have control over the map, but whenever that fight happens, TQ just pulls it off time and time again. And it's great to see Joey Skaggs and Methanol popping up and, showing up and helping Anderset carrying this game, because, he's had a pretty good game so far, but I think the star of the show so far is actually Joey Skaggs.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing that really has allowed Team Queso to peak on this finals day is it feels like their compositions and the way that they're playing has been refined to a 2-carry system, as Andres is going to dash out. Black Shield's going to keep him safe for now, and in comes Acolyte into the fight. Taunt is going to hold Clue in place, and Doom is trying to run for the hills on this Vayne. He's already forced to flash, forced to tumble. Andre is going to match him as the Condemn is going to push him back away, and Queso will cut into the middle lane.
But what is Rix doing? They have Sin split pushing in the bottom lane, and they don't have the vision. I mean, I know there are 4 people in the top side jungle, but it's way too aggressive. Snitch does not have a teleport. I don't like what they're doing right now. It feels like Rix is becoming a little bit desperate, understanding that, you know, it's hard to find an advantage onto TQ right now. So, you know, Acolyte doing an amazing job right now.
And it has to be desperation because Rix have been ahead for so long, and this flank is one of the last opportunities for Snitch and the rest of Rix to turn this game back around. Dark Binding is going to be used in the fight. First kill goes over to Doom. That's going to be taking out the Morgana, and into the rest they go as Random jumps in, shrouds on. Joey Skaggs dropping low. 7, can he find the kill? Big kill.
But Andres had damage!
Prisoners. Andres is still alive in the jungle, and Clue and the rest of Rix are getting routed out of this exchange, and Doom and Clue, the bot lane, are the only 2 left for Team Queso to advance towards. Team Queso have 3. Rix, oh, I don't think they have 3 games left. This could just be it.
It does not matter how good it looks for Rix. TQ just have the championship DNA. Anderson and Acolyte knows exactly what it takes to win these games, and they just, you know, every single time it looks quite good for Rix. You know, Anderson is just doing so much damage.
So much damage, so much damage. Welcome to the Casted S preview. Good save on that one. Oh, I mean, you were kind of saying it before that. It's like, how do you account for it? How do you go and kind of assess this turnaround from Queso, because they've done so good in these fights in the second half?
It was actually a really good flank from Snitch, and they did manage to catch Veas off guard, but whenever you're walking back in towards the jungle, when there's a Graves just kiting backwards with his Q, with his ultimate, it does so much AoE. Wow, I mean, you know, Andres said, oh my.
The taunt as well from Acolyte. The taunt flash gets it. Everything that they need lines up in place.
I'm just losing my mind here. I'm lost for words. You know,
how do you think I felt? This is game 5 out of these 2 teams. It's a total banger. There's the spooky ghost. Acolyte is going to try and, or I should say Random is going to be there as the rest of Team Queso are trying to lock him down. They, of course, have revealed him. He's going to use the fancy footwork to get himself out over the barrel wall, but that's a lot of damage as the rest of Rix are trying to get for the bottom lane.
And Rix, I mean, TQ actually still have the package inside of the base, so, you know, they're in a pretty good spot. If anything really interesting happens, they have that backup, and that's a fight in mid lane, actually.
Yeah. Oh, Joey is dead. He was not expecting that after Random got chased. Rift Herald in the bottom lane as Rix want to play away from the dragons.
And I think Snitch is trying to stop the recalls, actually. Yeah. Oh, he did manage to stop the Nami.
His grounded will work. There? I think he's got it down on Graves.
No,
he didn't. He didn't stop Graves. Graves is recalling from that. Graves actually managed to get back as the Rift Herald will take the inner tower. Oh, it's tense. It's tense.
And it's the same story over and over again. Rix with the map control, but TQ winning away with the skirmishes anyways. Yeah, I think, you know, this whole thing started with Random solo killing Joey Skaggs in the mid lane. I looked at Joey Skaggs' health bar, and then I looked away for a split second. It was just gone.
Yeah, just destroyed. I mean, we know how Akali plays in those situations against the likes of a Corki. It's really hard for him to create enough space, because if you play it right, you just follow on the dash, right? It's like you try and Valkyrie away, well, Akali just uses the second half of the ability to jump into the fight. One player I want to keep my eyes on as this game goes late, because so much will be responsible, and on his shoulders is Doom. He's roughly even with Joey right now, and for a Vayne, while you would love to be snowballing and ahead, if a Vayne picks up 2 kills off a fight and can accelerate faster into the late game, that's dangerous for Queso. That's a real tough spot, but Doom
has to look at Joey now. We have to look at Joey. He has the package up. It's going to be ready. And
no dragon, though.
Yeah, no dragon. I think they're going to just back off.
Yeah. Package was used to disengage. I think Rix are going to back themselves away as well. They're going to utilize that Shen on the top side. And the point I was going to make is if Doom's flash is up and his exhaust is up, I think Rix can play that little bit more forward. If it's down, if Doom is under threat, then Rix have to be careful. They cannot cannot afford for Doom to die in these exchanges.
And Anders is just dashing forward like there is no fear in the entire world. I mean, he knows he has Varus with the Black Shield on towards him. If you know Varus has been ready this game. Actually,
Knockup comes through. Black Shield really quickly laid down there by Veos. And look at Doom's health bar already forced back away from this redemption to keep Queso alive. It's only 2 cannon minions though, so I think they're just going to rotate out for topside to regroup with Acolyte around this Shen and get Baron lane control. Taunt onto Snitch. Snitch is going to get pulled. Will block some of the escape from the grounded. Random's going to go in. That's no tanky Shen anymore as Random dashes into the bush. He didn't know Queso were there. He opts into the fight, and that stasis is going to be everything to take out Doom. Riggs have been stretching forward to try and get it. Snitch is going to die here as well, and this might just be it. It's a double kill for Andres.
It's serious.
Riggs.
It's gone.
Riggs push forward. They have a wave in the top lane.
They have 30 seconds.
They're going to go through the inner tower. Riggs have 25 seconds left on the death timers. Last year was just their origin story. This win over Riggs is iconic. Team Queso are the first ever WREC champions.
This is on an amazing game. Andreset really showing why he's the best jungler in the region. He's going to Icon Series and he's going to show Europe what we are made of.
Oh, Queso have done it again. Who would have written this? How could you write this script? Queso were eliminated early in the first set of the online tournament. They won the Purge tournament, they come into the last chance qualifiers. They make their way through the group, taking a game off of Riggs, and history repeats itself. In a finals, 2 years in a row, Team Queso defeat Riggs 4-1.
And it's just Andreset and Acolyte leading this team to victory every single time. Same happened last year, same happened this year. You know, you cannot take anything away from Riggs. What a fantastic performance from them this game. This was not a team difference, this was a jungle diff.
This is the clutch moments that come through from players like Andreset and the rest of Team Queso playing around him. We've spent months talking about how Team Queso play for Andreset, and I think at some points in the split it was too one-dimensional, and bringing in the ability for Joey to carry yesterday on some of the carries just gave them that extra edge, and I think it really refined their playstyle coming into today, and Riggs just weren't quite ready to deal with it. They didn't have enough options to take out both carries, and Queso win 4 games back-to-back and defeat Riggs.
And it used to be the fact that if you shut down Andreset, you know, the game was over, but that is not the case in this WREC. If you shut down Riggs, Andreset, there's Acolyte, there's Varus, there's Joey Jax, there's Method. This is a 5-man team now, and it's gonna be a really exciting thing to see them going up against the best in the world, because I actually believe these guys are the best Europe has to offer.
Oh, there's certainly some great European players heading to Icons. We're sending 3 teams, and Queso, I think watching them play throughout the split, they've been such a fun team to watch. Andreset has provided them such a different playstyle to most teams, and coming into it, we weren't sure exactly where they were going to be, but at the end of it all, when the dust settles, Team Queso are taking their first steps towards the stage for that trophy.
And we are watching them go towards the stage right now where the fantastic trophy is.
Yeah, Team Queso, they're ready. They've been waiting for this for a year, with the changed roster, with everything on the line, with all of the opposition in front of them. They have beaten every team they needed to take their spot on this stage and be crowned champions of Europe.
We're watching actually a close-up of these players. Look how happy they are. I mean, you know, Anderson even looks so calm.
I was going to say, they look happy, but it's Anderson, the carry of the team, looking cool, calm, and collected from Team Queso. And it's all been about this moment.
Everything has led up to this thing. Look at these players standing behind the trophy. It's going to be so exciting.
Team Queso are the Emea champions.
I mean, it's just, you know, watch these pictures, you know?
They want everything. They're giving all the resources to Andreset. They're going to give him the trophy podium. They're going to give him the trophy. Oh, Team Queso.
He's lifting him up, that right there. I mean, what a fantastic team to watch. It's nice to watch these players, smile and laugh with each other, even then giving the coach a hug, because this is really a performance that from everyone, the management, the staff, the coaches, and all these players, Porty also, really respected manager in the European scene. So, I mean, this is just an organization that understands how to win.
And it feels like they came here prepared to play their own play style, prepared to get out of groups and win with, sometimes in esports like this, it's about playing your opponents. Sometimes if you're on even footing and playing against your opponents can sometimes work. But I think what always works, especially in tournaments like this, where there's such a few number of teams, knowing yourself is perhaps sometimes the best way to go. We're playing over only 4 days, and Team Queso's compositions were always built in the same way, and there were enough champions available from that enchanted pool that they could really put the pressure on. I mean, they dragged an entirely new meta into having to play against them, where you have to ban Lulu Yumi on blue side, which is unheard of in the way that people are drafted for the rest of Europe.
And it just goes to show how strong they are when they play their own style. We've seen a lot of different styles throughout this tournament. We've seen Riggs with their early aggression, really lane dominant kind of team play style. We've seen Game Lord with their mages in the bot lane, played really slow and and then Andres said, TQ with their own playstyle and all on him.
All on the carries of Queso. 2 players were able to carry through this with the rest of the team support, but it was a team effort from Team Queso to lift the Wildrift Emea Championships for 2022. We're headed back to the analyst desk to break down a 4-1 win and a repeat of history. It's Deja Vu.
Thank you very much, Stress. Thank you very much, Ryu. We have our Wildrift Emea Championship champion. It's Team Queso, and it's the same than the last year.
I can't believe it. It's Deja Vu, just like last year. It's Riggs coming in as the heavy favorites. Like, not just favorites, it's the heavy favorites. And then Team Queso coming in like the underdog, the underdog. And they just take the whole series, man.
Like, I can't believe that Andres and Acolyte both are back-to-back European champions, and Game 3, Game 4, the momentum they created by getting those Elder skills. The series could have went either way. This clutch play by Andres decided who won it, and it's so crazy.
He was the clutch player, but I want to talk about Caroline, the evolution of Team Queso throughout this tournament. 4 days and how this team have changed.
I mean, it's difficult for me to talk now because seeing them grow from even before this, right, when they were in last year's qualifier, again to there, then listen to Riggs, all the path that they've come through, how far they've come, and now they're winning and going to the Icons Global Championship, and I know it's amazing being a fan of this team.
I absolutely agree. I mean, the path has been absolutely wonderful, but let's talk about, because you guys were highlighting, of course, Andres is the man of this series so far. He's told him to Eldritch Riggs. It's so important to take this victory for Team Queso, but the synergy between Acolyte and him has been everything. The Shen, 4 Shens in a row. How many Shens was it?
I mean, you gotta give all of them credit.
It was 4 Shens in a row, wasn't it?
You gotta give all of them credit, but I wanna see the first one that makes the meme of Acolyte having like a big thing on his back, a big boulder of Team Queso on his back. I'm retweeting that one because my God, this player just way too good, way too good. It's just unfair, to be honest.
It's it feels like no one could have stopped what Team Queso was playing. Acolyte all time in the silent, playing the Shen, ready to join his team whenever it was necessary. And he did protected everyone while, Andres was playing his carries, of course.
I think it was really nice to see how Team Queso, like we already said, evolved. They used to rely only on Andres because obviously we saw he is such an amazing player. He knows how to carry every single game he's performing. There is no off game when he's playing. And I just love that all the other players are stepping up, or they stepped up in this series, and they all perform so well together.
Yeah, absolutely agree. During the trophies, we were wondering how was it going to be for Riggs, because it looked like an amazing draft for them. The Whitson was free for the main versus for AP, but and we expected, even though the Grace, because it was the last option for Team Queso, but even though it worked so well for the Team Queso guys, for the cheesy guys.
I just think it somehow turned against them, like the pressure of being behind the series, something that very few teams can overcome properly. And in the end, that was what got them. Like those little mistakes that they were making, they are such a good team, and they're still going to the Icons Global Championship, but not in the way they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, we can analyze whatever we want, but I really feel it was all about the momentum. I think it's being so high, and they feel like they can't stop them no matter what.
I can't even think anymore. I just want to go hug the Queso boys, to be honest. These guys, I'm so happy and proud of them. They're such an incredible team because, like, seeing them evolve, right? Like in the beginning, and I gotta be real honest with you, in the beginning it was not a good team. When they got Joey Skaggs and Methanol, it was looking very cheesy. It was just not looking that good. But having
don't die, please, don't die, guys, don't die.
Seeing them now win up against Rix.
It was too cheesy for me as well.
Seeing them now win against Rix and holding up the trophy for Europe yet again, you know, qualifying as the first seed of Europe to Worlds. It's just, I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, I can tell you're yes, but it's been all about evolution. I mean, I'm so excited, Doc, to watch these teams to play in Icons.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing to see all of those three teams play, and especially Team Queso now with Androzet. I'm going to be excited to see how they're going to play in Singapore now that it's confirmed, and they are going to play against so many other good teams. And Androzet, will he be standing on top at the end?
Yeah, absolutely, yes, guys. Now we're ready for our teams to be crowned. Okay, so we're now watching, you know, Arclight taking the medal. It's been, you know, such an amazing moment. A lot of work has put on onto this tournament.
Back-to-back champions.
Back-to-back. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. This is the first steps of a legacy.
Yeah, wow. This is a legacy indeed, the Queso legacy, right? Like 2 years in a row, these guys are the #1, these guys are the best of Europe, and the guy that's taking the medal right now, Joey Skaggs, I want to give him a massive shout out. He's been the best in the mobile gaming scene for years upon years. He's 17 years old now, such a massive talent, and now he finally gets to hold the crown of Wildrift, the best ADC in Europe. You can embrace it now, finally.
And it's also crazy that this roster, like, Androzet and Acolyte were from the roster from last year, but 3 new players and they made it work again.
I think we can't forget about the people behind the team. Poti and Maha, who by the way has had a kid recently, so congratulations to him. This victory is also theirs. That's so important to remark.
And LK as well, the big mastermind behind Queso. I talked with him. He's the, like, when you see the draft picks, he is the guy that does it. He's the mastermind behind it. You know, all of the players are getting their shine. Anders is getting the shine, but it's also LK who is the mastermind, the coach behind Team Queso that keeps getting them those good picks.
They were so excited. The Team Queso guys, absolutely understandable. As here right now, the Emea champions is just so exciting. And as I said, this is the first steps of building a legacy. And I'm so curious about how they're gonna be, you know, the next season. Maybe Rixig trying to, you know, take the revenge once again, because it's a revenge history. It's a rivalry at this point. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
totally.
Like, Rix Gaming just can't do it every single time, over and over again. Next year, new chance, I guess, but there's a but. Both of them are going to Worlds, right? Like, it's not like Rix lost it all.
It's not the end. It's not the end. They have a first shot. They have a
both
first
of them qualified. Both of them are going to go to Worlds, and Rix can still, you know, prove themselves in Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the question is now that our focus is on Icons. Absolutely, Icons. We're going to have these 3 representatives. I think this is going to be the first seeding. Rixig is going to be our second seeding. And GameLoad is going to be the 3rd one. I'm going to ask you, Doc Breaker, how do you think that these teams are going to deliver into Icons? Because we know it's such a hard tournament.
I mean, it's obviously nice to know that Team Queso is already confirmed to be in the group stage and the others are going to be in the play-ins. But I mean, we all know, we all love some drama, and I think what's really important is that Europe is going to dominate and beat the shit out of NA.
Okay, but
here we are.
It's all about beating NA.
Yeah, kinda, because we know that the Asian teams are so strong, and it's gonna be hard for the Western regions to compete against those Asian teams. But obviously, Europe has been stepping up, and hopefully they can match those other teams.
And honestly, Darkbreaker, I love that you say that. I even forgot about NA because, yeah, I mean, seeing these guys play, there's not even time enough to think about NA. Like, we're gonna cruise past NA, and then we're gonna be competing with the big regions, right? Like, these guys are gonna be the big boys.
Yeah, you were defending that we have the best Baron laners in the world.
For sure. I'm still standing by it, and seeing Acolyte right there.
Yeah, what are 3 representatives in the Baron lane we have?
We have very, very good Baron laners. Lonely Kid, Random, and Acolyte. I think those Baron laners are much better than the NA Baron laners for sure. And then
for that reason, it's all about today. I mean,
we also have Andrew Z, and I think he can definitely compete with those Asian junglers, and he has been showing really good performance, and also at the Horizon Cup.
Maybe they're gonna learn in Icons not to flip Drakes versus Andressa. That's a lesson. I mean, that's a message Andressa sent into the Icons teams that they are going to face the next summer. And guys, we are willing to know how it's going to be in the interview with the Stuart. The Stuart, how are you joined by?
Thank you very much, Noah. I am here standing with the Wildrift Emea champions, Team Queso. Methanaut, first to you. Your first time at LAN against supports like Clue, supports like Heste as well. Yourself, you were a bit under the radar, I would say. How do you feel winning the Emea championship?
The championship? I mean, against the support, I always thought that they was really bad. I'm not gonna lie, from the beginning. Heste is pretty good mechanically, but Heste was so shaky. But I think, like, yeah, I have the level to be the best support in EU, and I think I might prove it today.
And you definitely proved it as well, and now you're going to go to Icons as well. Andre, how do you do it every single time? 2 games in a row. You felt like it was going to be lost. It felt like everything was going to go down, and then you come up, the Riven, the Jax, you steal the Elder Dragon. When you stole the Elder Dragon, not once but twice, what was going through your head? How was you feeling?
It was calculated.
All calculated. There you go. Best jungler in Europe. Acolyte. A solid Baron laner, I have to say. Shen as well, 3 games in a row. Your second, four games in a row. Second European Championship now. Last year was Origin Series, went to Horizon Cup. What are you going to do differently to get a better performance now at the Icons World Championship?
Now we have 1 month for training hard, and I want to do the same like in the rec. It's like work for my team and play what Elke and everyone what. I'm not sure.
I mean, the Shen definitely popped off. You got Pentakill as well yesterday on the Shen, so happy days. Joey, for yourself, obviously first LAN as well. You showed that you could play the hyper carries. You showed you could play the AP mages. What is your favorite champion you want to play at Icons, and who are you looking forward to face as well at Icons?
I'm looking forward to play, I don't know, Chinese, Asian teams, Korea as well, SEA. Just looking to see how I match against them and what I want to play. Vayne is nerfed. Doom just showed it. I mean, I don't even think he can play that bad. It's just I don't think the champ's that good right now, so I don't really know. I'm going to have to think of something. Maybe Nasus.
I'm surprised you didn't mention one region there, but I'll leave that out. Veos, for yourself as well. You came so close last year at the Origin Series, but now with this Team Queso lineup, how do you feel as well? Because last year was a little bit of a disappointment on Game Lord, but now with this new roster that you have, how are you feeling?
I mean, obviously last year we lost to Team Queso since I was playing for Game Lord. It was really sad, but right now, like with that team, I feel like we can win everything basically. Like we won Europe, everyone was kind of sleeping on us, I would say. We were always like the underdogs facing Game Lord and Rix, but we proved everyone wrong, I would say. And most important thing is that right now we can't really I mean, we can celebrate it, but not for too long, because Icons is coming and we have to beat Asian teams and obviously also NA.
For sure. I mean, I think that's the main thing though, is that it's only 1 month away. That's 1 month away now. You've only got 1 month until Icons, and the brains behind it all, LK. Absolutely crazy drafts overall. It was like, it turned into like blue side Rix, and then leaving Karma open for yourselves as well. Yumi, Lulu and Olaf banned every single game pretty much as well. What's your thoughts behind that, and how are you feeling going into Icons?
Honestly, I'm feeling really well. Sorry, I have no voice. But I'm feeling really well going into Icons, because I think everyone is on the same page here that we want to improve more. we didn't show what we are actually capable of in this tournament. I think everyone knows here that we have a lot to improve, and everyone is going for the same goal, right? No one here is staying with this. We want to be champions. We showed it. We were celebrating it, but we have 1 month to prepare, and now we're focusing on it.
And I know you've got a lot of Team Queso fans at home as well, obviously here in Spain and all over the world as well. What have you got to say to them?
I think thank you to everyone. I mean, the Team Queso fans know already. We are very grateful with all of them. They also every single time send words of praise, thankfuls. Like really, every single fan here has been supporting us for a very long time, and I think this is actually very good. I just hope that we can perform really well at Worlds.
That's the next step is Icons. Thank you all so much for the interview. I appreciate it. Andre, you was also the MVP of the series. I think no surprise as well to anyone. Yeah. again, no surprise. But yeah, congratulations again. Wildrift, Emea champions, Team Queso. One last time, congratulations. Back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yeah, this is our MVP of the series. It is impressive. I mean, he's told to all their tricks, how is not gonna be the MVP?
You know, I love how calm he is, right? Like he never screams.
Another day in the office, you know.
It's just another day in the office. Indeed, he's just standing there with his hands in his pockets.
Well,
like,
I do have to steal this drag.
It's just a casual win, right here. This is normal. Going to Worlds, you know, that's
literally
where the real deal starts.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be the real deal. You know, they were all highlighting how hard it's gonna be. You know, Darkbreaker facing the stronger regions in that tournament so far. They have 1 month to prepare.
Yeah, it's gonna be actually, since we have the new patch coming up soon as well. 3.2 is coming out next week, and there are so many changes. We have rune changes, we have balance changes as well. So 1 month, new champions on top of that. So 1 month time, and then they will have to face against the Asian teams who are playing so many games. They are playing against so many teams as well, and I feel like we have been kind of copying their playstyle, like the Sinch pick, for example, has been used in China for a long time, and Europe has picked it up as well now. So I feel like if they want to compete against those Asian teams, they need to come up with their own strategies and not straight up copy from those Asian teams.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I mean, you can't be following the meta, Carmeline. You need to create your own meta game in order to be a champion, in order to succeed.
I think actually Team Queso are really good at mimicking this kind of things. Like they pick up on something, and as we've seen the progression they've had. And the same can be said for Rix and Gamelord, because we can't forget they always go into Worlds. So I think if we are able to take notes on this first days of competition and adapt to it, we might be able to win the Icons Global Championship, please.
I mean, guys, you're gonna have a lot of changes for the Icons. You're gonna have a lot of fun with those new champions coming in. But anyway, guys, we're gonna check on our play of the game. The last play of the game. Oh, that was nice, Big though.
Yeah, that was a very important play of the game. Clue engaging, and it was actually looking pretty good for Rix. But after that, Team Queso was doing well. Like this was the fight where we had the Nami bubble, right? Like Rix was winning the fight, and then boom!
Massive bubble.
That's where it happened.
I swear that I always thought that not many people could have fit into Nami's bubble. I mean, 3 people bubble, that was absolutely game-changing, that breaker.
Yeah, and especially the Graves then in the backline was just doing so much damage for free, because they were focusing all of the other team members of Team Queso, and then the Nami bubble and Graves untouched, and we know Andrew said when he's on the hyper carry champion, and he played every single game in that series on the hyper carry champion, if you ignore him, you're gonna pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And there were not many options in that draft. It was supposed to be the Graves, and in the end it was the Graves. Guys, we're gonna head into our Coca-Cola pop-up of this last game. Team Queso versus Rixuj with the series
and
we had, and it's, you know, this last push.
It has to be. It has to be. This is the moment where Team Queso took the win. This is the moment where they win the game. This is the moment where they celebrate. This is the moment where it all happened.
Yeah, they were so happy. I mean, absolutely understandable. Not the focus on the Icons Championship. I mean, they need to, Carmeline, keep on the right path. The right path is evolving, not stacking, not being stuck into one-dimensional composition style. They need to be able to win through several win conditions.
Absolutely. We've been saying this. Andres has been carrying the team. He's got the MVP. But we can't forget that as a multi-dimensional team, we also have Acolyte, Joey, Methanol that still has lots of potential to unleash. So I hope to see that too.
And guys, it's been a pleasure to be here with you, joined by Josel, Darkbreaker, Cameline, also Stress, Stuart, Andrew. It was my first Wildrift event, and you made it so easy for me, so I will be always grateful for that. Thank you very much for you back at home joining us and following the tournament with us. It's been everything. It's been everything. This is the end. We see in Icons, maybe. We get to see the teams in Icons, so I expect you. Oh, hey, you were joining.
Come here, guys.
Okay. Let's all gather together here. Thank you very much for being with us, and see you next time. Goodbye. We love you. Woo! Woo!